T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery.
Go for launch, GC. Go. Guidance, go. Fido, go. Bravo, go. GC, go. Max, go. Eagle, go. Eco, go. DeFeo, go. Payloads, go. Scan for the customer, go. DPS, we're go. Eco, go. Booster, go. Surgeon, go. PRS, go. Okay. And let's see, we'll wait on GNC.
T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start.
MC, I hear you loud and clear. 5 mics. Now me. Have you loud and clear as well? Thanks, sir.
Go for auto sequence start.
And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now at SM. Okay, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
numbers. Heard the chatter buzzing that he almost had a dozen. But the house glazed over as the streets turned over the bodies of those troubled souls. Should have stayed quiet, jumped the train tracks and ride it to assistance back in Buffalo. Yeah. Motel were the scenes of disaster. No signs of motives, no one knew what he's after. But the train steady flowing with the life that they owed him. Once they realize they are fatal mistake, stench of despair that hung in the air. From the cloud there was no escape.
Your chest and be a little bolder. All we do is buy and hold. There will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. Really are near. It's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is ride and oh, there will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who won't till the end, and there will be doubt, fear So when the night's getting colder, you need in that shoulder. These apes got your back. We got each other. All we do is ride and roll.
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC and APE, where we buy, we hold, and we screw those hedgies. Screw them! That's right. This is where we like to fling some poo and eat crowns for breakfast, and maybe even have a quarterly earnings report. Rock strong. Good morning, guys. Are you ready? Are you ready for these the quarterly earnings report this morning? I haven't even looked it up yet. I gotta go find the link to it real quick here before this thing starts up. I mean, I know I got another hour or so, like an hour and 15 minutes I think ahead of me here, but I tell you what, I'm feeling a little jacked this morning. I'm just saying. I fully expect them to drop the price on us today, guys. I really do, but I'm looking forward to it though. Jason, thank you so much to you and your group, Dead Amsterdam. I appreciate you allowing us to play that 42nd Street on the live stream this morning. It was a great song. Love it. Give me my money. Oh man, we got this, man. We got this for sure. Thank you very much. I have two special guests that are going to be showing up today. I'm not going to say any names yet. Some of you have guessed who it might be. But we do have some special guests, and I'm really looking forward to it today. I figured, like, why not today, if it's going to be a crap day, let's pile onto the crap day with the best positivity we possibly can. And if it's going to end up being a beautiful day, then let's just add on and just add to the beautifulness the entire way through. So I'm like, let's do this. Let's pour it on one way or the other. We're going to really, we're going to do it up good here. So. I feel like it's gonna be a good day, one way or the other. I don't care which way the price goes. I'm gonna have a fun time. So hopefully you guys can too. Let's see here. That's my singer's song. Who said that? He's so excited to be on the album. Oh, singer's son. Okay, yeah, that's cool. That was really cool. You gotta love kids, man. They love being a part of whatever it is that you're doing. And then later on in life, it's the other way around. They love it when you're a part of whatever it is that they're doing. So, yeah, it's good times. We got about 6 more minutes, guys, before I go through the numbers here. I haven't looked at any of the numbers yet this morning. Somebody had mentioned just a second ago that there was already a plethora of shares available to borrow. There sure is, 2.9 million. You can see they're going to be ready to fight or combat any kind of positivity on price movement for the day today. That's looking for sure. Tech says, can we open up the back of the big tramp? Yes. Tech, and I'll tell you why. Normally I would say no because I already got days set up for that. Yes, for right now, but when my guests are ready to come on, I'm gonna have to exit out of the back of the big tramp and have and provide just. Actually, I haven't asked. We could potentially ask our guest speakers if they want to do live talking with other people and have that as a possibility. But I haven't discussed that with either of them, so that would be entirely up to them. It's kind of putting them on the spot a little bit to do so. So I don't know how I feel about that exactly, but that's why I'd rather just open it up now. Novocaine says, when you say screw the hedgies every day, you're screwing your own family. Shaw Hedge Fund. I thought you lived in Texas. I am definitely in Texas, man. I can't get any more. I feel like I'm in the most centralized location in all of Texas. It sucks because it's like if you want to leave, there ain't no easy way out of here unless it's by plane. Because it's like I want to say it's like a 6-hour drive, and that's probably the shortest amount of time. It's probably more like 7 to 8. It's probably more like 7 hours just to get out of the state if I was driving, which That's never been the case for me in any state that I've ever lived in before. Like any direction you go, 7 hours to get out of the state's ridiculous. Like there's some states that you can drive through the entire state in less time. So it's really kind of weird being in such a big state like this. Like, hey, let's leave the state. No, that's not happening. Let's fly. We're not going for a quick drive. Mr. Finance says, side note, my wife said no to opening up the backside of the big tramp. She said, WTF is wrong with you? I couldn't resist after yesterday's stream. Well, let me open it up real quick here. I'll jump into the back of the big tramp, and for anybody who wants to join, you're more than welcome to. We got numbers here in about 3 minutes. Let me find my way back to the back of the big tramp. There he is. There's Tech. Tech is back here all ready to go. Here in about 3 minutes. Nope. You're live, Tech. You're live.
Oops. Sorry.
That's all right. How's it going,
I don't
Matt?
know why it mute the stream.
He's crossing the
Yeah, so I know they're
streams.
gonna so I know they'll probably beat us down today, but I'm very encouraged by what I saw in Cinemark's earnings.
Oh, good.
So it's so can I just give a quick comparison? That's why I was so excited.
Absolutely.
So I know
just
they're
woke up.
different, right? They're totally different companies, right?
Yeah.
But we AMC had higher EPS for quarter one of last year compared to Cinemark, like maybe 10 less loss. And Cinemark just had 0.03, so 3 cents loss. So I'm encouraged that means that we could see really good earnings today.
I'm hoping, man. I'm hoping. I'm really hoping for it. It would be really nice.
Because Cinemark, Box Office Mojo was showing like 28% higher ticket revenue, compared to last year. But Cinemark had like 31.5% higher. So that was, what's that? It's like 3.5% higher than what Box Office Mojo, and so I'm hoping that like kind of carries over to AMC, and also I had the numbers, but the concession sales were like 35% higher or something, or
I mean, Adam Aaron was sitting there saying like two different, awesome. Yeah, almost like back-to-back days. He said that the concession numbers were broke any records that they had from the past in one weekend sales. So it was almost back-to-back weekends that happened. So through the roof, to the moon. All right, guys, it's time for me to clean the glasses. I actually already cleaned them, but I'm going to wipe them down because when I went to go set them down, I accidentally grabbed the lens. I hate that. So I got to wipe them down again. All right, I think we're good. Just one little smudge there. All right, here we go. Glasses are on. I'm ready for business. Let's take a look at these numbers and see what we got going on here. I'm gonna go to the other page here, so I'm not gonna be able to see what it is you guys are saying. So hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again here. Price prediction tally points, starting on the top. Oh wait. Two-factor authentication. I gotta start with that. Two-factor authentication. If you don't have it, make sure you get it for your account. It could help save you a headache and keeping somebody out of your account that shouldn't be in your account. It's a nice little added level of protection. If your broker allows you to put in a secondary device to be able to receive that passcode, not a bad idea in case something happens to your primary. Also, I am requesting people to take pictures or video footage of your portfolio. Do not be that person that's sitting there going like, hey, they changed my account, but I don't remember what it was before, and I think it's not right now. Because if you don't have proof, it probably never happened. So, I mean, you can fight it, but you're not going to fight it as easily. So be very vigilant in making sure that you're taking pictures of that and knowing what it is that you hold for your position. Okay, having said that, let's take a look at these numbers and see what we got going on here. So in regards to price prediction tally points, I think Einstein was off by 2 cents. He was sending me messages yesterday. He's like, dude, that was 2 pennies off. I was like, yeah, I know, man. It sucks when you're that close. So I had a $1.56 for Ape and AMC up 5.92 for combined total 748. If I subtract a $1.50 on that, the bottom end, whoever had 598 would have been a winner. And I got Einstein at 601, so he was about 3 pennies off. So yeah, real close, really super close. The next closest person would have been Apex, and then me, and then Eric. So yeah, we all get price prediction tally points because the numbers were within our ranges. So let me go ahead and add those up. And so whoever ends up getting the closest price prediction tally, or the correct price prediction closest average today will be the winner for the week. Remember, this is not financial advice. It's just 4 apes who are trying to figure out what combined prices AMC and Ape is going to be by the end of the day. Betting beers and ice cream. Or ice cream. I shouldn't say beer and ice cream. It's beer or ice cream. And then let's see here. Let's take a look at short exempt volume. Starting on AMC, short exempt volume was 257.9, which is a little bit down. I'm psyched, guys. I'm really psyched about the day in total. So like if I seem nervous or if I'm disheveled or whatever, I'm nervous. It's definitely nerves getting the best of me. Let me see. Let's take a look at Ape. I just gotta take a deep breath. Take a deep breath, Casey. Oh yeah, that's much better. I need a bobblehead Ross moment here real quick. Sorry guys. He's gonna make me feel a little bit better, I'm sure.
Anything that you try and you don't succeed, if you learn from it, it's not a failure.
There we go. Right. I'm not failing. I'm learning. That's right. Okay. I'm learning today. On Ape, the total amount of volume going through short exempt volume for Ape yesterday was 149.1, which was elevated. AMC was up 3.14 yesterday, AMC was. Ape was up 2.63. And let's check that utilization and see if it's reporting. Yesterday we had problems with reporting on Ortex early in the morning, and I had to wait till later on in the day to get the information. All right, I'm showing 100% on AMC. Let me just verify the date to make sure that this is reporting today's or yesterday's data. It is indeed reporting yesterday's data, so we've got May the 4th, or 4th be with you. 100% utilization on AMC, and Ape is sitting at 53.63. Which is just a smidgen down less than what it was yesterday, which is 53.69. So just a tiny bit lower. Max Pain. So we had a lot of $6 call options occurring yesterday, and I don't think that I would guess that we're going to be at a $6 Max Pain for the day today. Just because there was so much $5.50 call and put volume that was there. So I think Max Pain is still going to be 550. So let me refresh it and see where we're at. Yep, still 550. Taking a look at off exchange. By the end of a day, I would expect to see about 64% going through off exchange and EDGX combined. On AMC, there was approximately 55.16% going through off exchanges. EDGX was 10.73 for combined total of 65.89%, or 1.89% higher than I would expect. Nothing unusual going on off or CHX on AMC. There was 0.15% of our total daily volume going through that, with a 30-day average of 2.43. And if you remember, 3 to 4 months ago, we were only doing 0.25% a day. So the numbers weren't very high. However, we had an unusual amount of volume going through. Actually, everything looks pretty close to where it should have been. Everything was pretty close to what we normally would see. A few things were a little bit higher, but not much. Not anything like Ape. Check this out on Ape. Watch this. This is crazy. We have never ever seen, I don't think ever, this low of off exchange volume going through. Now this, if you compare this, you're looking right now at Ape. It's 38.47% off exchange volume. If you go to GME and you look at GME, they're even higher. GME usually runs a little bit less off exchange than Ape does, but Ape is massively low on off exchange yesterday. Tons of volume going through the New York Stock Exchange, also the Nasdaq, GSM, and also the CBOE BZX. All of those had elevated amounts of volume, which means that things like off exchange were starved a little bit. So we had 38.47% going through off exchange on Ape. EDGX was at 8.97. The combined total is 47.44%, or dang near. It was about 18%, a little more than 18.5% less than what it should have been. So part of the price improvement that we're seeing right now could potentially be from the fact that we're not seeing a whole lot of volume going off exchange. That would be my prognosis, at least some of it. And then on GME, CHX volume was 0.13 with a 30-day average of 0.25, so nothing unusual there. Also, CHX on Ape was 0.01 with a 30-day average of 0.07, so nothing unusual happening on that one either. Institutional ownership, where is it heading to? 132.904 is what it was yesterday, million. Today, it is 132.841, which is slightly down. And let's take a look at options. Highest amount of open interest for the day today, guys, is at a $6 strike. But let me tell you, the $11 strikes are trying to catch up in open interest because there's 30,000 contracts at 11, but there's 32.5 at 6. So $6 is still our highest amount of open interest. And yesterday there was 37.7 thousand contracts. Today there's 32.5. So quite a bit of closings of positions going on there compared to what we're used to seeing, I think, or I feel like anyways. $4 puts has had the highest amount of open interest yesterday. That is still the case today. There was 34.2 thousand contracts yesterday. There's 33.7, which means there was positions being closed there as well. Market still indicating a closing price somewhere between $4 and $6 by the end of today on AMC, with max pain being at 550. If we blow that out of the water today, that may start a little bit of a gamma. We do have 2 weeks out some expirations that are coming up, some larger quantities of expirations that are coming up that I can imagine would love to close out their positions a week early due to gamma reasons. Especially if price is running up. So we'll see if that's the case. But be careful of those cow patties, guys. As your hard-earned money here, we're talking about a lot of people lose a lot of money in the derivatives, and so if you're not careful, you're not sure exactly what it is you're doing, you could be getting or falling for a trap. It's a trap. All right, let's take a look at the rest of the numbers. I'm going to take you guys over to the other screen. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you get, or I'm going to play a little bit of music, throw some screens around, and then we'll take a look at the rest of the data. I think. All right, let's do mountains. I like this. Out of the 3 songs that I usually play when I'm throwing up the screens, I think I like this one the most, only because it builds. I like the building on this song here. Oh man, we're getting the break early, guys. We are getting the break early. So what I was mentioning yesterday was I was looking for some consolidation above this ascending level of what is now going to be considered as support. I was looking for some consolidation in here and then leading into a breakout somewhere around market open this morning, but we're getting it in advance. It did do the consolidation right up until about 3 minutes ago. Combined price of AMC and Ape is at $7.82, and we are moving. And I told you this before. I've got two different Fibonacci's set up here, and that usually we skip between these pretty well. So whenever we're driving up through one and into the next one, it usually skips through pretty quickly. And sure enough, first thing this morning, as it did drive up in price here, you could see it skip through into the next Fibonacci retracement level here. So we are finding a little bit of resistance at that $7.84 range. We may consolidate a little bit more before pushing through. But overall, it looks pretty decent. I like what I'm seeing. Ortex for AMC for this morning is showing 25.29% short share interest at the free float. Let's take a look at utilization a little bit here. We have 100% utilization. On loan amount, let's check it out here. Oh, son of a gun, you know what I forgot? I just realized. I didn't say congratulations to Frank Lehman this morning, guys. I don't know if you saw that in the title or not, but Frank Lehman squeezed out the win this morning on movie trivia. I had so many other things to announce, I completely forgot about it, but he squeezed it out just barely here. And talk about squeezing. He had Sensor Content had 10 points. Frank Lehman had 11 points, and the third place winner was Joe Ponce with 7 points. So it was definitely a very tight matchup there. But taking a look at utilization on AMC, it's still at 100%. We are on day number 78, straight trading days in a row of 100% utilization. Our on loan amount, as you can see here, dropped from 173.23 to 170.4. So let's see here, 17 minus. So we're looking at 2.83 million shares less on loan. 2.83. I don't know. Let's see how good my math is this morning, because I'm gonna pull up a calculator and actually figure that one out just in case. But I'm pretty sure I got the math right on that. 173.23 down to 170.4. Oops. That's not right. Yep, 2.83. Dang, nice. All right, cool. Let's see here. We've got short share interest of the free float slightly dropping as a result. Day over day, it went from 25.47 down to 25.29. So we're looking at 18.18. So let's do this. Times the 519 float, or outstanding shares, I should say. About 934,000 shares is what Ortex is estimating as the total amount of open interest that was closed out of the 283. That is really darn close to 1/3 of it. So that's usually that's about right what they would normally predict. So not quite as much short interest, I think, as we've seen in the last couple of days, but still a fairly large chunk. As a result, we're going to figure out real quick here whether those are older or newer positions that were closed out. I would say there might have been some older positions that were closed out here because our on-loan average age per day almost flatlined. It went from 116.66 to 117.04. It's getting really, if they would have borrowed some more shares like they're doing like they're likely going to do today, we will see those numbers start decreasing pretty quickly. Security lending volume. Actually, you know what? We already had 2 days of downwards momentum on that. If we get one more day of upwards momentum, then we could start a 15-day counter. So, but if it continues down tomorrow, which I expect it will, then I wouldn't start the counter just yet. But we have security lending volume day over day dropping from 19.91 million to 10.43 million. And then let's see here on Ape, 5.21% is our short share interest of the free float. Let's take a look at utilization. ever so slightly dropping day over day on utilization. It went from 53.69 to 53.63. On loan amount increasing, however. The only way that utilization can go down with on loan amount going up is as more shares were found available to be borrowed. On loan amount went from 24.02 to 24.37. So we're looking at 0.35 or 350,000 shares in new loans. And short-term interest of the free float increasing as a result from 5.19 to 5.21. On loan average age per day with 350,000 shares. This might actually start dropping. It's either going to be flatlined or dropping, I think. Yeah, it's flatlined. It went from 77.34 to 77.22. So it did slightly drop. Ever so slightly. It's almost hard to tell, though. Security lending volume day over day did increase. It went from 189,000 to 456,000. If we know that 350,000 shares is what was borrowed for the day, then you know that the other 106,000 shares would have been returns. Let's take a look at the rest of the data here. Orders by Fidelity customers, I'm not expecting to see AMC or Ape on this list here. I can tell just based off of this numbers on this list here. It's really kind of odd to me. The number one in here, unless they saved all the orders for this stock until the very end of the day, it would make me think this was the entire day's worth of numbers, and then everything else reported here is just for the last 4 minutes of the day. But I can tell you that everything below the first one here is definitely the last 4 minutes only. AMC did make that list with the last 4 minutes, and our buy to sell ratio was a 79.18% buy to 20.82% sell ratio. So we were getting some definite elevated buying pressure at the end of the day there. And that's it. That's the only one. It's just for the last 4 minutes of orders for the rest of those stocks. I wouldn't count the first one, though. I don't believe they put in 2,300 orders, buy orders, and 2,500 sell orders in the last 4 minutes. If they did, something crazy happened. I'd have to take a look at the stock, but something crazy would have happened. Let's see here. AMC's trigger price is $5.33 for the day today. Ape is at 1 point. Actually, I don't know what Ape is. Hold on a second here. I didn't figure it out earlier this morning. 1.404. Let me erase my number and rewrite it. Currently, you can see this morning there's quite a few shares available to borrow. It's showing 2.7 million shares. There are some in the ETF. Not as many as there were. It does look like they did borrow some shares overnight. Somewhere around 10, a little over probably 10,000 shares out of the ETFs have been borrowed so far. Mainly only returns. They have borrowed 200,000 shares out of the available plus that 10. So I'm not going to count the 10 because I only do increments of 50,000 shares or more. So yesterday in total we saw only 100,000 shares borrowed. Today so far already we've seen 200,000. Fees are currently showing at 170.7%. So this morning we have 140,000 contracts out of the money on the calls versus 35.4 thousand contracts that are in the money. 136.5 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 26.5 thousand contracts that are in the money. Futures on the market. VIX futures are showing down 3.12%. That's pretty hefty. That may be a signal that the market's going to have a very nice green day today. So far, most markets are up at least 0.5%. We've got Dow Jones is up 0.57. Russell 2000 is up 1.13. That's one of the bigger movers. Do these numbers correlate or match to what I would expect to see with VIX being down 3.12? Yeah, I would say so. Yeah, pretty close. So we're looking at like a green opening for the market this morning. Hold on a second. Let's take a look at the banks, man. Let's see how these things are doing. Burn, baby, burn. What do we got in the pre-market here? We've got PacWest up 19.87%. Zion Bank is up 9.38. Western Alliance is up 13.79. Or Wall. Can we just start calling it Wall? Wally. We'll call it Wally World. Coinbase is up 8.9%. Charles Schwab up 2.83. And those are the biggest movers for banks this morning. Most of them, excuse me, not most, I think all. No, there's only one that's down, two that are down so far on my list here. I've got S&P Global down and what is this one? California Imperial Bank. There's only two that are showing red in the pre-market. Ethereum Classic is up this morning 0.26. US dollar is down 0.08. And oil is up 2.43 in the market, getting a little bit of a jump up here on oil. SPY up this morning 0.64% on a very nice incline here. Almost looks like an ascending parallel channel. If it is, then we would be looking at more than likely a break down on price eventually when it did break that channel. I'd draw it out, but I don't really feel like it. Actually, let's just do it. Let's just do it. Let's see what we got going on here. Let's see if that's what it is. Maybe not. I'm going with a no. It's not an ascending parallel channel. Which more than likely means that I'd probably need to zoom out on this just a little bit more and see. It might be from a larger perspective. I gotta sneeze. Give me a second. I think Tech We Love just got that live. You guys didn't, but he did. There's a little bit of a one day almost W looking pattern, little George W going on in there. On a bigger grand scheme, it almost looks like we got a double bottom in here, so we could see a bounce in on the SPY here. If price were to go back up today, where would I expect to see maybe a stopping point? Maybe for around 411 as a possibility. If it were going to continue to drive upwards. Or it might gap fill a little bit. There is some gap filling to be done between 409 and 410. So we may see it top out at 410 and then consolidate a little bit. All right, moving on. In the pre-market, we've got Tesla is up 0.94, Amazon is up 1.01, Cinemark is up 1.33. Let me go to the 1 hour on this real quick. Wow, this is breaking out of the wedge on the top side. That's insane. That shouldn't happen. Anyway, sorry, I got distracted. Squirrel. Cinemark is up 1.33. Doge is up 0.21. Bitcoin is up 0.98 at 29.1K a coin. GME is up 1.45. HYMC is breaking even in the pre-market. NCMI is down 1.82. Hood is up 1.53. Ape is up 2.56 and AMC is up 3.55. Inflow versus outflow for the day today. Almost 3%. It was $2.8 million more inflow than outflow. So far this morning, AMC has traded 65,000 shares without the pokey stick of volume, which means we're getting good volume today, guys. We're going to see some good elevated volume compared to what we're normally seeing. That megaphone pattern that I had mentioned to you guys is definitely playing out, and you can tell that we're breaking out of that megaphone pattern, which was this back here. Let me take this zoom out just a tad bit here. This is the megaphone pattern that I was kind of suggesting that we were seeing, like this It's a really big megaphone that we were, if we could break through the top of this, it could start taking off pretty good. And you're seeing with that megaphone kind of pattern, you're seeing large quantities of volume starting to increase, and that will get you that good price movement upwards that you need to have to get out at the top side. So I like what it is that I'm seeing here. It's all looking very, very good, and I love the fact that we're breaking out to the top side on this long ascending wedge, because normally speaking, an ascending wedge, especially this increase and this much of an incline, usually sees price break out to the bottom side. So to see price breaking out the top side of this, that's very, very, very impressive. Super impressive. On a 4-hour chart, it's going to show bullish. This is going to have to cool off. This is going to have to cool off here because this is super hot. We've got on a 4-hour chart here more buying pressure and selling pressure with an RSI of 76.53, which is signaling overbought. On a 1-hour time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure, a lot more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 70.82, which is signaling for overbought. On a 30-minute interval, we've got more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 61.95, which is above average. And on a 5-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure. It looks like there was an attempt at a divergence of more selling pressure than buying pressure, but it didn't quite happen. RSI is at 52.24 average. This is going to have to cool off or consolidate, guys. At some point, it's going to have to do that because it's RSI is running super hot on a lot of different time intervals. So yeah, it's gonna have to cool off. Let's see here on Ape. Ape's getting good volume this morning too. We had about not quite 200,000, about $150,000 more outflow than inflow yesterday on Ape. 58.61 million shares. Thousand. 58.69 thousand shares traded so far this morning. On a 4-hour time interval, there is more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 62.7, which is above average. On a 1-hour time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 64.72, which is above average. And on a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 60.27, which is above average. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 56.09, which is slightly above average. Taking a look at the 1-hour time interval for Ichimoto, this is going to look pretty good, I'm pretty sure. Ichimoto, lagging line is above price line, conversion's above base. We're all over both the conversion. I want to see the next 1-hour candle be above the conversion of the baseline, if at all possible. Right now, we're sitting at a $1.60, which would more than likely probably put us just at least the conversion. Starting out at that number. 160 is the bare minimum that I think I mentioned to you that we're going to be needing to see by the end of today, as we need to keep price above the most previous highest point to keep that lagging line above price line. So let me erase yesterday's numbers. If you didn't wish the Lion King a happy birthday yesterday, you can do it today. Say happy belated. Let's see here. We've got to keep buying pressure, maintaining some buying pressure for the day today, we got to stay above 160. So that's what I'm going to write down for the 1-hour chart. On the 4-hour chart, we have lagging line above price line, conversion is above base. Price is all over the conversion, but that's okay. It should separate at some point and be above the conversion. And we did drive through the cloud over the last 2 days, so we don't have a green cloud forming until going into next week, perhaps maybe like midweek next week, which is where price usually likes to drive down through. Up through red. You drive through red lights, you you stop at green lights. No, that's not how it works. It's such a confusing indicator in some instances, but anyways, one's staying above the conversion line is going to be the key goal for the day today, which right now is at 157. In the next 4-hour candle, it'll probably be a little bit higher, around 160. So 160 is the big number for us for the day, guys. If we can maintain above 160 for Ape, I think we should have some good price movement. Taking a look at a 1-hour chart for AMC. Lagging line is above price line, conversions above base, and the price is above conversion. We did get our first touch for most of the day yesterday into the conversion. Usually when it's the second time that you see price touching conversion is where you start seeing price drop down to at least the base, and that's kind of when price starts to fall. We are in green cloud territory, which means price could start moving in that direction at any given time. So we'll have to continue to watch this. If price does hit that conversion line, watch for it to drop down to the base. If it touches base, it could fall through a little bit here, and we may see price heading towards the bottom of the to break through this cloud, perhaps maybe on Monday, which is going to be around the bottom of the cloud here would be around 569. So as it stands right now, our main goal for the day today is going to be just keeping price off of base, which right now is 596. So that's the number I'll write down for AMC. 1 hour is 596. That number will likely continue to go upwards as price is moving upwards, so that number will kind of move a little bit as the day goes forward. Taking a look at the 4-hour chart, we've got lagging line above price line, conversion above base. Price has already touched down on the conversion line once, not twice, but we are still moving up. Do note that we've printed a TD9 here. Normally speaking, when you print a TD9, you're going to start making it back down to the simple moving average. So pulling up my Bollinger Band in here, you can see that price may get a little bit of, actually that's not true. Usually it's when you hit the Bollinger Bands, but I have my Bollinger Bands set up for a lower time frame. My guess is we've probably hit these Bollinger Bands on a 2 sigma. Let me change it real quick here and just see. Yeah, that's not what I want. Yeah. Yeah, we're hitting the top of the Bollinger Bands on this. More than likely, price is going to try and start heading down towards that simple moving average, which is going to be obviously it's going to price is going to come down to meet it as this is coming upwards. So you may see it happen over like a 1 or 2 day period because I am looking at a 4-hour time interval. But we could be seeing this happen somewhere starting next week. My guess would be we would see that price push down going into next week. Probably, an attempt to try and kill or collect on a lot of the derivatives that are purchased or options that are purchased this week going into next week. So watch out. The cow patties are set up for you. Be mindful of, what is that? How does it go? I got my mind on my money and my money on my mind. Something like that. That's all I got for you guys. That's it. Let me look up. We got about 30 more minutes here before we get the earnings report coming in live, and I need to get that up on the screen here for you guys so that we can hear what's going on with that. Volume. We're gonna get our pokey stick of volume here in about 6 minutes. Danny says, "Oh snap, Casey just won gangsta." That doesn't happen very often. There's not a gangster bone in my body, unfortunately. I don't think. It's sad. It's sad. I have no gangster in me. There's not a slight bit of gangster in me, unfortunately. I'd love to believe that there is some there somewhere, but I just don't have it. Casey Chronic. All right, let me open up the live feed from from AMC real quick, and we'll get this. See if we can't get this earnings report showing up here.
Yeah, they just released it.
Oh yeah, start reading.
Total revenues grew 21.5% to 954.4 million. Net loss improved by 101.9 million to 235.5 million. Let's see. Diluted loss per share was 17% compared to 33.
So then that
Adjusted EBITDA.
go ahead.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say adjusted EBITDA improved by 68.8 million to 7.1 million. Net cash used in operating was 189.9 million. I'll keep looking.
Give me 1 second here, guys. I'm trying to. I don't remember my passwords. Maybe I don't have one set up there. All right, let's try this again. Oh, sure. Now I gotta check my inbox. All right, cool. I feel like they change up the method by which they stream these calls from. Because I feel like I sign up for something almost like every time. It's like, oh, it's a new one. Almost there. And we got our pokey stick of volume coming here. Let's see here. Sign in to continue. All right, I think I'm in. One moment, making magic happen. I am in.
Greetings and welcome to the AMC
That's the fourth quarter. I don't want the fourth quarter. All right, we're getting the pokey stick of volume setting in here. There we go. $15 minutes. So in 15 minutes, I can sign up for the webcast. So I got to wait about 15 more minutes here. Pokey stick of volume for AMC. Volume was 206,000 shares. You can see the volume is pretty big here, guys. We've got 308,000 shares in volume so far for the day today. That is definitely going to be increasing my volume prediction for the day today on AMC. Whew, it's been a hot minute since we've seen this kind of volume. Let's see here. 5, so 50. maybe we're looking at around 60 million shares, I think is what we may be looking at here for AMC for the day to day. So I'm probably gonna go 50 to 70 on volume prediction for the day on AMC. I'm gonna go, yeah, 50 to 70 million shares volume on AMC. And then on Ape, Pokestick of volume coming in at 56,000 shares, giving us a total of 124,000 shares traded. This one's a little bit smaller, so we're probably looking at about 20 to 40 million shares. So we're looking at about 50 to 70 million shares in AMC and 20 to 40 on Ape. Is what I would kind of forecast for. And in about 13 minutes, I'll be able to. We should start seeing some more borrowing of shares here, guys. Watch that. Watch the. I'm gonna update it real quick here, but watch Stonko tracker on the page here. I'm gonna refresh it. We probably will see some shares getting borrowed here in no time, more than likely, to combat any kind of price movement upwards that we might see. Danny says, Casey, wake me up when we hit 100 million daily volume. Will do. Wolfie, welcome. I see Nana's saying, get the biscuits and gravy. I think, Hun, did you make biscuits and gravy yesterday, or is that today? Oh, nice. My wife's making biscuits and gravy this morning. Matt says they killed earnings. Jason says watching price on TD seeing 0.1 cents spread at times. It just means that there's a big difference between what somebody wants to bid and what they want to ask for. Usually, the larger the spread, the more I would say that the more desirable the price, the stock price. What am I trying to say? There's more buying pressure. Usually, when the larger the spread that you see on that, usually means that there's more buying pressure to the top side. Not always, but I feel like oftentimes that's the case. It could it could be it could there are times where it could be the spread could be really big, and it could end up being downwards momentum as well. So I've seen it both ways, honestly. So if you look at the price movement, it's if it's moving large amounts in one direction or the other, and there's a big spread, then that just means that there's a lot of buying pressure or there's a lot of selling pressure, one of the two. But I feel like Lucas says EPS 19%, negative 0.13 versus negative 0.16. Rev 1%, 954.4 million versus 941.93. Nice. Vivian, good morning.
Oh yeah, I just noticed that. It just happenstance that we had a correction on our EPS, right?
Did we? Did we have a correction?
Yeah, because they were saying
Was 16 before, wasn't it?
2 minutes earlier they were saying we missed it by 1 penny, 17 cents to 16, and then they corrected it 13 to 16.
Yeah, I think it was, if
So,
I remember correctly, I think it was 16 2 days ago. I feel like it
so
was.
we had 13 cents loss, which beat estimate. I mean, that was a 4 cent difference. So that's much better.
Mm-hmm. Glenn says we need to keep the pressure on and support the theaters in this quarter. I agree. We got about just a little less than 10 minutes from now, and I'll be able to actually join the room for this meeting. It looks like they're saying that you can't join the webcast until 15 minutes before start time. So in about 8 minutes from now, I'll be checking to join in.
Yeah, it looks like they borrowed another 100,000, then they returned another 100,000, then they borrowed 100,000.
Let's check it out here. I'll put it up on the main screen here so everybody can see it. We need to keep track of this. So here was the 200K that I got this morning. They returned 100, borrowed 100. So we're now at 300,000 shares having been borrowed so far this morning. We'll keep watching that.
Do you know Prime versus IMAX? Is IMAX like higher tier than Prime?
That's actually, I don't know. That's a great question. Because Prime's kind of a new thing, right? I mean, we just read about that just the other day. It sounds to me like how Laser was like one of their newer versions, and I think Laser's getting upgraded to Prime or because I think what it sounds like is that Prime is it's a new newer technology, so maybe it's a little bit better, a little higher quality than the lasers. So maybe we'll start seeing some of the laser screens turning into Prime screens, perhaps.
Yeah, because I'm curious. Because my theater has IMAX laser, so I'm trying to figure out what.
Yeah, because I'm pretty sure that laser was that was I can't remember the name of the company, but I'm pretty sure that was that's who was providing that technology to AMC instead of this Prime. I think is supposed to replace the laser. I think. Let me check something real quick here, because are you saying you still have laser showing up in your movie theater?
Yeah, give me a sec.
I'm pulling mine up right now to see if they've. My theater actually, when they came out, when they announced the laser projectors, my one of my movie theaters here locally had those pretty quickly. So let me just check and see. I'm seeing. I am not seeing. I'm not seeing laser anymore. Laser is not showing up on my movie theater anymore. Let me try another movie and see if that makes a difference. Oh, yeah, I don't see. Yeah, it could be that maybe they're gonna get upgrades.
I'm just curious. Mine, like, I think that the top tier is IMAX with laser.
Mm-hmm.
That's the Guardian of the Galaxy, and then we have like 3 of those, and then we have Dolby, and then we have real D 3D, and then we have digital.
Real D. Real D 3D. Yeah, we got that's what I have. That's what I'm seeing as well. I got Dolby Cinema, then I've got Real D 3D, and then actually I think the laser ones are now saying AMC Dine-In next to the ones that used to say laser are now saying Dine-In. And I think what'll probably end up happening is those will probably end up turning into perhaps the Prime theaters. Maybe. I don't know. We'll see.
If you have a dine-in AMC, I envy you. We used to have a dine-in theater in my city, but that was like 20 years ago, and they closed. And I really love that atmosphere.
It's nice. It really is nice. And you go in there, you order the foods you want. The only problem that I have, and it's been driving me nuts. Like every time we go in there, they never have some of the stuff that we want to order. It's like the food is just flying off the shelf. Like they can't keep anything in stock long enough to have all the stuff on their the popular items anyways on their menu. And so it's so frustrating because it's like you're going and you're like, oh, I'm a really good I want that Western burger or whatever it's called. They've got a Western burger that they have, and I'm like, I'm gonna get that. And then I get there and they're like, we don't have that today, and I'm like, dang it.
Maybe you can write a little letter and print it out and hand it to them, and they can take it as feedback.
I just order something else. I don't really. It doesn't. Yeah. Let's see. We've got Jason saying, Casey or anyone else, did we make profit or still in the negative for Q1? It looks like we're still. I think we're still negative, but Adam Aaron, is it? I think is it saying that we beat we beat revenue estimates, but we're still negative. I think most estimates that I was reading over this last couple days was somewhere between 0.16 and 0.18, if I remember correctly, and it's looking like we did 0.13. Apex is saying 0.13. I didn't do price prediction tally this morning. I need to do it. I got about 2 more minutes here, and I need to kind of figure out where we're going to go in price. Let me take a look and see what we got going on here. Let's see. Uh-oh. What's the poll? Who kicks the ice under the fridge? My wife wants to poll who kicks the ice under the fridge. Did you just kick an ice cube under the fridge? She says I always do. Yeah, it's like you get to that age and you're like, I'm not gonna bend over and pick up that ice cube. I'm just gonna kick it right on underneath. I do the same thing. If it's one ice cube, if it's a couple ice cubes, I always go and pick them up. But Jesus United Church says that feeds the roaches. We don't have any of those guys. We got to feed the gnomes that keep the fridge cold. The little tiny gnome Eskimos. You know what, Funky Pizza Records? My dog is so weird. He will not eat ice cubes. He won't eat ice cubes. He won't eat food off the floor like most dogs do. Like I have to tell him to do it. He won't. He'll see something spill on the floor and he'll just be like, well, they're gonna clean that up. And then I have to go like, okay, come and get. I'm like, come get it. And then he comes over and he looks at me and he's like, are you sure? And I'm like, yeah, go ahead. It's the strangest thing I've ever seen. Let me do my price prediction tally for the day today. Let me see what I got going on here. Are they going to drop the price today, or are they going to wait until Monday to do it? That's the question. I am seeing.
Sorry, your dog's like, are you sure you don't want that?
He's like, are you sure? He probably looks at me. He's like, look, you guys kick ice cubes under the fridge. I know what it's like. I'm not eating this. Let's see. I think we're gonna be up. I think we're gonna be up today. But I think they're gonna probably do the reversal on us tomorrow, Monday. I'm gonna go with. Let me zoom out here just a tad bit. I'm gonna go with a close of $5.99. I know that sounds like so bearish compared to where the fact that we're at 614 right now, but I'm actually gonna go. I have a full feeling that they're gonna try and push us down to $5.99 and just really kind of screw some people over that's got options. $5.99 is going to be my guesstimate for. Glenn says, "Boo." I'm going $5.99 on AMC and Ape. Let's see here, and then I'm going to go log back into the earnings report. What are we doing on Ape? On Ape, I'm going to go one. I think 160 where we're at. I think we close about, because that would still be up for the day. I'm going to go 161 just for the hell of it. It should round out my numbers. 760. So that means I'm going to be going 610 to 910 for my price prediction for the day today. All right, I'm 610 to 910. Final answer. Let me log into this earnings report.
They just returned another 100,000.
Hopefully you guys can hear the music. I just noticed that your sound was probably, people were probably having a hard time hearing you. I didn't realize your sound was low.
Oh, mine?
Yeah, now they should be able to hear you now pretty good.
Okay. Morning.
The Lion King says Casey's a shill. Oh man. I hope we have this. I hope we see numbers that we couldn't even possibly imagine today. Vlixen says $6.80 to $7 and back down to $6 by the end of the day. That's kind of what I'm expecting, actually, Vlixen. Yeah, something very, very much like that. I can fully see us moving up to that 680, 7 range, and then a hard drive towards the end of the day to get us back down. And I think a lot of it's going to be to control volume. To kind of stop any kind of potential large quantities of volume that's going to be rolling in. I'm going to go back up to somebody posted up. I'm looking for somebody who posted up the numbers, some of the quantified numbers here, and let's see, I'm gonna pin it up top. Yeah, I'll do Apex's numbers. So far this morning, chat, hold on a second here. Let me just check it out real quick here and verify the most current numbers. Okay, yeah, only 300,000 shares having been borrowed so far that I've seen, but I imagine that there's going to be more. Total revenues grew 21.5% to $954 million. Net loss improved by $101.9 million to $235.5 million. Adjusted net loss was $179.7 million compared to an adjusted net loss of $266.3 million. Diluted loss per share was 0.17 compared to a diluted loss per share of 0.33. so they nearly cut that in half, not quite. Adjusted diluted loss per share was 0.13 compared to an adjusted diluted loss per share of 0.26. That was cut in half. Adjusted EBITDA was improved by 68.8 million to 7.1 million. Net cash used in operating activities for the quarter was 189.9 million. Non-GAAP operating cash burn for the quarter was 139.4 million compared to 223.9 million. So they dropped about 100 million cash burn on this Q1. I think a lot of people are estimating that Q2 very well could possibly lead towards a no cash burn quarter. So available liquidity at March 31st, 2023 was 703 million, including 208.1 million of undrawn capacity under the company's revolving credit facility. So if we can move to a cash net burn of 0 without any kind of changes or burning or purchases or acquisitions that are made, then during that time, then we may see a net positive number going into the next Q2. And let me get a screenshot for you guys here.
So Casey, the earning report's in 8 minutes. What time are your guests today?
One of the guests will be at the very end of the day.
Okay.
So that's I don't know on the other one. So I have
like 2:30 Central for the other one, or 2, or
yeah, I'm figuring normally probably the last 30 minutes for the last one, the last 30 minutes of the day. So instead of doing the normal back of the big tramp, I'm just gonna have the guest speaker instead, and then the other guest speaker will probably be I don't know. As soon as I can get you guys a time, I'll let you know.
Okay.
We got about 7 more minutes here, guys, before the meeting starts. I don't know. Can you guys read that information that I've got posted up there? How about a name? Sure, why not? I think the day of the committal was there. So one of the names is Cat Stryker. Cat will be on later today to talk. And then the other name, I actually haven't asked her what she wants to be called by. So I got to be really careful here because I do know the real name here, but she goes by the Egyptian Alchemist on Twitter. So if you've seen that before, and what happened was I was in a space call one day just listening, and she told this story, an amazing story in the space call, and I was like, I sent her a DM and I said, I gotta have you come on the live stream and tell that story. That is just an amazing, incredible story. I'm like, that I love the way that you framed it. It was the best story ever. I'm like, please come and tell that same story on the live stream. And just because historically speaking, it was, in my mind, it was an epic story. And I was like, man, we got to have that. We need that story told here. So, and recorded. I agree, Funky Pizza Records. I agree. But I kind of figured, on a day like today, we've got some, with the earnings report, I think a lot of people are going to be excited. I don't know if the price is going to be up or down for the day today. I hope up. And I couldn't think of a better way, regardless of whether the price is moving up or down, than to really stay positive than having those two people come and talk and telling their stories. So that's what I'm doing. We got about 4 minutes here, guys, before the meeting starts. I'm probably going to exit out of the back of the big tramp when the meeting does start. Tech, just so you guys know. Oh, also Preacher's in here too. Just because I want to make sure that I can turn the sound up without having any kind of problems.
Sounds good. Thanks for having us.
Thanks for being here. Mac and Bees, that's the I'm sitting in the waiting room for the quarterly meeting, so that's what that background music is. Jay says, no break time, Casey. That's right. No break for me.
Yeah, so I'm sharing the Reuters article. AMC Entertainment Beast estimates for quarterly revenue.
Can you guys read the what I've got, the summary, the first quarter 2023 compared to first quarter 2022? Can you read that data on the page? Or is it too blurry?
Yeah, I can read it.
Okay. Jesus, don't do that. Don't single people out for averages, because some people may not like to. It may make some people feel bad. I find that it's probably best to not discuss those kind of things, because it can make somebody feel like they're. It can just kind of put up some walls.
Oh, actually, if you're talking about snipping tool, is it possible to get that one a little bigger?
Okay. Let me try. When I blow it up, it blurs it a little bit. So, hold on a second. Let me see if I can get a better screenshot of this. We're gonna get. I mean, they're gonna come on here and talk anyways in just a second. But let me see if I can get a better screenshot. Happy Cinco de Mayo, by the way, everybody.
Cheers.
All right, let me get you guys this proper screenshot here. I think by changing the background on this, it'll probably help in regards to seeing it. Is that a little bit better? Or does it still need to be bigger?
Kind of hard to tell. Yeah, if you do that and drag it over, yeah, that's better. Because and then a little bit more to the left. Like, I think you pulled it a little bit too far to the right. If you can get rid of the bullet points, or
get rid of the bullet points, but I mean, yeah.
Well, I mean, it shows a little more of the information.
There's nothing over there. It just says undrawn capacity near the company's revolving credit facility, so it's not really anything that needs to be seen.
That's good there. That's good. Thank you.
All right, it's time for the meeting. I'm gonna back out of the back of the big tramp here, and we should be getting this meeting starting here soon. See you guys in a bit. Let me make sure the sound is up for you guys. Yeah, Mega Hulk says, I think we only had a week of sales in Q1 for the, and I think you're referencing the popcorn Mega Hulk. The one thing I don't know is whether or not AMC was able to pick up a complete purchase by Walmart for, even though the sales were only going through for the first week in the supermarket, they may have actually been able to pick up a bundle package purchase from Walmart to get the first shipment out. So I don't know how that's going to reflect on this quarterly report, but we'll find out. I haven't actually looked through the quarterly yet. I really just kind of wanted to just hear it. I'm more of an audio person than I am a visual person. So actually, that's not true. Visually, I'm a very visual person, but I don't like reading stuff, so I'd rather have it told to me. So I'll probably just wait. If you guys want, I can provide a link for you to the quarterly earnings report if you'd like. Let me just open this up here. I can give you the 8K. Let's see here. Reopen close tab. I can give you the 8K, or I can just give you the or the 8K is going to be like the condensed version, which that's probably just going to be the easiest. I'll just post that one up. Polito, we did beat estimates. Paul says in Boston, Adam Aaron stated AMC earns about $1 on a bag of popcorn. You know, I was kind of estimating somewhere close to about $1. That's kind of interesting that he would say that. That's interesting. That was with some help that I had from somebody who works at Walmart, so. No, it wasn't. It's not. I don't believe it's positive 0.13. It's negative 0.13. Because notice, guys, it says adjusted diluted loss per share was 0.13 compared to an adjusted diluted loss per share of 0.26 last year. So it's not positive 0.13, it's negative 0.13, but it still beats estimates though, which is good. We're on the right track. Still waiting on this quarterly meeting here. I'm still sitting here. You're saying they're talking on the quarterly video. I'm sitting here. I'm not hearing it. I'm on a webcast as well. I'm not hearing it. Let me try leaving and coming back in.
Box office up in North America by some 29% quarter to quarter versus last year, growing to more than $1.7 billion in the quarter. And industry-wide attendance in movie theaters in our markets across Europe has risen even closer to pre-pandemic levels, higher to pre-pandemic norms than even the surging North American box office gained. Incidentally, that clearly growing industry box office has continued in April and so far in May. The April domestic box office was up about 58%, for example, and there is a flood of potential hit movies still to be released in the remainder of 2023. We previously indicated that we expected the 2023 industry-wide domestic box office to be up 15 to 25% or more over that of 2022. Well, now, with the big start this year, we now believe the 23 domestic box office will be up 20 to 30% over last year. The second development in Q1 is that our shareholders at our March 14 special meeting voted by an enormous margin, by fully 88% in favor, to only 12% opposed or abstaining, to our proposal to combine our Ape preferred units and AMC common shares. Of the AMC common shares that were voted, 72% voted yes. Of the Ape holders that were voted, 91% voted yes. As a result, AMC should be able to raise significant equity capital to outlast the pandemic's lingering aftermath affecting our cash reserves, to help us pay down debt, or for attractive M&A opportunities, as well as for other growth initiatives. AMC's unique and singular ability to raise capital since 2020 has been one of the key reasons for our success in avoiding the fate of other movie theater chains, big and small, that didn't make it. Our continued ability to raise capital is what gives us unbridled confidence in AMC's future. We thank our shareholders for the real wisdom shown in their votes of March of 2023. We are also aware that there is angst among some of the holders of a considerably smaller number that voted against our proposal. We hope to convince you over time that the majority of shares that were cast voted in favor of strategies and actions which will generate the best long-term results for AMC. Let's turn back to the box office. First, there were many movies that were in theaters in Q1 that had extraordinary appeal. Thank you above all to James Cameron for Avatar: The Way of Water. At a current gross of $2.3 billion globally, it's the third highest grossing movie in the history of cinema. And need I remind any of you that we are a mere 19 months and 14 days away from Avatar 3 gracing our AMC and Odeon screens. It will be a Merry Christmas indeed in 2024. But it wasn't just Avatar that resonated with consumers in Q1. 9 different movies won their week as the highest grossing films across the week of Q1. And the news is not only that there were more big movies in our theaters in Q1, there were more movies, period. Q1 proved out to be precisely true in what we have been predicting. The quantity of films now coming out theatrically is rising. If you look at wide releases, defined as films grossing $5 million or more domestically, there were 35 such movies in Q1 2023 versus only 26 in Q1 of 2022. That's a 34.6% increase in the supply of theatrically released films, regardless of their ticket sales numbers in dollars. As we look at the whole of the year, we continue to expect a similar substantial increase in the total movie count throughout the remainder of the year of movies being released theatrically. For more context, back to Q1, this year was the best first quarter domestic box office since March 31 of 2020. And while still in a recovery mode, at 72% of 2019's pre-pandemic first quarter, the first quarter of 2023 represents a significant improvement compared to last year's first quarter, which was only 56% of 2019 levels. 56% a year ago, 72% this year. Still rising. As for AMC, the first quarter's box office success for the industry translated into AMC's strongest start in 4 full years. AMC exceeded consensus market expectations for revenue. We exceeded consensus market expectations for adjusted EBITDA and exceeded consensus market expectations for adjusted net income, as well as exceeding consensus market expectations for adjusted EPS. AMC enjoyed a 21% growth in global revenues to $954 million and a $69 million improvement in adjusted EBITDA, up from a $62 million loss in EBITDA a year ago to positive $7 million this year. Indeed, Q1 of 2023, combined with Q4 of 2022, marked the first 2 consecutive quarters of positive adjusted EBITDA since March of 2020. More than 47 million guests visited an AMC theater worldwide in the first quarter of 2023. 47 million guests stands in stark contrast to the naysayers and doomtellers of conventional wisdom who loudly but wrongly predicted that movie theaters were dead and an anachronism of bygone days. Those 47 million people tell us, as we have known for years and years, that movie theaters are very much alive and very much the center of the cultural fabric of the United States for years and decades to come. Also, as those 47 million guests came into our theaters, boy, did they eat and drink. Our food and beverage revenues per patron were eye-popping at $6.90 per patron globally and $7.99 per patron in the United States. This is so far above pre-pandemic consumption, and it's occurring in a very high-margin business for us. When they walk through our doors, AMC guests also continue to seek out premium large format screens, or PLFs as they're known, where AMC already has a commanding competitive lead. AMC is the largest IMAX operator in the world outside of China, and about half of the IMAX screens in the United States can be found in AMC theaters. Similarly exciting, we're the only operator of Dolby Cinema screens in the United States, and continue to have a contractual exclusive on Dolby Cinema going forward in the U.S. market. Our premium large format screens often over-index 5 or 6-fold in box office revenues or more in the box office grosses that they bring to AMC. That's compared to a non-PLF AMC screen. So over the next 1 to 3 years, you will see us continue to invest in our PLFs. We intend to upgrade a significant number of IMAX screens to IMAX with laser. And we intend to increase the number of our PLFs by adding more IMAX screens and by adding more Dolby Cinema screens. We also expect to significantly grow the numbers of our private label house-branded PLF screens called Private AMC in the United States and Middle East and iSense in Europe. We're not only making AMC a more compelling experience for moviegoers through more and better PLF screens, we have also contracted to install laser projectors in about half of our U.S. screens over the next 3 calendar years. Laser projection increases the light levels on our screens by 50% to 100%, which makes the pictures much brighter, much sharper, and more vivid. It's also our biggest green initiative ever in our company's history, as laser projection consumes far less energy and there are no xenon bulbs to throw away in landfills. Installation of laser at AMC started back in 2022, and it is going extremely well. The fact that I'm talking about the investments we will be making in upgrading and enhancing our product is in itself enlightening and revealing. During the height of the pandemic, when we were fighting for survival, long-term planning around here was like a week from Thursday. But now, as we become ever so much more confident in AMC's vitality, we can actually look forward again to our longer-term future and specifically how we can improve the appeal of our theaters and how we can grow and transform AMC through M&A activity. Make no mistake, we are not out of the woods yet. The box office, while elevated, is not yet back at 2019 levels. And I previously indicated that I believe COVID will be a 5-year detour for the movie industry. We just started the 4th year in our ramp up to eventual normality. But we are indeed on an improving ramp. Domestic box office revenues, as a basic placeholder of size for our industry, was above $11 billion for 5 years in a row between 2015 and 2019. But it was only $2 billion in 2020, then $4.5 billion in 2021, $7.5 billion in 2022, and no guarantees here, but we believe the domestic box office revenues are likely to be $9 billion or considerably more than that in 2023. That also is an upwards ramp. Or look at AMC EBITDA, which was $771 million in 2019. Incredibly, seemingly overnight, it sank to minus $999 million in calendar year 2020, minus $292 million a year in 2021. A positive but paltry $46 million in 2022. And if you combine first quarter actual results for 2023 with analyst consensus estimates for quarters 2, 3, and 4 of 2023, that EBITDA number would be hundreds of millions of dollars higher in 2023 than was the case in our 2022 results. Look at the trend. $771 million pre-pandemic, falling to negative $999, negative $292, positive $46, hundreds of millions of dollars higher than that now. Again, that's a confidence building and encouraging upwards ramp. In summary, we just posted encouraging and excellent Q1 results, and we have excellent things coming down the pipe for moviegoers as we go forward. I'll be back to talk briefly about a few other important topics after Sean goes into more detail about our operational and financing results. Our CFO, Sean Goodman.
Thank you, Adam. And thanks everyone for joining us this morning. 2023 is off to a really good start, with our consolidated revenue up 21.5% or 24% in constant currency compared to the first quarter of 2022. The highlight of this being food and beverage revenue. Food and beverage revenue is up 30% or 32% in constant currency versus the same period last year. Overall, our attendance increased by almost 22% over Q1 2022. Revenue per patron was in line with the prior year, or up 1.7% in constant currency at $20.45. And it's worth noting that this revenue per patron is some 36% higher in constant currency than pre-pandemic in 2019. In the North American business, the total revenue increased by 25.1% compared to Q1 of 2022, with admissions revenue per patron decreasing by 1.5% to $11.87, and food and beverage revenue per patron increasing by 6.2% to $7.99. This is an all-time record. Note that admissions revenue per patron in the quarter was impacted by an increased proportion of discount tickets during our Tuesday discount program and A-list subscription member attendance. In the international business, on a constant currency basis, total revenue increased by 21% compared to Q1 of 2022, with admissions revenue per patron increasing nearly 6% to $10.61, and food and beverage revenue per patron increasing by 12.5% to $4.96. This is another all-time record. And this growth is further supported by increased premium format or PLF penetration, with PLF revenue representing 29.2% of domestic admissions revenue in Q1 2023. And this compares to 21.7% in the first quarter of 2022 and 19.9% in Q1 of 2019. And in our international markets, premium format revenue represented 24.1% of admissions revenue compared to 13.1% in Q1 of 2022 and 10.6% in Q1 of 2019. Clearly, guests are increasingly appreciating the premium experience offered by our IMAX Dolby and AMC Prime offerings. Our strong revenue growth per patron is being achieved as guests increasingly choose the premium auditoriums and indulge in our innovative food and beverage offerings, including movie-themed cocktails and collectible items. Our initiatives to optimize revenue, including blockbuster pricing, are yielding positive results, and the increased adoption of our industry-leading AMC app and targeted marketing initiatives are all helping to drive revenue growth. Looking forward, we will maintain our focus on the overall guest experience in order to drive our key performance metrics, including 1, our loyalty programs and the AMC app, 2, our food and beverage innovations, 3, sight and sound experiences through advanced laser projection technology and premium offerings, and 4, diversification initiatives such as the successful launch of the AMC ready-to-eat and microwave popcorn and the AMC branded credit card. All of the above, of course, to be achieved while paying very close attention to our overall operating efficiency. Before moving on to talk about the balance sheet, I do want to just point out that our consolidated statement of operations includes a charge of $126 million related to the potential settlement of litigation in the Delaware courts brought by the Allegheny County Employees Retirement System et al. $10 million of this charge represents estimated legal fees, net of estimated insurance recoveries, and is included as a reduction in our adjusted EBITDA for the quarter. If excluded, the adjusted EBITDA would have been $17 million. And $116 million represents a non-cash estimate of the value of the settlement, which is subject to court approval, and this is included in net income, but excluded from adjusted net income. Moving to the balance sheet. We ended the quarter with liquidity of $704 million. This is comprised of $496 million of cash and cash equivalents and $208 million of undrawn credit facilities. During the quarter, net cash used in operating activities was $190 million, and non-GAAP operating cash burn, which represents cash from operating activities after deducting capital expenditures and before both debt servicing costs and deferred rent payback, was $139 million. This compares to a non-GAAP operating cash burn of $224 million in Q1 of 2022. Note that our cash burn in the first quarter was, as anticipated, adversely impacted by normal seasonal first quarter working capital needs. We are anticipating an improvement in cash flow during the remainder of 2023. During the quarter, we made significant progress in strengthening our balance sheet. We raised $155.4 million of gross equity capital through APE unit issuances. We repurchased approximately $103.5 million of debt at an average discount of 45.4%, and we reduced the principal amount of our debt by an additional $100 million through a debt for equity exchange. The net result of all this in the first quarter is a $208.5 million reduction in the principal amount of interest-bearing debt during Q1 of 2023. During the quarter, we also strengthened our balance sheet by repaying approximately $33.6 million of deferred rent, reducing our deferred rent liability to $123.6 million at March 31st, 2023. One might recall that back in March of 2021, this deferred rent balance was $473 million. And so over the last 24 months, we have lowered the deferred rent liability by nearly $350 million. All told, including the decrease in deferred rent, we have reduced our liabilities by a total of $242 million thus far in 2023 alone. And if one goes back to the beginning of 2022, the reduction in liabilities is $620 million. Strengthening the balance sheet is an ongoing priority. And to that end, so far in the second quarter, we have already raised another $34.2 million of gross equity proceeds, and we have bought back another $9 million of debt. And during the remainder of 2023, we plan to further reduce the deferred rent balance by another $50 to $70 million, reducing this liability to approximately $50 to $75 million by the end of this year. Note that we have fully issued the Ape units that were available for issuance under the most recent September 2022 at-the-market equity program. Our capital allocation priorities, these remain unchanged. 1, liquidity. 2, reducing financial leverage and strengthening the balance sheet. 3, investing in our existing business. And 4, investing in value-enhancing growth and diversification initiatives. CapEx net of landlord contributions was $41 million in Q1 of 2023, and consistent with our previous guidance, we expect net CapEx for 2023 to be in the range of $150 to $200 million. Actively managing our theater portfolio also continues to represent a profit enhancement opportunity. During the first quarter, we added 1 new theater and we closed 21, which includes the 13 Saudi theaters. This brings the total number of locations closed since the pandemic began to 136, and the total new locations opened to 55 for a net reduction of 81 locations. The combined 55 new locations continue to substantially outperform the 136 closed locations prior to their closings, and they also continue to outperform our underwriting expectations. Looking forward, we're optimistic about the future and the opportunities to strengthen and diversify our business while continuing to enhance our financial position as we progress along our recovery glide path. And with that, I'll hand the webcast back over to Adam to provide an update on our strategic initiatives. Adam.
Thank you, Sean. Our goal as leaders of AMC is to increase the value of the company over the long term for our shareholders. We do this by efficiently managing our operations and taking decisive actions to provide the best products, services, and experiences for our guests, which in turn drives revenues and profit growth. At the same time, we seek to invest in the development of our business, enhancement of our theater footprint, and the growth through value-creating diversification initiatives. Over the last 3 years, we have operated in an extremely challenging environment, as you all know. Survival was our primary focus. That is changing now. It is finally starting to be time again when AMC can focus not only on surviving, but instead on thriving. Thus far this morning, you've heard about the progress we're making in our ongoing recovery. I'd now like to provide an update on some of the key strategic initiatives we're implementing to help transform AMC in a post-pandemic operating environment. In that light, I'd like to highlight 4 other recent developments. First, our retail popcorn launch. On March 11th, the day before Oscars Sunday, we launched AMC's ready-to-eat perfectly popcorn for an exclusive 6-month engagement at about 550 locations of the nation's largest retailer, Walmart. As you know, AMC's perfectly popcorn hits special aisle end caps with 3 varieties of ready-to-eat popcorn: classic butter, extra butter, and lightly salted. Sales were brisk. In fact, so much so that most of the Walmarts sold out of their initial supply. Not only are we very pleased by the initial positive consumer reaction, but so too Walmart is pleased. Importantly, the second phase of our exclusive Walmart launch began on April 29th, when we scaled up the supply chain with the distribution of AMC's ready-to-eat popcorn hitting the shelves at approximately 2,600 Walmart stores and for shipping nationally in the United States on Walmart.com. AMC's microwave popcorn was also introduced at that time at Walmarts across the country as well. As was the case back in March, again, in the early days, sales are brisk. We think that our home popcorn is going to turn into a substantial business for AMC. We are already currently exploring opportunities for its eventual expansion into other grocery store chains and to other e-commerce and other channels once Walmart's exclusivity ends. Second development, we kept a promise to our shareholders in launching the AMC Entertainment branded credit card. In partnership with Visa, a world leader in digital payments, and Deserve, a leading mobile-first fintech credit card platform, the rewards-rich AMC Entertainment Visa card is the only credit card that earns in-theater rewards whenever it's used. AMC Entertainment Visa card holders earn extra AMC Stubs points, which they can use as currency, rewards they get with every purchase made on their AMC Entertainment Visa card. That card exemplifies AMC's ongoing commitment to delivering tangible benefits both to our guests and to our shareholders while reinforcing our bond with our devoted movie-going patrons. Third development, the creation of Ape units in August of 22 was vital for AMC. It resulted in our being able to raise $418 million of much-needed gross cash proceeds, allowing us to boost our liquidity and reduce debt, including deferred rent, by more than $470 million. Indeed, AMC is unequivocally, financially, a stronger company today as a result of our having created Ape units. Nonetheless, despite having the same economic and voting rights as our AMC common shares, Ape units have consistently traded at a substantial discount to AMC common shares. That discount creates inefficiencies that increase our cost of capital and cause unnecessary and preventable dilution. Therefore, after careful thought, the AMC board presented proposals to amend our corporate charters to simplify our capital structure via a reverse stock split and a conversion of Ape units into AMC common shares. Based on your vote on March 14 to approve such amendments, we think our shareholders overwhelmingly agree with the importance of doing this. However, in response to litigation about this shareholder vote, we worked with the plaintiffs and found common ground to settle our differences, which, if approved, will allow the charter amendments to be implemented in accordance with the affirmative shareholder vote. Because that proposed settlement is currently under review by the Delaware Chancery Court, we do not intend during this call to discuss this litigation further. And the fourth development, we are so appreciative that Hollywood studios again seem to recognize the incredible value creation of theatrical exhibition. In recent years, some studios were prioritizing their streaming services over the theaters. Today, the talk in Hollywood is flipped. Movie makers know there is money to be made in theaters, and studio after studio is rushing to increase the number of movies that they release first theatrically. Traditional studios aren't the only ones interested in launching films on the big screen. Amazon Studios just theatrically released their wonderful movie about the true story of Nike introducing the Air Jordan sneaker. Air, starring Ben Affleck and Matt Damon, has enjoyed more than $47 million of domestic box office success, and it received far greater consumer acclaim and awareness than it would have had it been released directly to streaming without a theatrical release first. And we look forward to showing 2 Apple theatrical releases later this year. The highly anticipated Killers of the Flower Moon, distributed by Paramount, directed by Martin Scorsese, and starring Leonardo DiCaprio and Robert De Niro. In addition, the riveting movie Napoleon, distributed by Sony, directed by Ridley Scott, and starring Joaquin Phoenix. These initial releases by Amazon and Apple could be just the tip of the iceberg of new content for AMC. There have been numerous press reports that these two tech giants each plan to spend about $1 billion per year on movies that will be headed first to theaters prior to going on streaming platforms. This means that you'll be able to watch in the friendly confines of an AMC theater or an Odeon cinema on our big screens, Amazon and Apple movies that's potentially $2 billion of new content annually headed for theatrical release. We can't wait to showcase their films. So, in conclusion on this call, we could not be more optimistic about the prospects for the movie slate of films coming out during the remainder of 23, except only to say that 2024 looks even better. The 2023 Q1 financial results, coupled with a strong start to the second quarter, make us confident about the path we are on towards an ongoing recovery for AMC in 23, 24, and 2025. And as I conclude, a special final word to the apes. I have greatly enjoyed meeting so many of you in our theaters. I've personally hosted 23 movie screenings in 22 different cities over the past 18 months. And I do my next one in Berlin, in Germany, on May 13. I also greatly appreciate your communicating with me on Twitter. As I think many of you know, I write all of my tweets myself, and I devote about an hour a day to reading the voluminous inbound comments from you about AMC. It is illuminating for me to hear what you have to say. I am a better educated and a better able CEO because I get to hear your views directly and unfiltered. Thank you for your ongoing support. Thank you for your passion and enthusiastic commitment to AMC. And I look forward to your seeing any number of great movies that will be playing on the big screen of our AMC theaters and Odeon cinemas in the weeks, months, and years ahead. Sean, let's now move to questions, both from shareholders and from industry analysts.
Thanks, Adam. Let's start with a couple of questions from our shareholders. The first one here is, are there any plans to enhance or expand our AMC loyalty programs?
Yes. What a surprise. Yes. So, two of the most important marketing programs that we have, let's say three of the most important marketing programs we have. One is A-List, of course, our subscription program that entitles people to see up to 3 movies a week for $20 or $25 a month plus tax. The other is AMC Stubs, in which we have 2 tiers, Insider and Premier, that allow moviegoers at our theaters to earn discounts and freebies when they return to AMC theaters in future as a reward for their current spending at AMC. And third is just an enormous amount of outbound communications via email, push notification, text that we send to members of our loyalty programs that talk about the movies that will be appearing in our theaters and other benefits that can accrue to them as a result of their support of AMC. As you might expect, COVID brought all those programs to a grinding halt. Our theaters were shut for almost 6 months. And the volumes in all those 3 programs started back at a much lower number than where they were just before the pandemic hit us. So we've been in a build-back mode ever since we reopened, and I'm pleased to say that the numbers are starting to look good again. We have a significant number of A-List members, and there are a lot of possible enhancements to A-List that we're thinking about and talking about for 2023 and beyond. One of the most interesting of them is there's something called churn, where A-list members, a small number, but each month some of them drop out. And we don't want to lose those people as AMC customers. So one of the things we'll be aiming to do is to communicate directly with former A-listers who, for whatever reason, have not decided to continue with the program and try to keep them loyal to us. Turning to the Stubs program, there are a whole host of initiatives that are now being tested in some markets. We'll see which of these tests meets with positive consumer appeal. And we're going to do interesting new things both for insider members and for premier members. And as I said, we're testing a variety of options right now in small quantities in certain markets around the U.S. As we learn which of our initiatives are testing well and producing good results, we'll start to roll that out nationwide. And as for the communications program, it's ramping right back up. And again, moviegoers at AMC can continue to expect that we'll communicate to them based on their specific movie-going preferences. We do, after all, know what movies you went to see. And so it makes sense to talk to you about the kind of movies that you historically have liked as new similar movies come out in the future.
Thanks, Adam. That's great. The next question here asks about, will AMC expand the distribution of retail popcorn to grocery stores and perhaps in international markets? And also, is it possible to arrange for the shipping of AMC merchandise internationally?
So the answer to your question is almost definitely yes, mostly. So definitely yes, we would like to expand where AMC Perfectly Popcorn can be bought in the United States. The reason we were so eager to give Walmart a 6-month exclusive is, Walmart's one of the great retailers of the world, and it's very rare that there are product launches that start at 2,600 Walmart stores across the United States. They showed great enthusiasm for our product, and therefore we were willing to give them a head start. But you can be sure that we'll be talking to just about every major grocery store in the country. We'll be talking to convenience stores in the country. We're looking at other possible places to buy AMC Perfectly Popcorn through e-commerce. It has been suggested to us that we ought to sell it on Amazon.com, for example. It's been suggested to us that we ought to sell it on AMCtheaters.com, in addition to it's being available at Walmart.com. We're also going to look at other unconventional places potentially to showcase AMC Perfectly Popcorn, like, for example, sports stadiums, company cafeterias that are privately catered. When I say privately catered, I don't mean like fancy privately catered. I just mean, they're companies with big companies with big cafeterias, and hopefully we can get in there too. It might just be the best food that is found in the company cafeterias. So there are a lot of places that we can take it after the 6-month Walmart exclusive. I've heard a lot of incomes on Twitter asking that we take it to Canada and we take it to the UK and continental Europe. It's a little harder because right now we've only found manufacturers in the United States, and the cost of shipping that Perfectly Popcorn overseas, for example, would raise its price. To be able to sell in Europe, we'd have to find a European manufacturer who could meet our very high quality standards. What's really fascinating about, in my mind, about AMC Perfectly Popcorn, people don't necessarily realize this, but we spent almost a full year in flavor testing both the ready-to-eat popcorn and the microwavable popcorn, because we wanted it to taste as good as the popcorn does in our theaters. And we do buy a much higher grade of popcorn than many other, a much higher grade of corn than other popcorn makers buy. It's one of the reasons why our popcorn in theaters is so good. And, we've been selling it for 100 years. We do know how to prepare it. And we tested a whole variety of flavor protocols to make sure the product we were taking to home was just as good as what we serve in the theaters. And the reviews are fabulous in the early weeks. So to take it overseas, even to take it into Canada, we probably have to find a manufacturer who could live up to the high standards of what we're doing at launch here in the U.S. As for shipping the merchandise internationally, I don't see any reason why not. So we're on the case. We don't have it sorted out yet, but it does raise another question. We have a very successful program for AMC shareholders called AMC Investor Connect. We have almost 1 million members of AMC Investor Connect. These are people who've self-identified to us that they have owned AMC shares since we launched the program a year and a half back. We've made offer after offer after offer to our U.S. members of AMC Investor Connect. Because we're in 12 countries in Europe, because we have 12 different systems, because we're in different languages across Europe, we've not been able to easily make an offer that's pan-European, the way we can make an offer that's pan-United States, so to speak, that's good across the United States. So I think that our European shareholders have taken short shrift in Investor Connect. We communicate with them just as much as we do with the U.S. shareholders, but the offers have been light. And it's a high priority for me in 2023 to come up with ways to make AMC Investor Connect offers to our international shareholders in Canada, in Europe, in the Middle East, where we have theaters.
That's very exciting. Thank you. And the next question here is talking about AMC's plans to expand theaters, both in new markets within the U.S. and perhaps in other countries as well.
So we do have plans going forward, and it's impressive the plans that we've already implemented. We've done a tremendous amount of work addressing what we call our fleet of theaters since the pandemic hit us in March of 2020. And we've actually closed like 150 of our roughly 1,000 theaters because they were money losers, or because they were in terrible shape on their end of their lease, or some other good reason to close. At the same time, we either acquired or built from scratch 66 new theaters. And interestingly, the 66 new theaters greatly outproduce in profitability the 100 plus that we've closed. We're going to continue to look at our theaters every single year, and if there's dead wood in our fleet of over 900 theaters throughout the world, we'll take them out of our fleet. At the same time, though, we're going to continue to add theaters. And where we've added theaters, we've been very successful. We bought just under half of the ArcLight Pacific Circuit, mostly in California. The Grove Theater and the Americana and Brand Theater, two of the ArcLights, the Pacifics, I guess they were ArcLight Pacific, they were Pacifics, that we picked up. The Grove is routinely in our 5 to 7 most highest grossing theaters in the entire United States. The Americana Brand is routinely in the 12 most highest grossing theaters in the entire United States. We opened a new theater just a couple of months ago at a new Westfield Mall in Topanga, sort of above Malibu. And we shut a nearby theater, it was a mile or two away. It was also in a Westfield Mall. The old Westfield Theater was making no money. The new Westfield Theater, the one at Topanga, it's a beautiful theater, by the way, with an incredible food court that's opening up this week at that mall. That new theater is among the 20 highest grossing theaters for AMC in the United States. And the list goes on and on where we've added theaters, they've done really well. The bow tie theaters that we bought, mostly in Connecticut, it looks like we bought more than half of the bow tie circuit. When you look at the purchase price that we paid, and if you look at the EBITDA in those theaters, it's looking like we acquired those theaters at 3 times current EBITDA. That's a bargain compared to where we currently trade and where movie theaters historically have traded. We think there are any number of opportunities to continue to add theaters into our network that will perform well in our network, that either are built from scratch theaters or come to us from failing circuits who've had difficulty surviving COVID. And at any given time, we're talking to a half a dozen different movie theater chains about possibly acquiring some or significant number of their theaters and bringing them into AMC on attractive economics. And that's true not only in the U.S., but also internationally in Europe.
Terrific. Question here we've all seen the news. Can you comment on the possible impact of the Hollywood writers' strike on AMC, and particularly the availability of new movies perhaps in 2024?
Sure. Look, we're very sympathetic to the real problems that exist for members of the Writers Guild. Streaming has changed the landscape of television, changed the economics of what writers earn. We are hopeful that the Hollywood producers and the Writers Guild can work in good faith to craft a solution that's good for all parties. As far as its impact on AMC and the movie industry, if this is a short strike, and when I mean a short strike, I don't mean days, I mean months, its impact will mostly be felt on television programming because the movies for 23 and 24 have pretty much been written. In many cases, they've already been filmed. And I think only a very prolonged writer's strike would have impact, material impact, on the movie theater industry or on AMC.
Right. Question here, can you comment on the take-up of the AMC credit card and the sale of AMC branded retail popcorn? What other initiatives are planned?
So, we only launched a credit card a couple of weeks ago. We only launched popcorn at home a couple of weeks ago. We've said that sales for the popcorn are brisk. I think we've announced publicly, if I didn't, we'll announce it here, that 80,000 people signed up on the wait list to be notified when the AMC credit card is being launched. The AMC cards that have been provisioned at this point are ahead of our expectations. And it's not 80,000, obviously, but the number of cards that have already been provisioned are ahead of our expectations. We're very pleased with those initiatives. As for other new initiatives in the works, there are many. I'll reveal one for the first time today, which I'm particularly excited about. We noticed recently, as a result of the pandemic and the supply chain shortages, that candy manufacturers had increased their price to us by a huge amount. Some candy makers increasing their cost for candy, wholesale candy, as much as 33% in a one-time bump. That got us thinking very hard about our candy. And we realized that we could manufacture a private label brand of candy to very high quality standards, price it less expensively than our current candy is priced, and have a higher profit margin because our cost to manufacture the private label brand is so much less than the normal brands that you've seen in our theaters for years. This doesn't mean we're going to discontinue our branded candy. Of course, we'll continue it. But I would expect that sometime in late 2023, early 24, if our purchasing department doesn't get off its keister, I know, but I'm going to hold out for late 23 so that we can introduce a private label brand of popular candies in our theaters, offer them to consumers at a lower price, and achieve a higher profitability in doing so. And for the people who want the branded candies, of course, we will showcase them in all their beloved glory too. But I like that one. We're running out of time. So I would like, I've been answering all these questions for over a year now. So I'd like to ask you one for a change, and then let's turn to investor questions. In your presentation on this call, there were a lot of numbers, and I would just like you to highlight two. How much cash were we able to generate from the sale of equity since the Apes were created in August of 2022? And if you go back to January 1 of 22, all the way to today, how much debt have we been able to pay off, including the deferred rents, which we have worked down? Because those two numbers, how much cash we've generated and how much debt we've reduced, are extremely important in considering the current state of the AMC balance sheet and the progress that we've made in shoring it up.
Thanks, Adam. That's a really, as you say, important question. And the two numbers that I want people to take away from this is, one, since the creation of the Apes, and an indication of how important that creation was and the impact that it's had to AMC is, one, we've been able to raise $418 million of cash as a result of the creation of the Apes. So it's a significant impact on our liquidity and cash position. But maybe even more importantly is the debt reduction. And if one goes back to the beginning of 2022 and just look over the last 18 months, we have reduced our debt balance by $620 million. That includes a reduction in deferred rent. That's a significant reduction in our debt. And I think I'll add one more number. You asked for two, but I'll add one more number that I think people don't recognize that well, is that if you look at our net debt, net financial debt position today, as of March 31st, and you compare that to our net debt position just prior to the pandemic, December 31st, 2019, what one sees is actually our net debt is surprisingly less than it was pre-pandemic by more than $440 million. So it's not more, it's less than it was pre-pandemic. So I think that is a real indication of the importance of the equity raises that we have done since the pandemic, and particularly as a result of the creation of the Apes.
Thank you. Operator, are there any questions from analysts that we should be taking?
Yes, sir. We have one question from Eric Walt from R. Riley Securities.
Thanks. Good morning, Adam and Sean. Congratulations on the strong results and turning the positive adjusted EBITDA. I want to focus on the structural improvements in the business that you've made over the past few years, given I think that those benefits may not completely be understood. You know, I'm currently projecting that domestic industry box office revenues get back to pre-pandemic levels by 2025, but that attendance will continue to lag that recovery, as you talked about. You know, that recovery is also being fueled by consumers choosing the premium large format screens and driving up average ticket prices. Can you talk about the structural benefits of the expense reductions you've made at both the corporate and theater levels, along with the benefit of the higher per patron spending, and if it's possible that AMC could actually return to pre-pandemic profitability, even if attendance remains below pre-pandemic levels?
Sure, I'll respond to that. You know, we had no choice. We had to cut costs like crazy. Because if we didn't, we're going to run out of cash. And nobody likes to even think about job loss, but the pandemic forced us to be lean. And if you look at our corporate headquarters, it only has about 2/3 of the people working here today that it had pre-pandemic. If you look at our theaters, the management staff at our theaters is down about 1/3 from the amount of management staff we had prior to the pandemic. We've learned to be more efficient. And interestingly, at the same time, we're paying higher wages. So our film crews are earning a lot more. But there may not be as many of them in the theater at any one time. And I know that so many of those people who work for us work very hard. And they like the fact that whereas we used to be a minimum, often be a minimum wage employer, now we're routinely paying between $10 and $15 an hour, depending upon the market, for the line workers. So, number one, fewer management at headquarters, fewer management in theaters, higher paid but fewer employees in our theaters, and our guest satisfaction scores are all very high. And the leader management team is still running the company just fine. On the revenue side, I guess I'm not supposed to tell you second quarter numbers yet, but I'll just tease that the food and beverage per patron spending in April is higher than what it was in the first quarter. We are killing it in F&B. Slightly higher, by the way. Don't get too excited. But we are killing it in F&B. And our F&B spending per patron pre-pandemic was around $5.60. In the first quarter, it was $7.99. That's up $2.40 per patron, and 85% of that drops to the bottom line. That definitely changes the contribution per patron. And the same is true with ticket price. Our ticket prices have not risen by 20% since pre-pandemic in actual fact, but when you include the mix changes, because there's been such a surge of attendance in IMAX auditoriums and Dolby Cinema auditoriums, our average realized price for a ticket is up around 20%. And that, again, that's not raw price increase, that's mix change, where there's our PLF screens, as I talked about in our prepared remarks, our PLF screens are over-indexing like 5- and 6-fold in terms of productivity, and we get a much higher price, which means, again, higher contribution per patron, which, per your question, means that we don't need as many attendees going forward as we needed in the past to generate EBITDA. With that being question, and we're over an hour, and you're all busy and other things to do, we're gonna let you go. I want to end the call by thanking all of you who care about AMC and reminding you that there is just an incredible array of really great movies that are coming out between now and Christmas of 2023. You should spend a lot of time in movie theaters. If you do, you will be amused and you will be entertained. And as Nicole Kidman says, you'll see dazzling images on a huge silver screen, and you'll see stories that are perfect and powerful, because here at AMC they are. Thank you for joining us today.
Thank you.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery.
Go for launch, GC. Go. Guidance, go. Fido, go. Bravo, go. GC. Go. Max, go. Eagle, go. Ecom, go. DeFeo, go. Payloads, go. Scan for the customer, go. DPS, we're go. Eco, go. Booster, go. Surgeon, go. PRS, go. Okay. And let's see, we'll wait on GNC.
T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start.
FTO, hear you loud and clear, 5 bytes. Tell me. Have you loud and clear as well, thanks, sir.
Go for auto sequence start.
And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now on S10.
Okay, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
World's frost solid with the fear of the numbers. Heard the chatter buzzing that he almost had a dog. the scenes of disaster. No signs of motives, no one knew what he's after. But the train's steady flowing with the life that they owed him. Once they realize they are fatal mistake, stench of despair that hung in the air. From the cloud there was no escape. She's walking by.
Your chest and be a little bolder. All we do is buy and hold. There will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who roll till the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. Really are near. It's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is ride and hold. Oh, there will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who won't tell the end, and there will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. So when that's getting colder, you're needing that shoulder. These apes got your back. We got each other. All we do is ride and
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC and APE, where we buy, we hold, and we screw those hedgies. Screw 'em! That's right. This is where we like to fling some poo and eat crayons for breakfast. Rock strong. Good morning, guys. That was it. That was our AMC earnings report Q1 for 2023. Special guests, and I actually have a confirmation from one of my guests that I can say her name. So I have two special guests today. One of them is going to be Cat Striker, who should be joining a little bit later. I don't have a specific time on Kat yet. She is West Coast. I'm Central, so she's a little bit. She's probably still sleeping a little bit right now. I would imagine that she probably worked last night or something, and so she'll probably be sleeping for a little bit. But she will be coming on a little bit later today. We'll be doing an interview. She'll probably be with us for about somewhere between 30-45 minutes. Whether or not I'm going to leave it up to her to decide whether she's going to answer your guys' questions specifically from the chat. But I've given her questions in advance, and we'll go over some things and just kind of get her history and just find out in general, like, I mean, most of us really already know who Kat is. This is more about me just putting her down in the history books, in my opinion, as being somebody who's very influential in our community. The other person is Keisha, and I first heard Keisha talking on a space call, and she had this amazing story, this really, really amazing story to tell. And it's one that we've all heard before and seen. We've actually seen this story before. But when you listen to the way that she tells this story, it is something to behold. And the minute I heard it, I was like, I sent her a message. I was like, I need to have you put this down in history. I need to hear this. I need everyone to hear this. Historically, it's epic. It's a good story. So I'm really looking forward to it. I think that having them come on and talk today is going to be great. I can't wait for it. I'm really kind of excited about it. So much so that I'm supposed to go to a lunch with my wife for my sister-in-law's birthday today, and I might have to skip out on that. I don't know. We'll have to see. I'm pretty sure I'm gonna end up having to skip out on that lunch because it's kind of sad too, because they're gonna go to Lupe Tortillas here in Austin, Texas, and they have like some of the best steak fajitas ever. It's so good. I'm a little bummed, but I'll tell you what though, I would much rather listen to the Cat Striker come on here and talk to us, and so we'll see. I haven't gotten a time yet from her, a confirmation on an exact time, so I'll let you guys know here as soon as I do find out what time she'll be on. I'll let you guys know. AP says you're gonna end up in the doghouse. I mean, she is coming over tonight, so I'll be able to see her. But my wife and she's gonna pull out two of the girls out of school to go have lunch with her. So it could be like a girls' date night out or lunch afternoon out for a birthday. The girls never want to bring along the guy that looks like Santa Claus for the day out for afternoon lunch at I don't know. Maybe they do. I don't know. So we've got about 5 more minutes here, guys, and we'll take a look at the numbers. Army Bro says, I love Lupe Tortilla. They do have great fajitas. Dude, the steak fajitas are the best. You know what's funny? Army Bro, I took my mom there when she came one time because I love the place, and so we wanted to take her to some good steak fajitas. And I told her, I said, whatever you do, Mom, you have to order the steak fajitas. Don't go for the chicken like you normally do. And what does she do? She ordered the chicken. And I told her afterwards, she's like, it was okay. And I was like, you don't understand. You missed out. You missed out on the best. You have to get the steak fajitas. There's nothing else like it. You can't, when somebody tells you that you're going to some place to eat something, you got to listen to what it is they're saying. You can't just go out and buy what you want or get what you want, because it's not going to be as good. AP, it sounds good, man. Let's get together. I can't wait. Food Dog says, Casey, can we spoon in the doghouse? Hey, shh, shh, shh. What happens in the doghouse stays in the doghouse. Hopefully they'll bring me back some. I doubt they'll bring me back any steak fajitas, because I mean that stuff just, you eat it all up when you order it. So I can't imagine. Revenge of the 5th, Jason says. That is correct. Today is May 5th. Happy Cinco de Mayo, everyone. Today I said I would be drinking with you guys. However, I probably will hold off on starting that Cinco de Mayo celebration until I find out what time I'm going to interview Kat. I can only imagine how rude that would be of me to go into an interview with Kat and be just all sloshed. I mean, she'd be like, wow, you remind me of some of my clientele. And I would be like, yeah, sorry, I had to start early. So I'll probably hold off until I find out what time we're going to talk, and then maybe afterwards. So let's see here. We got 3 more minutes. 3 more minutes, and we'll take a look at the numbers. ABC, it's not suddenly. We had like 8 million shares that were returned within this last week. More than 8 million shares returned. So seeing this elevated amount of shares available to borrow is completely expected on my behalf. I wouldn't have expected anything else other than what we're seeing right now. And of course they knew that there was going to be some price purchasing buying pressure incoming. So of course they had to close out a bunch of positions beforehand, which is partially the reason why we've had so many days in a row of upwards momentum as we've been seeing a lot of closing of short positions. So, but in regards to the amount of shares that have been borrowed for the day to day, let's see, 9:30 would be 8:30 my time. I'm pretty sure I did not get these numbers. It looks like they did borrow another 100,000. No, I did get those numbers. They borrowed another 100,000 earlier, so far for the day to day, we've seen about 400,000 shares borrowed. Let's see here. Yeah, I think tech. I think what we're going to end up seeing is I think we're going to end up seeing those numbers saved for Q2. I think those numbers were so close to the end of the Q1. My guess is they probably wanted to save some additional ammo for Q2 numbers. Let's see here. We got 1 more minute left. I'm going to go ahead and start logging into my broker and get you guys started on the numbers for the day today. I didn't get it. I'm a little worried here. Hopefully he's okay. Oh, here he is. Okay, Einstein did send me his predictions. Okay, whew, I thought I didn't get anything from him. All right, I'm gonna take you guys over to the other screen. I'm not gonna be able to see what it is you guys are saying, so hold those personal thoughts, questions, comments, or concerns from me specifically until you see the big tramp back up on the screen. Otherwise, I won't see it. But two-factor authentication, if you don't have it set up for your accounts, please, please, please do that because it could help keep somebody out of your account that shouldn't be in your account. If you try it out and you don't like it, get rid of it. When you do set it up, if your broker allows you to put in a secondary device to be able to receive that passcode, not a bad idea in case something happens to your primary. One last favor I'm asking of you guys for your own benefits. Take pictures or video footage of your brokerage account so that you know what it is that you hold. If your broker decides to change things up on you, you'll have at least a record of what it is that you held prior, and you can make an argument or a case against the changes that would have been made. So be very, very, very careful and don't trust these brokers. Not a single one of them. Don't trust any broker to hold your position and that you're I'm safe. Don't do that. Don't put it past them to screw you over. It could happen. Let's take a look at these numbers and see what we got for the day to day. Starting with price prediction tally points, we have a four-way tie going into this week. This is not meant as financial advice, but because we have a four-way tie, whoever gets the closest average price to the actual closing price of AMC and Ape combined will be the winner for the week by getting an additional bonus point. I've got 610 to 910. Eric has 593 to 893. Apex has 650 to 950, and Einstein has 601 to 901. So the spread here is about a 57-cent spread between the lowest person and the highest person. Lowest is Eric, highest is Apex. Short exempt volume was a little bit down, I think, on AMC today, just a smidgen down to 257.9 thousand shares from yesterday. Ape short exempt volume yesterday was up quite a bit. It was more than double, I believe, to about 149.1 thousand shares. Utilization still at 100% on AMC. That is day number 78 in a row of 100% utilization. Ape was at 53.63, which was again a smidgen down from what it was yesterday. AMC was up 3.14 yesterday. Ape was up 2.63. Max Pain, which is right here down below me, was $5.50. I think we had $5.50 the whole week long. We never changed to $6 or $5. It was $5.50 the whole week long. Here we are at $5.84. What did you know? Who could have guessed? I think predicting $5.99 for close for the day today is okay for me to predict, because with a $5.50 max pain, closing at $5.99 would actually end up being within that range of $5.50 to $6. So I think that's why I might be okay with my $5.99 prediction for a close for the day today, but we'll see. Taking a look at off exchange, by this time of the day, I would expect to see about 44% going through off exchange, and EDGX would be somewhere between 10 and 11%. Let's take a look at what those numbers are. Those are the numbers right here to my, I guess, what is that, my right on your screen? It's my left, your right. Let's see, we've got 58.09% going through off exchange. EDGX is 13.64. When those numbers are high like that at 71.73%, when we should only be seeing 54%, that tells me that a lot of price discovery is being lost to off exchange trades. So we've got about what are we at here? 17.73% higher than it should be by this time of the day. That's very, very high. CHX volume is 0.07% with a 30-day average of 2.44. Nothing unusual going on there. Taking a look at Ape, 46.98% going through off exchange. EDGX is at 12.42. Those numbers are very high as well, but only because in the last 2 or 3 days we've been seeing very low numbers. It's not very much higher than what I would expect to see on a normal day. It's only higher by about 5.4%. So, but it is much higher than what we've seen lately. CHX volume is only 0.03% of the total daily volume so far, with a 30-day average of 0.08, so that's low. And on GME, CHX volume is non-existent. Institutional ownership earlier this morning when we refreshed it, it was 132.841 million shares. It's now 132.784. Let me adjust my numbers. That is a little bit down from where it was earlier. And taking a look at options, highest amount of call volume so far for this morning is for a call strike of $6, and the volume is really high. 14.9 thousand contracts going through $6 strike. Now, the interesting thing about this is on a normal day, I would expect to see like 3.5 thousand contracts maybe by this time of the day in volume for like a normal day. But yet we've got 14.9 thousand contracts. That's pretty elevated, nearly 5 times the amount. But even on a worse side of this, at a $5.50 strike, the highest amount of put volume is with 19.8 thousand contracts. It's nearly 7 times. It's getting close to 7 times the amount of volume going through that strike for options. That's insane. Those are big numbers, big numbers. So the market's suggesting a closing price somewhere between $5.50 and $6 by the end of the day today. Let me take you guys over to the other page here. I'm going to give you a little bit of music, and we'll take a look at the rest of the data. All right, right at the beginning portion of this morning here. So yesterday I suggested to you guys that we were seeing what I was considering to be a little bit of a megaphone in volume and price movement from some levels of support and resistance that we've seen from the past, and we broke that in the after. Actually, we broke it in the later portion of the day in trading yesterday. We broke above it, which I was expecting to see happen, but this breakdown here below and putting us back into this megaphone area is really going to kind of put us in that position to where we're going to have to find some support in here somewhere and get us pushed back up above this megaphone. Now you can see volume is still trending up here. And I think I have my moving average on this set up for like a 65 period time frame for that blue line. So if we look at volume, you can see that it's definitely trending upwards. So we did get some very hard push down price movement here, but never managed to touch down on 715 combined, which has been one of those areas of support and resistance that we've struggled with so many times in the past. We actually found the support at $7.35 for the most part. We were getting some consolidation right just underneath 735 at 731 combined between AMC and Ape. Whether or not we see a reversal in the later portion of the day probably makes a difference based on what the rest of the market's going to be doing. All right, taking a look at Ape as of right now. Wow, that's kind of weird. I don't think I've ever seen this before. It's only reporting 300 shares. That's some weird reporting going on. I've never seen such a small number. 300 shares having been returned for the day-to-day on AMC. I'm not even gonna log that because it's so small. It's saying no change on short share interest, the free float, obviously, because it's so small. But there has been zero borrowing and hardly anything returned for the day-to-day. So just a bunch of activity that's occurring in price movement with nothing really happening over here on these numbers. So our short share interest of the free float is at 25.29%. Some very interesting data right here. Taking a look at utilization, we are on day number 78 of 100% utilization in a row on AMC. On loan amount day over day did decrease by 2.83 million shares. This is all those shares that were returned, where we went from 186.99 million shares over this last week or so, down to 170.4 million shares on loan. Those are where those shares are coming back to be able to be reloaned again for more short interest. And yesterday's numbers of 2.83 million shares having been returned, Ortex is estimating about 934,000 of that was in closed short interest. Taking a look at estimated short share interest, the free float, when it dropped by because of those returned shares, it went from 25.47 down to 25.29. Do remember those are estimates. Taking a look at the on-loan average age per day, that did still move upwards, but we've had 2 days in a row now where that number has decreased, and that's one of my trigger numbers that I look for. If we get another day of upwards momentum on this value, on-loan average age per day, I'm going to give you guys a 15-day timer countdown and say like we should see a significant increase in price within 15 business days. But as it stands right now, day over day, it went from 116.66 to 117.04. Security lending volume did decrease day over day from 19.91 million to 10.43. Taking a look at Ape, 124,000 shares having been returned so far on Ape. That's not going to really impact the estimated short share interest of the free float too much, which is at 5.2%. Cost to borrow mins at 7.81, average is 7.87, and max is 7.94. Only 200 shares borrowed so far for the day-to-day on Ape. Taking a look at utilization. Super low utilization over here. I'd like to see this number much higher, but we have 53.69% utilization yesterday, or 2 days ago rather, to yesterday's 53.63%. So we did have a little bit of a lower utilization rate. on loan amount did increase, and the reason that can happen is because if somebody claimed that there were more shares available to borrow, you can have the on loan amount go up and still have the utilization go down. On loan amount went up by 350,000 shares from 24.02 to 24.37 million shares. Taking a look at the short share interest of the free float, that did rise as a result from 5.19 to 5.21. And on loan average age per day is it slightly decreased from 77.34 to 77.22, which tells me that some of these some of the borrowed shares and some of the return shares helped that number to drive it down, which means that there may have been older positions that might have been closed out there. Security lending volume slightly rose day over day from 189.4 thousand shares to 456,000 shares. Give me just 1 second here, guys. Taking a look at orders by Fidelity customers. AMC, Ape, and GME are the only three that I'm looking for. AMC is on the list here. We have a 69.73 nice percent buy to 30.27% sell ratio. So there's definitely some additional buying pressure going on here, and that is within the 60-40 range that I love to see. That tells me that retail is doing the buying that they need to be doing in order to keep supporting the pressure on hedge funds. So I'm seeing buying pressure, which is a good thing. And we did make the top 30 list of most heavily traded stocks based off of orders. We are not massively selling off based off of what I'm seeing in those numbers there. Not like the market would suggest that we are. SSR today would trip at $5.33 for AMC, Ape at 1.404. Shares available to borrow is at 2.7 million shares. That is, they've returned 100,000 shares that they borrowed early. We've seen so far about 400,000 shares having been borrowed, and the fees for borrowing are going back up. They were 170.7 earlier today. They're back up to 186.9. Out of the money calls, we have 140,000 contracts to 35.4 thousand contracts that are in the money. Out of the money puts 136.5 to 26.5 thousand contracts that are in the money. I'd say this is pretty fairly balanced in regards to, like, if somebody wanted to make sure that the optimal pain was found, that we're within that range right now. As the, if you were to make more puts in the money, then you would make more in the money calls go out of the money. This is fairly well balanced here, and I would imagine that they probably won't want to see this unbalanced any further. So in either direction. Taking a look at NASDAQ is up 1.54, Dow Jones is up 1.73, the S&P 500 is up 1.44. The market has 4,574 advancers to 1,609 decliners. The market is acting like bacon, cooking bacon, because this thing is it's greasy, hot, and yummy smelling, this market right now. But this can change fairly quickly. But it is pretty hot right now. Taking a look at banks. I'm only going to read off the biggest movers here. We've got Silvergate. I'm not going to even read FRC. I don't even know. There's still more options being closed on that. It's showing up right now, but Silvergate is up 13.98. PacWest is up 49% for the day today, 49.21. FHN is up 5.02. Zion is up 15.3. Wall is up 31.07. The Douche Bank is up 3.02. U.S. Bank Corp is up 4.55. Credit Suisse up 3.05. Coinbase up 12.03. Everybody's making money. Bank of America is up 3.13. Wells Fargo is up 3.13. Citigroup is up 2.92. Charles Schwab up 5.38. JP Morgan, it's not high enough for me to count. Let's see here. What else? What other big movers? That's it. Those are the biggest movers as of right now. Ethereum Classic is currently showing that it is up 0.66. The US dollar is up 0.16. Everybody's up. This is like, I feel like I'm on an Oprah show. Gifts for you. Gifts for everybody. Oil is up 3.65% for the day today. Mortgage-backed securities are down anywhere from 0.36 to 0.39, and the SPY is up 1.43. Taking a look at the VIX is down 10.6. VBR is up 1.91. VB is up 1.69. Tesla is up 3.41. Amazon is up 0.79. Cinemark is up 2.51. Doge is up 0.37. Bitcoin is up 1.21. 29.2K a coin. GME is up 4.32. HYMC is down 2.7. NCMI is up 1.85. Hood is up 2.59. Ape is up 1.47. And AMC is down 0.64. Inflow versus outflow for the day today. We have approximately $300,000 more outflow than inflow. Volume is at 11.72 million shares so far traded for the day today, and I suggested in pre-market we would see some elevated volume. And they're going to want to control this. They're going to want to control volume, so we're going to see price kind of stagnate for a while. But we're currently on a pace for 47 minutes of trading, 97.33 million shares traded by the end of the day today. In the pre-market, I suggested to you guys that we would see somewhere between 50 and 70 million. I actually feel really comfortable with my volume prediction for the day today. We always start out hot and heavy on volume, and then they usually suck that volume down. Whether or not they can make it below the prediction of 50 million before the day is out will be the big question here. Maybe they can, maybe they can't. I don't know. But it's still an increase in volume. Taking a look at the 4-hour time interval, we've got more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI of 60.45, which is above average. On a 1-hour time interval, we've got a divergence on the vortex indicator with more selling pressure than buying pressure that occurred within the last 1 hour. RSI is at 49.83, which is average. On a 30-minute interval, we've got more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI 46.04, which is slightly below average. This is really good. It's helping to cool off RSI and will allow for us to be able to start moving back up here soon. On a 5-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure than RSI at 46.7. So this quick downwards momentum in price was really, really helpful for allowing price to or RSI to cool off here a little bit and give us an opportunity to be able to continue to move upwards again. Taking a look at Ape, we have approximately 200, well, it's less than that. Let's call it $150,000 more outflow than inflow for the day today. 4.18 million shares traded after, let's see what we're at 48 minutes worth of trading. We're on pace for about 33.96 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested in pre-market somewhere between 20 and 40 million. I'm a little worried about that prediction right now. That might end up being a little bit too high. I maybe probably should have gone 15 to, what did I predict? Yeah, I should have gone like 15 to 35, but we'll see. We'll see if we don't get some more additional volume here in the later portion of the day. On a 4-hour time interval, we've got more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 61.8, which is above average. On 1-hour time interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 60.8, which is above average. On a 30-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 53.58, which is slightly above average. And on a 5-minute interval, we have a divergence in the vortex indicator, indicating that there's a crossover with more buying pressure than selling pressure and an RSI of 49.65, which is it's average. It's an average number. And let's take a look at the Ichimoto cloud. For those of you who are new, I know it's not called an Ichimoto cloud. It's just what we called it because it's funny. Let's see here. We've got lagging line above price line. Conversion is above base. However, we're crawling all over this baseline right here. And usually that's kind of a bearish signal in regards to where price is going to be moving to for the futures. Price usually likes to, once it starts touching that and you've got green cloud below, it likes to start moving downwards. I had Ape closing at 161 for the day today. So we're only about 2 cents away from that as of right now. Taking a look at, I think I might have gone a little too high on Ape. I probably should have gone 159. Actually, probably would have been a great price prediction for the day. But oh well. If I miss, I miss. It is what it is. Let's see here. At $1.60 is what we kind of need to keep price at in order to see continued buying pressure. And what that means is that the lagging line is going to be able to stay above the price line. We don't want to see lagging line touching price line. So before the end of the day, we need to keep price above $1.60. On a 4-hour chart here, we've got lagging line is above price line. Conversion's above base, but again, crawling over that baseline here. Keeping it above that baseline and conversion line is ideal. We've never really gotten price off the conversion line, and usually that happens before getting a break to the bottom side on a red cloud. And I'd say on this 4-hour chart here, this 4-hour chart suggesting there's still some upwards momentum left in this move for at least today and maybe even Monday, before perhaps maybe a little bit of downwards momentum coming with the green cloud in the futures. So I would expect to see something very close to where we're at right now for a close by the end of the day today, and maybe even slightly higher. On AMC, the lagging line on a 1-hour chart is just above price line. Conversion is now touching on base, and price is down on base and below. And that's kind of dangerous, especially with the green cloud below you. That typically means price is going to start heading for the cloud and potentially maybe even breaking through it. So if we were to see something like that by the end of the day today, to break below this cloud here, we would have to see something lower than $5.57. Lo and behold, what's Max Payne? $5.50. Are you ready, kids? Aye, aye, Captain. My voice is going so hoarse. I need a weekend. I'm already starting to sound like the guy. Hey, kids, you know what time it is? Oh man. Anyways, on a 1-hour chart, we gotta keep price above the price line. If we don't get this lagging line above price line, then we're gonna have problems, and we already have problems with us hitting baseline as well. 596 is the number that I wrote down for the day today, as that would keep price above conversion and base. But as it stands right now, we're touching pretty hard on these numbers and below. So we may see this fall down. But let's take a look at the 4-hour chart. 4-hour chart has lagging line above price line, conversions above base. We did touch base briefly on this candle wick, but we are not quite on the base yet, which is at $5.76. If we can't, I'm actually going to write this number down. If we can't maintain support above 576, we're going to see this fall. And more than likely, we'll see it fall through that retesting 550 essentially. So I think that's where we're at right now. We've got probably a lot of pressure on price movement from institutions to probably close positions at 550. So you can imagine that they'll probably want to push price down to that level at some point. SSR does trip. Where does SSR trip at? $5.33. Could we see that today? Let me think about this. Yes, I think that's possible. I do think it is possible that we could see a number like that. And the reason I say that is I think that would allow them to be able to legally create short exempt volume, and that would alleviate a lot of pressure from volume. And that would probably mean that after today and Monday, we would probably see price starting to move back up by Tuesday. So that's what I'm kind of leaning towards. All right, looks like you guys are putting in a lot of comments in here. I'll have to take a look at them. Let me look at something real quick here first. I'm gonna check my messages real fast, make sure I didn't get any messages. And I gotta go hit the restroom, guys. I didn't get a break yet this morning, and the coffee is hitting hard. So let me just take like a 5 or less minute break here. I'll put on a little bit of music for you guys for just a minute. Let me put my charts back up the way I'm supposed to have them, with a little bit of Bollinger Band action. Oh man, look at that. This is exactly what they want to do. They want to control volume, and the way you control volume is you get volatility to kind of like basically like tighten up and become basically nothing. If you look at the minutes, I've always noted this as a thing. I don't know why this is a thing, but it is a thing. They always seem to feel like they have a good control on volume where they can lower the minute per volume below 60,000 shares. Some of these minutes in here are right at 60,000 shares a minute, but not all of them. A lot of these are higher than 60,000. So my guess is they're probably not quite done yet with the idea of trying to control volume for this morning. So. And how do you control volume? There's two different ways. You sometimes you can drop price, or sometimes you can trade price sideways, so the investors are not necessarily interested in buying, because as we know, Most people won't want to buy on when price is moving up, or they want to buy when price is moving down. So you create a lot of basically sideways trading, and that lowers the buying pressure or volume pressure, I should say. So and I think that's what we're seeing right now. You can see it in the Bollinger Bands here really easily. So yeah, let me zoom in on Ape here just a tad bit. Anybody who is they? Glenn is saying. So in regards to when I say they, anybody who's trying to keep price from moving out of control. Anybody who it would benefit from not seeing price run. It could be lots of different people. It could be market makers. It could be hedge funds. It could even be our own brokers who may have positions that they have open that they don't want to see price running on. So it would be anybody who would be against seeing price moving in a specific direction, because institutions as a whole do move price. It's not retail. We know that for sure. All right, let me check something real quick here. I think Hunter's supposed to be getting up here. In fact, I think I just heard him go thunk upstairs. Yep, he just hit the restroom. I heard the door close. I'm gonna go hit the restroom myself real quick. Give me about 3 minutes, guys. I'll give you a little bit of music while I'm gone. Yeah, this will do. All right, I'll be right back. All right, I don't know how long that was, but that was quick. Yes, did wash hands. So I'm fast. I'm an in and out kind of guy. Maggie, good morning to you. Let's see here. I'm reading through what it is you guys are saying. I think I saw early Casey play Interstellar. From that playlist that the guys got set up on there. Hold on a second. Because I think he does have one that's called Interstellar, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, there it is. Interstellar, Volume 2. Every time I've played that one, I think I've gotten a continent strike, so I don't think it's the same. Whoever made that one might not be the same. I just lost it. I lost the name. What do you call somebody who makes music? Not the same artist. I don't know, but I'll throw it up there. I can throw it back up there. Maybe for breaks. I do like that one as well. Let's see here. Remtac says we broke the 2.5 year downtrend yesterday for the first time. That's got to be something. Mark says Operation Popcorn was made public this morning by Al from Boston. Pretty interesting. This lawsuit may be bigger than anticipated. Okay. Not seeing it. Composer. Thank you. I don't know why I couldn't come up with composer. I don't know what. It was just like, it just right off the brain. Skipped off. It was like, yep, not today. Is today the SEC vote for what? What are they voting on? I'm not aware of it, if that's the case. Al has tried twice to try and intervene or insert himself into this hearing, and it's the worst part about it is that he doesn't even seem to understand that this is past any kind of like discovery of information. Like it's like he doesn't even understand what this is. This is no longer a hearing about whether or not AMC did anything wrong or not. This is a hearing about whether or not the judge is going to approve the settlement between AMC and Allegheny on the behalf of shareholders. And so it's like he just doesn't even understand. And so when he puts in the information that he's sending into um, the judge I think has even kind of basically stated like people don't really seem to get what's going on here. So I think that's part of the reason why they're having us submit to the defense team, or not defense, but gosh, I'm losing so many words today. Why am I losing the words? Allegheny's lawyers. Why can't I think of I don't know why I can't think of the term. Somebody will put it in here. Plaintiffs. There it is. Barry, I literally said plaintiff like right when it came out on the screen from when you wrote it. Yeah, the plaintiffs. So that's basically what's going to end up happening is the plaintiffs' lawyers are going to go through and like weed out the people who don't seem to get it and understand what's going on so that the court doesn't have to waste their time. Something has to give for better on this play. We are winning, but it will feel like it eventually. Yes, thank you, Pyreporn. The plaintiff counsel. Man, yesterday was another day where I did the same thing. I went to bed 4 hours. Like I immediately, within like a half hour of ending the live stream, went upstairs to go lay down with my wife, and then I was knocked out for 4 hours. Woke up at like 8 o'clock, 8:30 ish. Uh, ate dinner at like 9. Didn't go back to sleep until 2 a.m. And so like I'm just on this like weird sleeping schedule where I'm doing. Have you guys ever heard of the waking hour? I think that's what it's called. But I'm kind of on a waking hour schedule right now. I'm not sure if you guys have ever heard of that. Some people have never heard of the waking hour. I think somebody should make a movie on it. Quite frankly, it's actually a really interesting thing. Christopher says it's excitement. I'd like to say that's what it is, Christopher, but for me to take a 4 hour nap, that's not really excitement. Normally, I'm the kind of guy that can work off of 5 hours of sleep 5 days a week and be just fine with it. But for some reason, Glenn says exhaustion. I don't, it's my voice too, though, Glenn. Like I'm losing my voice. I feel like there might be like a little bit of internal infection. Like I might be fighting off something right now in the body. Because losing the voice but I don't feel sick. I did mention to my wife last night. I was like, "Is it hot in here?" And she's like, "It's really cold." I was like, "Okay." So I might be fighting off an infection or something, but because I mean it's just odd for me to go to sleep for 4 hours after I get done with the live stream. I usually will do like maybe an hour or 2 hour nap, but not four. Has anybody ever heard of the waking hour? I haven't seen anybody put in here anything about the waking hour. You got to hear about this. Casey, you're older than you seem. Thanks, Maggie. I appreciate it. I know. I'm starting to act really old here. Food Dog says yeast infection. That's got to be what it is. Or menopause. Yeah, that's another one. That's another possibility. Seriously though, has anybody ever? What is the waking? Finally, I got to know. What is the waking hour? So get this, and I've done a little bit of research on it, Hazel. So I'm not like an expert on it or anything. So if I get something wrong here, forgive me. But Uh, this is very loose. This is like not nearly as good as you can go to like Wikipedia. This is Casey. This is Casey tinfoil hat time here. But essentially, what happened, the waking hour, what it used to be, was as long before there were light bulbs in our lives, people used to have candlelight or stoves or something other light source in the homes. And people would actually go to bed much earlier than they do now because of the fact that they would just, they didn't want to burn candle wax all night long or whatever. So they would go to bed much earlier. They would sleep for about 4 hours, and then they would wake up for about an hour or two, and they called it the waking hour. And so imagine going to sleep at around like 8 o'clock at night, waking up at around midnight or thereabouts, and being up for like a day or two or an hour or two. I said a day or two, an hour or two. Doing whatever. Who knows? That's where maybe all the kids were getting made during those times, and then going back to sleep for another 4 hours, and that was called the waking hour. And so this was a very common thing for people who didn't have electricity back in the days. It was a normal. And so I think it's really interesting when people tell us that we need to have 6 hours of sleep, or at a minimum, or 8 is ideal. The interesting thing about that is that a lot of people think that it needs to be 8 hours in a row, and that's not actually the case. Your body can do just fine working on 4 hours of sleep, being up for a little bit of time, and then going back to sleep again. It's actually probably more healthy for you than sleeping a straight 8. But the waking hour was a thing from the past, and I think somebody should do a movie on the waking hour. They can make it a pretty cool, maybe like mix a little bit of folklore into something that's a little half truth, a little bit of fiction, a little bit of nonfiction, all mixed together, and call it the waking hour. I think it'd be an amazing idea that somebody could run with. If any of you guys are a writer out there you go. Just gave you your next writing piece. Maggie says, Casey, I take naps every day, but I'm a lot older than you. I wake up and then I can't go to sleep until 2 to 3 in the morning. It's actually really normal for us, Maggie. Very normal for us to do. Um, it's probably because you have less responsibilities that allows you to do that, not because you're older. Believe it or not, because you have less responsibilities that are forcing you to be someplace at a certain time or doing something at a certain time, your body wants to revert to what's normal, which is to have short periods of napping time. Sam says some of the greatest minds of history broke up their sleep, creates a greater ability to store information with the creation of new axonal, if I'm saying that right, axonal memory stores. I'm telling you, there's something to it. I feel actually a lot better. I just sat here and told you that I was up till 2 o'clock in the morning, got up at like 9 and was up till 2. I feel great. I feel great right now. I am missing some words for some reason, but I feel great. I don't feel like like I got only 4 hours of sleep. Nobzilla says I would write a script for the waking hour, but I'm a bilingual illiterate. Albert says when I sleep a straight 8, I get up feeling exhausted. Me too. That I'm the exact same way. I don't like getting more than 6 hours of sleep in a row. Anything more than anything more than 7, and I really start to go like, I should have done that. It doesn't feel right to sleep more than 7 hours. In case you have to wake at 7 a.m. to make breakfast for my husband and take meds, then I start my day. It sounds to me like you, Maggie, like you do the waking hour. Honestly, Christopher says sleep is for the weak. It might be. I'm a straight 6 hour kind of guy. I gotta get 6 hours in. I can work off of 5 hours of sleep, but if I and I can do that for probably 2 or 3, maybe even 5 days in a row. But I need 6 hours of sleep, and then anything more than that's just kind of bonus, and it doesn't always necessarily do me any good. It seems like so, and that's just historically how I feel. I think you kind of have to let your body speak to you. AMC is indeed up over $6. We're at 602 right now. We're up 1.69%. Ape is up at to 159 at up 1.89% for the day. And in regards to, do I have the numbers up on the page here? Yes, I do. In regards to shares having been borrowed, let's see here. Doesn't look like they've borrowed any additional shares since returning that last 100,000. Max Payne is 550. That is correct, AMC Panda. Sam says good sleep is key though. Lack of REM sleep has clinically been proven to cause cerebral volume loss. Excuse me, I got hiccups. I just, an interesting thing I just thought of. Um, having it used to be in the past that whenever I got hiccups, it would usually last for a little while before I could get rid of them. Having done the live stream now, I can almost make my hiccups go away after about one or two hiccups, just because all I have to do is just start talking. I found that trying to drive through hiccups with talking tends to get rid of them really, really fast. Gives you a little indigestion, but it makes them go away real quick. You could try it sometime. I don't know if I figured it out or not what the trick is, but it works. Earnings are done, Turtle. We listened to them earlier this morning. They were 8:30 Eastern Standard Time. If you want to go back and take a look at it, you're more than welcome to. I would like to post up the earnings on the page here from the screenshot that I took, but I don't know if you guys can see that or not. It might be a little too small. Total revenue grew 21.5% to 954.4 million. This is first quarter summary versus 2022 versus 2023. Net loss improved by 101.9 million to 235.5 million. Adjusted net loss was 179.7 million compared to an adjusted net loss of 266.3 million. Diluted loss per share was 0.17 compared to a diluted loss per share of 0.33. Adjusted diluted loss per share was 0.13 compared to an adjusted diluted loss per share of 0.26. Adjusted EBITDA improved by 68.8 million to 7.1 million. And I noted that Goodwin, Goodwin. I don't know. I can't remember his name off the top of my head right now. He suggested that the CFO suggested that that would have been a much higher number had it not been for some of the fees that AMC had incurred from the lawsuit. I thought that was kind of funny that they kind of threw that in there, like, hey, we would have been at 17 million, but it was only 7.1 because of the lawsuit. That's just rubbing it in. Net cash used in operating activities for the quarter was 189.9 million. Non-GAAP operating cash burn for the quarter was 139.4 million compared to 223.9 million, and available liquidity at March 31st was 703.7 million, including 208.1 million of undrawn capacity under the company's revolving something door credit facility. I couldn't remember what it said. So I'll try to leave that up on the page for anybody who wants to. Robert says, my friend gets hiccups really bad if he drinks beer out of aluminum bottles. Huh. Aluminum cans are fine. Fine. That's interesting. Kind of makes you wonder, though. Like, why would there be a difference? I wonder if there's a coating on the inside of those aluminum bottles that triggers that. Ola Tim says there's a movie called The Waking Hour. Get out of here. Wait, hold on a second. I gotta go look this up. Hold on. Hold on. IMDb. The Waking Hours. It's called the. Wait. It was a short in 2019. I'm seeing The Waking Hours. Let's see here. I don't see anything really listed for The Waking Hours. They don't have any information on it. There is a short in 2019 and a short in 2022. This is showing a movie called Waking Hour. This one has a little bit more information. It's a mystery thriller. A sinister force from the past threatens an unsuspecting man after relocating to a rundown apartment. Derek Casilla, an unsettled 20-something photographer, becomes increasingly unnerved by a series of mysterious events, mounting pressure by. It doesn't sound like it has anything to do with what it is that I'm talking about. This is why I like when it comes to like a horror movie. When you mix a little bit of fiction with a little bit of nonfiction, I love it because people don't know where to draw the line between what's real and what's not real. And so, if you were to make up a fake story from the past about the waking hour, you could somehow incorporate folklore into the storyline, and it would probably make for a pretty decent movie. Turtle says, today my company and I celebrate 6 years of being in business, 6 years of providing top shelf cannabis to medical patients. That's awesome, man. Yeah, I was Batter. I was actually taking a look at that and talking about. Actually, I was noticing it. I think on the Spy, if I'm not mistaken. If you take a look at the Spy, it's also very very similar. If you go to, actually, it's I think on the daily. Was it the SPY? No, it wasn't the SPY. What was it on? It was something I was looking at this morning and we were talking about it. Let me see if it was. Man, where was it? Was it the combined price of AMC and Ape? Hold on a second here. I know when we were looking earlier this morning, I was kind of mentioning it, and now I don't remember where it was. But yeah, it does have a little bit of a little bit. It's kind of meh. Looks like somebody's sticking up their middle finger. Harry Frog says I adjusted my bass and treble. You're sounding better now, Casey. That's good. Hey, Casey, do you have to pay for that volume profile tool that you have in the chart? You might. I don't know if I get it because I don't think I pay any money to Webull right now. But if you wanted the volume profile chart on the side where it gives you your point of contact or the highest levels of volume for where you're looking at, you could try looking for it under when you pull up your indicators. Look for VP. Look for the indicator VP, and which is obviously for volume profile, but try looking for that and see if you can find VP. If you find VP, you'll okay. Boomstick says VP is free. I don't think I'm paying any money to Webull. I say that like I don't know. I don't. I know I have some shares invested with Webull. It's only a very small amount, 11 to be exact. But yeah, VP is what it's under. Yeah, that could possibly be the reason, JC. I only keep the very small amount in there just because I want, access to some of the different features. I might be paying something because I know I get order book level 2, and I'm not positive if that comes just from having a position that you hold through them or not, and then applying for it. But I think I do pay. Casey, are you sure you're not paying 199 for level 2? Yeah, see, that's what I'm saying, Tammy. I may be paying 199 a month, but it's so small that I don't even really notice it, and that's why I'm saying I don't even know if I pay for it or not, but I probably do. Uh, Embro, I've got 599 for close on AMC and 161 for Ape. Yeah, I kind of figured there was a little charge, Tammy, but I don't really notice it. It's only $1.99, so. And for me, Tammy, I can't imagine recording history and not seeing the level 2 order book. So I don't mind paying $1.99. I think it's extremely important to see that level 2 order book. It will help massively with deciding where to make positions. For me, you guys get a 15 to 20 something second delay here, which I mean, it still could help you. Absolutely, point break Thor. I'll take a look at it and comment on it for sure. Ali says, is it a good sign to have more shares available to borrow? It's neither good nor bad. All it's telling you is that there were positions that were closed out, and it's I wouldn't really say that it's good or bad, but it does closing of short interest is usually a bullish sign. So I would kind of lead you towards the direction of suggesting that closing of short interest is bullish. However, sometimes closing of short interest to create more short interest is not always bullish in the end. So it really matters about what happens after. If you see more short interest being created, and then price starts dropping soon thereafter, then it may not necessarily be a good thing. Tammy, it is. It is so far. I can't week to week. I can't tell you. Right now, it's nice out though. It's starting to get a little hot. We got about 3 minutes more here, guys, and I'll take a look at the numbers again. And let me check my messages real quick here. I may have. I just want to make sure I didn't get any messages. Okay. Still no update here on cat interview. But I'll put I will put out a tweet when I get a definite time. I'll put out a tweet that Cat's going to be here. So I don't normally do that, but once I get her committed to a specific time today, I'll tweet it out. Ah, good, JC. You found, or maybe you didn't find it, but you know now. You know now why maybe I have it and you're not seeing it. Nana Ape says gas. Lots of times. Gas, 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 gas. Tammy says, Casey, my daughter had hit it off with their neighbor. He cut their grass at first. Then she cut his, and he baked them cookies as a thank you. She said she loved Texas. You know what? So my hope, Tammy, is that she doesn't have the same experience that I had. People here in Texas are incredibly polite. That is not to be confused with them being your friend. It is very different than any place I have ever been elsewhere. Anywhere else, if somebody cut your grass for you or cooked you cookies or baked you cookies or something like that, you'd be like, oh, I mean, the cookie part for a brand new neighbor is kind of a normal thing, but or kind of sort of normal. But here in Texas, you need to let her know that just because they do nice things for you or may do a nice thing for you or act friendly does not necessarily mean that they're your friend. Just note that I'm not trying to say anything bad. It's just that they're really polite people here. Extremely polite. Yeah. Living in New York for 4 years, this will be a big, big change for her. For sure. But I think she'll probably go into a period of time to where she may not, she may end up feeling like she doesn't have any friends at some point. She may get homesick after a little while. Derek says, Casey, have you heard of the hedge fund having to report losses today or Monday? They had 72 hours, according to DTCC filing that was put out not too long ago. So, yes, I have heard about that. You know, it's funny because my wife is she's a born and raised Texan, and when I pointed these things out to her, she was offended that I would suggest that people here were polite and not necessarily friendly. And and it's funny because I think it opened her eyes a little bit, maybe to how people treat each other here in Texas. And ever since, I can tell that she's kind of warmed up to the idea that I might be right on that. Yeah, Robert says, bless your heart. Exactly. You cannot summarize what I stated any better than saying bless your heart. because that's literally somebody from Texas saying "f you." If you want to know how somebody says "f you" to your face here in Texas, it's "bless your heart." That's it. Tammy says, Casey, she laughed at me when I visited New York and greeted people. She told me not to do that. They think it's weird up there. She said to keep it to yourself up there. Exactly. It's a night and day difference, New York and here. Glenn, I would say blunt, right? You're saying they're very rude. I would say they're just blunt. They don't have any filters. And some people would consider that rude. Yes. But they're very, very blunt. Oh, Janice says, wait, what did Janice say? I missed it. Good morning, Jenna. The earnings report was earlier this morning. It was about an hour and a half into the live stream. Just about an hour and a half into the live stream. Maybe just a slight bit longer. But I'll never forget when I first moved here. It is time to do numbers, by the way. I'm going to take you guys to the other page here and tell this quick little story. But when I first moved here to Texas, um, I was driving on the road with my dad. He came to visit like the first week, and we were driving around. He was showing me around because he used to live in San Antonio a long, long time ago, and so he was showing me around a little bit here in Austin. And I was driving down this road, and the right hand lane had this like mile long car line of cars, and I was like, there's a lot of cars here. I wonder what's going on. And then I realized, like, way down the road that I needed to be in that line because I needed to turn right. And I was probably only 100 yards away from the light. And in any other state that I can think of that I've ever lived in, and I've lived in quite a few states or traveled through a lot of states, I have never seen this happen before. But and I don't even know why I did it, but I put on my blinker and somebody literally gave me room to jump in. And I was like, what kind of evil sorcery is this? I said, who lets somebody in when there's a mile long line of cars trying to turn down and somebody jumps to the front and puts on a blinker and they let them in? I'm like, that never happens. I was like, I like it here. But you know, it's changing as well. That was probably over 10 years ago that happened. So things are kind of changing here a little bit, and I think people are kind of not as polite as they used to be. But anyways, let's take a look at these numbers and see what we got going on. Remember, I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing. So those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again here. Let's take a look at what we have for off exchange first off. This will probably give us a great idea as to why we're not seeing a whole bunch of price movement upwards today with elevated volume. Because we're probably going to see elevated amounts of off exchange and EDGX volume going on. By this time of the day, I would expect to see about 60% of our volume going through off exchange and EDGX combined. Right now, we got 57.11% going through off exchange. EDGX is 12.91 for a grand total 70.02% or 10.02% higher than it should be. No mystery. All right, CHX volume is a little elevated right now. Our 30-day average is 2.44. Today, so far, 1.01% of our total volume has gone through that exchange, and that's equates to about 145,000 shares. Taking a look at Ape. Off exchange is 46.33. EDGX is 9.88. The combined total is 56.21%. That is low by about 3.79%. CHX volume for the day-to-day on Ape is at only 800 shares, so nothing unusual going on there. And GME CHX volume for the day-to-day is at 394 shares, so nothing going on there either. Let's take a look at Ortex. Really, really weird numbers this morning. We only saw 300 shares having been borrowed for the day which is something, or returned, returned for the day earlier this morning, which on the first run through on the numbers, there's almost always borrowed or returned shares, and it was just nothing. Still only 300 shares having been returned for the day today. They have borrowed 34.5 thousand shares so far, so we're at a borrow change of 34.2. There is a lot of borrowing going on. Not a whole lot of borrowing going on, I mean. That's not going to change the estimated short-term interest of the free float at all. It's at 25.29%. Cost to borrow min's at 332.85, average is 332.85, and max is 332.85 because there's only been one borrow for the day today. All the same number. Shares on loan decreased day over day by 2.83 million shares. Ortex estimated about 934,000 of that was in closed short interest, putting us at 170.4 million shares on loan. Taking a look at Ape. An hour ago, there was 124,000 shares having been returned. It's now 184,000 shares. Still not impacting the short-term interest of the free float, which is being reported at 5.2%. Cost to borrow min is 7.81, average 7.87, and max is 7.94. There's not a whole lot of borrowing or returning of shares going on right now today. Everything is going through exchanges. There's not a whole lot going on here. Shares on loan day over day increased by 350,000 shares to 24.37 million shares on loan for Ape. Taking a look at call volume for the day today. Highest amount of call volume is at a $6 strike. An hour ago, there was 14.9 thousand contracts. There's now 28.6. And highest amount of put volume is at a $5.50 strike. An hour ago, there was 19.8. There's now 22.8 thousand contracts. Market's still suggesting a closing price somewhere between $5.50 and $6 by the end of the day today on AMC. Combined price of AMC and Ape is at $7.52. We are trading just below that rising level of resistance, what I'm calling resistance now again. We are inside that breakout box that I had set up from yesterday, which we actually did not. We broke out much earlier, but then went down below that line. We're right inside that box again here. We'll see if we get that breakout sometime in here. Let me see. I kind of feel like we're in an ascending parallel channel, but let me just check it and verify. I don't know. It's hard to say. I'm not going to draw this up here because it's not really. I'm not good with it. Let's just watch the Fibonacci retracements and the rising level of resistance. See if we can get push past that here. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC was on the list earlier this morning, and that is due to the fact that we have some rising volume for the day today. Ape and GME, however, were not on the list. Still not on the list, but AMC did slide down this list a little bit here. And earlier we had about a 69% buy ratio. Nice. Whereas it's only 66.26% buy to 33.74% sell ratio right now. But that's still not bad. I don't mind anything above 60% buying. That tells me that we've got more buying going on than selling, and that's a good thing. Shares borrowed. We've seen about 400,000 shares borrowed so far for the day today, and I have not seen any additional shares borrowed since. Fees are at 186.9% right now. Trigger price for SSR is at 533, Ape at 1.404. What's going on with these banks? NASDAQ is up 1.68, Dow Jones is up 1.26, S&P 500 is up 1.4. We have 4,589 advancers to 1,647 decliners. The market is just slightly more declining, I think, than it was an hour ago. Not much, just a little bit. Banks, Got some big movers today here in the positive side on banks. I'm not sure what's going on, but somebody's stepping in to, I guess, bolster confidence. Silvergate is up 26.03%. PacWest is up 65.62. FHN is up 5.47. Zion is up 17.66. Wall is up 35.25. Douche is up 3.45. US Bank Core is up 6.14. Credit Suisse is up 4.14. Coinbase is up 14.06. I really don't understand how some of these numbers are happening. Wells Fargo is up 2.97. Charles Schwab up 5.3. It could be, I mean, maybe some of the haircuts that are kicking in here are causing somebody, some funds to be exchanging hands. And maybe the market's seeing that and being like, okay, this is safer. They're not as bad looking as it was before. California Imperial Bank up 2.81. Those are the biggest movers. Ethereum Classic. See, this is the other part here that I don't get. Cryptocurrencies being up and the dollar being up and oil being up. Some of this just doesn't make sense here. Ethereum Classic is up 0.49. DXY is up 0.03, which is the dollar. Oil is up 2.92. Mortgage-backed securities are down anywhere from 0.38 to 0.39. SPY up 1.46 at 411. Earlier this morning, I suggested that it would hit around 410, and perhaps maybe that might be about the height that it could get to. VIX is showing down 12.29. VBR is up 1.82. VB is up 1.7. Tesla is up 4.6. Amazon is up 1.14. Cinemark is up 1.27. Doge is up 0.09. Bitcoin is up 1.3 at 29.2K a coin. GME is up 4.19. HYMC is up 0.78. NCMI is up 1.71. HUD is up 2.89. Ape is up 0.96. And AMC is up 0.34. Inflow versus outflow, we have $800,000 more outflow than inflow. 15.61 million shares traded so far for the day today. After 103 minutes worth of trading, puts us on a pace for 59.1 million shares traded by the end of the day today. Holy crap, they smacked down that volume hard. Really super hard. That's crazy. We were seeing 90 million an hour ago pace, like a 90 something plus million, and we're down to 59 million. Let me make sure I did my math right there. Holy crap, is that right? Let's see, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100 and 4 minutes is what it is. So let me just make sure that I did my math right. Wow, 58.61 million share pace. I suggested in the pre-market we'd see somewhere between 50 and 70 million, and I felt really good about that. Not so much anymore. Unless we have some big volume at the end of the day today, that's going to end up being too high. On a 4-hour time interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI of 62.94, which is above average. On a 1-hour time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure than RSI of 50.01, which is average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI of 45.69, which is slightly above or slightly below average. On a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure than RSI of 48.16, which is average. Taking a look at Ape, there's approximately $20,000 more outflow than inflow. 6.58 million shares traded so far for the day today. After 105 minutes worth of trading, puts us on a pace for 24.44 million. I suggested somewhere between 20 and 40 million. Really not looking like this is going to make it now on volume. They are just smacking the crap out of volume right now. On a 4-hour time interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI of 60.1, which is above average. A 1-hour time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI of 57.97, which is slightly above average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI of 53.5, which is slightly above average. On a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure than RSI of 49.43, which is average. They have smacked down volume hard. Very, very hard. Can you imagine if we saw like just a massive, massive swing in the market late day, and we were inverse to the market? That'd be kind of crazy. I have no idea what that is, Sam, and I'm not. I mean, I kind of know where that's coming from, but I'm not even interested. I'm really shocked here. Oh, no. Yeah, Christopher, I was expecting price to be attacked today. That's not the thing. What's really surprising to me is see how much some of the banks are up today. And so it's kind of making me wonder like what kind of news there is. So let me pull up some of the news here. Let me look at something real quick. Let me go back to the banks real fast here and just see what the banks are see if the banks have any news. Bank West Bank West Core just got halted on a move up. First Horizon price target cut to $13 a share from 25 by Keefe, Bruyette, and Woods, but yet the price is up on that kind of news, up 5.52%. Zion, which is up 17.91% here, says Zion's Bank Core price target announced at $29 a share by J.P. Morgan. So it sounds like I wonder if this is a lot of just news. Western Alliance Bancorp price target announced. Look at this. JP Morgan is going through and pricing up with news on all these banks, and it's causing these banks to be reporting higher numbers. Interesting. This is from Barron's. The banking sector, this is on US Bank Core. The banking sector is hammered this year, perhaps to the point where investors are considering picking through the rubble. Executive and directors at various sized banks, however, are already buying up stock. The banking sector has taken a 1-2 punch so far in 2023. The first was in March when SVB, okay, we already know the history. Insiders at Zion Bancorp, US Bancorp, Lakeland Financial, and Unity Bancorp bought up stock on the open market in late April and early May. All these stocks have slid more than 20% so far in 2023, but are ahead of the 39% drop in the S&P Regional Banking Exchange Traded Fund, KRE. Let's see here. Hmm. Bank of England set to raise rates to 4.5 next week, a possible peak. They were at 4.25. Coinbase price target raised to 45 a share from Goldman Sachs. This is all banks just saying banks are doing good. That's all this is. They're all patting each other on the backs, and it's causing, for whatever reason, stock prices to go up. I'm not buying this. What's going on here? This is a bunch of weird. This is weird. This is really weird. Can you imagine that'd be like Cinemark saying like AMC is doing really really well, and then AMC saying Cinemark's doing really good. We're gonna up. It's like Cinemark and AMC. Maybe they could get on this bandwagon. Maybe they can start saying good things about each other. Movies are not dead. We're doing really good. Derek says, then you know it's about to hit down hard, Casey. That's why I'm kind of worried here, man. With seeing some of these numbers on how much these are up by, if they, I mean, there could be like a crap ton of bag holders on some of this stuff here. I mean, we got PacWest up 71.92%. If this were to take a big old dumping right back to where it was, you would see epic amounts of money lost. I mean, these numbers are not. They don't make sense. They don't. It's just because you've got news from another bank saying that you're going up. Let's see what we got going on here. Some of the news reports are saying that these banks are climbing because Apple earnings reports. So what? Okay, so the banks are moving up because they've got held investments within Apple. That's it. That's why they're moving. Warren Buffett to share wisdom with Berkshire Hathaway shareholders as bank failures rattle market. Something's going on here, and it's not fully obvious. Tendies plus plus says Fed enabled pump and dump. I mean, that's what it looks like, man. It looks like they're doing a massive cash grab right now. Let's talk up all each other banks. We'll drive up the stock prices. What is going on here? Here's one of them. This is Citigroup. Yeah, it's not Citigroup saying it though. Never mind. This is just, it doesn't make sense. Something's not right here. Here we got S&P Global declares second quarter dividend. So perhaps maybe they're trying to entice investors to jump in on the idea of a dividend. The dividend of 0.9 is payable on June 12th to shareholders on record on May 26th. Maybe that's what it is. It's a little too early to be buying in, though, I guess. I mean, look at it like this. If you said that if there was news that there was going to be potential dividends that were going to be distributed in another month from now, you could start buying kind of and I do see there's Wells Fargo's got a dividend showing up here. You could start a buying frenzy, and then of course FOMO might kick in, and you might see a lot of banks moving up in price. But if banks prices happen to go down before the dividend, you know, God help your money that dividend covers the difference. I don't know. Turtle says, I don't know, works for me most of the time. Glenn says the stock market is about extracting wealth, hence Kenny makes billions just himself. I agree. I totally agree with that statement, Glenn. And that's essentially what this is right here. It's extraction of money. Exactly. Exactly, Albert. Entice investors into buy into the banks and then drop it overnight where they can't get out, and then declare bankruptcy and close the doors. Problem solved. This is because this just doesn't make sense though. None of this makes sense. Albert says that's what happened in SVB. Chat says 1% helping the 1% sounds correct. Yeah, I mean that's what it looks like. It's really what it looks like here is like basically JP Morgan's going through saying like everything's safe, everything's fine, don't worry about these banks, everything's good. The banks start saying, "Yeah, we got dividends coming out next month. Come over here and put your money in our banks again. We're all safe. Everything's all good." And then wham, they slam the door on them. That's crazy. I mean, JP Morgan should get in a lot of trouble for this. If that happens, I something should happen to JP Morgan for that. I can't even imagine. So many people are going to be really upset. Portfolios, 401k portfolios are probably just going to absolutely tank like crazy. Oh my gosh. Yep, Robert, exactly. The Big Short. You got them all going around saying, "Hey, they're cutting deals left and right. How do we get more people to buy the junk and then dump it?" That's exactly right. Holy crap. Oh man. This makes me sick to my stomach. Makes me sick to my stomach because I know there's going to be investors out there that are caught in this, and they have no clue. They're just all they see is green, and so they're like, "Oh, dive, dive, we got to jump in on it, catch the coattails." And then overnight, nothing. It'll just drop in one single candlestick. It'll just all drop out. It's wealth distribution. Roaster guy says Casey Banks would never do such a thing. They're good people looking out for us. This makes me want to barf, guys. It makes me really want to just. I'm getting sick to my stomach just thinking about it. I think I need to grab a Happy Cinco de Mayo. I gotta go get a drink. This just makes me sick to my stomach because I know that retail investors are gonna get caught up in this one way or the other. If this is exactly what happens, like if these things do a 180 overnight or going into next week, and everybody gets caught with their portfolios, managers, buying into these banks, moving the funds around. That is, oh, it makes me sick. I know. It's not just pensions though. It's 401ks. It's everybody, man. It's everybody. This is I would call that highway robbery. I really hope to God that doesn't happen. I'm praying right now. Please don't do that to these people. Do not do that to these people. I pray that does not happen. This is why we got to fix this economy, guys. We can't let them do this. This is why this is so crucial what it is that we're doing. If it happens, oh man. Big Tramp says, Casey, they're gonna fix it with CBDC. Yay. Dude, chat, you're preaching to the choir, man. I'm sick. I gotta grab a drink real quick. I'm gonna start with a Red Bull because I know I got Cat coming in here a little bit. I gotta try and get my. I gotta be more positive here. I mean, I got Cat coming in a little bit later here, and I gotta be more positive. So let me grab a Red Bull real quick. I'll be right back. It'll just take me 2 seconds to grab out of the fridge. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. I'm like, I gotta pick up my attitude. I'm back. It just makes me sad, guys. It makes me sad to know that if if that happens with the banks, there's going to be a lot of hurting people out there, and this will probably be the wake up call to where anybody who's been sleeping, any of your coworkers that don't believe what it is you've been saying about the market, they will suddenly have a very very rude awakening as they find out that that they just got stolen from massively. And I hope I'm dead wrong on this. I want to be so wrong that it's not even funny. But we'll see. Time will tell. History will decide. There's biscuits and gravy and sausage over there. Cool. Let me look at something real quick here. I'm just kind of curious, like what's Pac West is up 84% now. Wall is up 38.74. Yeah. Ooh, is it out? Oh, yeah, you can open it. Tammy says, Casey, my husband got his 401k statement this week. It was not pretty. I can imagine. Albert says, Casey, zoom out to a 5-day on Pac West. Let's do it. Take you guys over the other screen here for this. I guess we probably can do that in an hour, in a 1-hour time interval. Just throwing this out there, the total amount of shares in the free float for Pac West is 118 million shares. They've traded 63 million shares so far for the day today. Somebody is picking up a lot of shares. Now, I may have covered this information with you guys. I may not have. But something that I'm pretty sure I covered this with you guys. If you pull up Pac West on Fintel and you take a look at the institutional ownership, guess who is the majority shareholders? Institutions with 103.07% institutional ownership. And for those of you who are new here and you're going like 103%, how is that possible? It happens all the time. There's plenty of stocks out there like that. Cinemark is one of them. But if shares are exchanging hands right now, and it's nearly half the entire float that's been traded in volume, who's dumping and who's picking it up? And that's the question right here. That is the question. Pro Jeweler says retail shorts and banks are getting destroyed. Maybe temporarily though, right? Like maybe only temporarily. Annie says, I wish more people I've told took me seriously. I should never have told them that Bigfoot story. Yeah. First Republic Bank pumped heavily the week before it died. Let's look at it. Let's go back and let's take a little gander, shall we? Yeah, I guess maybe let's go back to 1 hour. Where was that pump day at? Yeah, there was a little bit of a pump in here. Had that big, huge drop, and then there was a couple days of pumping going on in there. Let me change this candle color here. Yeah, that was red. That's what I figured. Yeah, not nearly as much as I feel like Pac West is, though. But I think that's because they know what's going on here. I mean, Pac West did have like a pump right back here before it really started its big drop. I mean, initially it had a drop from about 1169 down to about 1026, and then right at the very end of the day or in the aftermarket hours drove up to 1298 before seeing the next couple days of just massive losses. But yeah, all that on mediocre volume compared to what we're seeing right now. No, here they go with their first red candle. What's gonna happen? I wouldn't expect anything. I wouldn't expect to see the downswing until aftermarket hours, to be honest with you guys, because that's where you trap a lot of derivatives out of the money, and then you just absolutely crush them. Of course, I guess derivatives would end today, so it would have to happen before. It would have to happen. Well, it doesn't necessarily have to happen before the end of the day. They could be buying options for next week. Whew, man, what a mess. What a cluster. Albert says, "What is Jim Cramer saying about banks?" That is a great question. Buy, buy, buy. He's probably loading up right now. I can only imagine. Yogesh says, suggestion, play the Casey buy and hold anthem mid-noon too. I don't want to, I mean, the songs, I play it like 3 times a day. I don't want to I already feel like it's, wearing it out a little bit, but to play it, and at least that's how it feels like to me. Maybe you guys feel differently about it, but I don't want to put that on you guys. 3 times is enough. Yep. Yeah, you're not wrong. Volatility at the very end of the game will be extremely heavy. See, the problem is the market can't take those kind of swings. The institutions can handle long-term and midterm and short-term price movements. But when you're talking about volatile moves that happen, like massively huge volatile moves that happen in single days, the market has a hard time making adjustments for that. Just as much as, I mean, anybody would really have a hard time. But and so the problem is that before you see a big dump, you tend to see just massive amounts of volatility occurring. And that's how you know that you're at that point where the market's going to fail, because institutions start failing. They can't keep up with the swings. It's too fast. You should play the old Kenny G shout out video. What's that? Oh, I think I know which one you're talking about. um, maybe. I don't have. I have you guys on the wrong page. Sorry about that. Let me check real quick here. I'm gonna put the banks up on my side page over here and just kind of watch them and see if they start swinging the other direction here. Kenny G says 609 end of day for Amy. That would be nice. I mean, I'd like to see it above 609, above $6 would be really cool to see have happen. I'll tell you guys, like I'm drinking this Red Bull not because I want it to give me energy or wings, but because I just needed to drink something because I just felt like my stomach was starting to like just kind of like knot up of the idea of what's happening here, and me being hopefully really wrong about this. And so I'm trying to drink this down. And I can literally feel I can feel the liquid. Like I think my esophagus is just like clenched right now, and I can feel it like just the liquid sliding down. Like I don't want to go down. It's not happy down here. It's not. The drink is not going down easily. Man, I wanted today to be such a positive day. I was like, I'm gonna have such a great day on Friday. It's gonna be Cinco de Mayo. I'm gonna start drinking early. I've got Cat Striker coming on to talk with us. I got Keisha's coming on to talk with us to tell her story. And I'm like, this is gonna be an awesome day today. That's how I was feeling yesterday. Now I'm seeing these banks. I'm sitting here going like, man, you guys suck. They're like putting like a biggest downer on me right now. What do you mean? Just tuned back in? So I these banks are really taking a big run right now, Josh. And the idea here is that there's probably going to be a lot of probably pensions, 401ks, retail investors. Everybody's money here is going to get probably burn up in a swap of ownership of bank shares, going from institutional to essentially retail's hands, as they drop probably the bank prices afterwards. I don't know if that's going to here throwing on the tinfoil hat here, because I mean I can't definitively say that's absolutely going to be what's going to happen, but one of the things that I've always felt was going to be the case is that we were going to see a lot of people losing money before this is all over. So um, I hope I'm so wrong. I really hope I'm wrong. I hope these banks like at this point right now, I really hope that these banks just to like maybe Monday when we start seeing the banks trade, that just trade normally or something like that. It's just a correction from such a downturn that they had. Like that maybe there was too much of a sell off, and so this is a little bit of a correction, and everything's all hunky dory, and we just keep on going down our merry path here of day in and day out watching some of these stock prices move. But um, if we see banks crashing all of a sudden, after a pump like this. You out of here, bud? Oh, it's not you. I didn't hear anything yet. Who was supposed to come? Oh, I didn't hear it. Okay. I'm gonna take the tinfoil hat off. Albert says, Casey, there will be some, but I think a lot more folks, 3 to 4 million apes, know a lot different from 2008. Yeah, it's true, but there's still people out there that can get hurt. Let me send a quick message here, guys. Because I think there's one specific spot that I need to be checking. Perhaps maybe to see this before it happens. Perhaps maybe like if we can watch it happening. You know what? Let's check this. Gold is down 1.74%. U.S. employment report came out, and it looks like it was expected to go up. It went from 165,000. Actually, let me just click on this and just read it to you guys. Jobs report shows strong 253,000 increase in April. U.S. labor market not cooling much, which is obviously what Jerome Powell said he wanted to see have happen, and it's doing the exact opposite. The U.S. created a stronger than expected 253,000 new jobs in April as wages rose sharply, indicating there's still a lot of demand for labor even as the economy slows. The increase surpassed a 180,000 forecast. So we got 253 new jobs with a forecast of 180. It's pretty big. It's almost double. This is all based off of forecast by economists polled by the Wall Street Journal. The unemployment rate, what's more, fell to a tick of 3.4 from 3.5%, the government said Friday. That matches a cycle low in January, and before that, a level last seen in 1968. The gain in new jobs last month was partially offset by new data showing that hiring was not as strong in March and February as previously reported, but the overall tenor of the labor market is one of surprising strength in the face of rising U.S. interest rates. The sizable increase in jobs last month is not what the Federal Reserve wanted to see. The central bank hopes the labor market will cool off and ease the upward pressure on wages. I can imagine one thing that could probably cause a lot of people to really kind of suck it up a little bit and go like, wow, we should change how we're moving. I don't know if any of you guys can, but I can think of something. Where did this article go that I just lost? I opened up this article. I can't find it now. There we go. Yet a sharp increase in wages last month also underscores the resilience of the labor market. Hourly wages rose 0.5% last month, matching the biggest increase since last summer. The increase in hourly wages over the past year climbed 4.4%, perhaps a sign that more rapid wage growth has become embedded in the economy. Wages were rising around 3% a year before the pandemic. Yale says, Casey, have you noticed that the mainstream media has not and will not discuss serious banking issues? They've been giving their talking points and sticking with them. I haven't. I want to say that I don't really watch a whole lot of mainstream media anymore, so I'm going to go with the no on that. Casey messaged him, the demon. I was like, hey, we need some positive news here. You need to start making AMC's price go up. That's right. That's exactly what I did. No. I actually didn't message anybody. I was going to, but then I decided I probably could just look it up myself. I'll probably look it up while I'm on my break, which is just going to be a little bit here. Chat's saying I think we might be over 609 by the end of the day. I hope so. You know what, Tendies? I've seen a lot of videos from contractors out there who have been posting saying that they couldn't get reliable work from, like, they literally had like crap tons of work to get done and they couldn't find anybody who wanted to show up to work due to, like, I remember this one specific video where the guy was talking about like the excuses that he was getting, and they were just absolutely ridiculous. Like, I couldn't even believe some of the stuff that was being excuses for why people weren't showing up to work. So in regards to the contract labor, I don't doubt it. I don't doubt it one bit that you're paying more for that labor because apparently it's hard to find people for the rates that they were getting from the past. And so, how do you get them in there? How do you get them to start working? Pay them more. It's not going to help inflation any. it's, it's just not. It's going to eat into your revenue. It's going to cause you to rake up your, not rake, raise your costs, your rates that you're charging, and then these guys are going to go out and spend their money on goods that they're not supposed to spend money on right now. That the Fed doesn't want them spending money on right now because inflation. Any of you guys familiar with the bank, Navy, Fed? I am. I'm not. I'm not familiar with it as much as to whether or not he should bank there or not. But I'll probably stay away from answering any questions on it. I'll let other people talk in regards to it. I think it's probably safe, but I mean that's just. I said I wasn't going to say anything. I think it's probably safe, but who knows? Just remember, FDIC insurance is only up to 250, so I think that value that you just said right there should be fine. And the thing about the Federal Navy is that they're always going to have clientele, right? I mean, how do they not? So I think he should probably be okay. I would think. All right, it's 11 o'clock. Let's take a look at our numbers. Remember, I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again, or else I will not be able to see what it is you wrote. Starting with off exchange. By this time of the day, I would expect to see about, what are we at, 11 o'clock? 62% going through off exchange and EDGX combined. 57.48% I see is going through off exchange for AMC. EDGX is at 12.66. The combined total 70.14%, or about 8.14% higher than normal. CHX volume is 0.88% of our total daily volume with a 30-day average of 2.43. So it is elevated, but not really high yet. On Ape, let's see here. We've got 45.47% going through off exchanges. EDGX is 9.87. Combined total is 55.34%, or about 6.66. 6.66? Yeah. 6.66 lower than that's exactly 6.66 lower than what it should be by this time of the day. CHX volume is 0.01 with a 30-day average of 0.07, and GME's CHX volume is 0.03 with a 30-day average of 0.25. So nothing going on with those exchanges. Taking a look at Ortex data, very odd numbers going on today for AMC because there hasn't been really a whole lot of borrowed or returned shares for the day. It's almost like it's just like it's dead. And so far for the day, we've got a reporting of about 68,000 shares having been borrowed. It was 34,000 an hour ago, so it's doubled. That's not really going to change anything on the short share interest of the free flow because it's such a small number. It's 25.29% right now. Cost to borrow ends at 328.35%. Average is 330.65 and max is 332.85. Shares on loan day over day decreased by 2.83 million shares. Vortex estimating about 934,000 of that was in return short interest or closed out, and shares on loan is at 170.4 million shares. Taking a look at Ape, an hour ago on Ape, there was a return of 184,000 shares for the day. It's now 198,000 shares. Still not changing the short share interest of the free float, though. It's at 5.2%. Cost to borrow ends at 7.81, average at 7.87, and max is 7.94. There is day over day there was an increase of 350,000 shares on loan, putting our shares on loan to 24.37 million. Taking a look at the options, highest amount of call volume for the day today is at a $6 strike for the calls. That was 28.6 thousand in volume earlier. It's now 34.9 thousand contracts. On puts, highest amount of volume was at a $5.50 strike, 22.8 thousand contracts an hour ago. It's now 23.8. Market still suggesting a closing price on AMC somewhere between 5.5 and 6 by the end of the day today. So those of you who said 609 would be disagreeing with the options chain, which is okay. There's nothing wrong with that. I like seeing it higher than max pain for sure. Let's see. For combined price of AMC and Ape, we're at $7.60. We did break back up above the level of resistance that we've had from the past. Breaking out above this and seeing numbers much higher beyond 766 is going to be probably our big goal for the day today. We want to see moving into this next Fibonacci sequence of numbers that I've got in here. So hopefully we can get a push past 766 combined here soon. Oops. Orders by Fidelity customers, AMC, Ape, and GME are the only three that I'm looking for in this list. AMC has been on this list all morning long here. We have a 65.01% buy to 34.99% sell ratio. And I do not see Ape or GME on this list. Now, I do note, I think there's a very good chance here that we're not going to exceed the volume levels that I was suggesting earlier in pre-market this morning, based on how current volume is moving, which means we'll probably see a big spike in volume at the end of the day today, towards maybe like the last 15 minutes, or maybe even it could be as much as a half hour before. Will it make my volume predictions? Maybe not, but you can tell that there's definitely the fact that we're back up on the 30 most heavily traded stocks right now list here tells me that we definitely have some retail interest compared to usual. SSR trips today for AMC at $5.33, Ape at 1.404. Shares available to borrow has not changed at all in a couple hours now. We've seen so far for the day about 400,000 shares borrowed. Fees were 186.9%. NASDAQ is up 1.69%. Dow Jones is up 1.1. S&P 500 is up 1.36. We currently have 4,631 advancers to 1,642 decliners. The market is advancing like it's on fire. Cook them with bacon grease because it's looking hot and tasty and smells good too. It's doing just about as good advancing and declining now as it was about an hour ago. Taking a look at the banks, the big movers, we've got Silvergate up 18.35, PacWest up 82 point, or that's all over the place, 82.02%. FHN is up 6.26, Zion is up 17.46, Wall is up 37.8, Douche is up 3.79, Bancorp is up 6.56, Credit Suisse is up 4.17, Coinbase is up 16.23, Bank of let's keep moving on here. Wells Fargo 2.89. Charles Schwab 4.43, and California Imperial Bank 2.98%. Ethereum Classic is up 1.71. It's starting to make a little bit of a move right now. Let's see, dollar is down 0.14. It's finally down now, starting to move the other direction. And let's see, oil is up 2.92. Mortgage-backed securities are down anywhere from 0.49 to 0.5, and let's see, SPY is starting to, it's seemingly taking a little bit of a downwards trend here. Let's take a look at the trend channel on this real quick for ever since probably about like, what time is that? 10:40-ish. Definite downtrend. But it almost does look like a descending parallel channel here a little bit, which is usually a bullish indicator. Although there's been some periods of time in here where we've had some excessive data points that were below what would appear to be like a descending parallel channel. So we'll keep an eye on that. VIX is down 13.39. Vanguard's VBR ETF is up 1.97, which is the largest holder of AMC shares. VB is up 1.75. Tesla is up 4.23. Amazon is up 0.76. Cinemark is up 0.67. Doge is up 0.98. Bitcoin is up 2.57. Why would we see cryptocurrencies massively starting to run with banks running? Is it possible that banks are dumping money into crypto right before they're going to tank? Could it be that some of the funds that they're taking and moving it over into cryptocurrencies? Could it be that they'll do a run on cryptocurrency followed by a bank run? Think about that. GME is up 4.22. HYMC is up 0.88. NCMI is up 10.29. Hood is up 3.01. Ape is up 1.1. And AMC is up 1.71. Inflow. Oh, Hunter's about ready to leave here. Hold on a second. I love you, bud. Have an excellent day today. Be excellent. I love you. All right. What was I saying? Oh, yeah. Inflow versus outflow on Ape. We've got, or AMC rather, we've got $2.3 million more outflow than inflow, roughly. 18.17 million shares traded so far for the day-to-day after 160 minutes worth of trading. Putting us on a pace for 44.28 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested somewhere between 50 and 70 million shares traded, which obviously we're not going to hit unless we see some massive volume spike at the end of the day today, which I think could happen. But at this, with the numbers already being this low, I can't imagine that it's. I mean, we would have to see volume starting to spike and not dropping any further down from where it's at and actually starting to pick back up before the next hour or so. On a 4-hour chart, we've got more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 69.36, which is now not signaling oversold, but is definitely above average and almost signaling. On a 1 hour chart here, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with multiple crossovers on the Vortex indicator. RSI is at 54.71, which is slightly above average. On a 30-minute interval, there's more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 50.9, which is average. On a 5-minute interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 54.22, which is slightly above average. On Ape, there is approximately just a little about $50,000 more inflow than outflow so far. 6.88 million shares traded so far for the day today after 161 minutes worth of trading puts us on a pace for 16.66 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested somewhere between 20 and 40 million shares. So same exact thing on this one. We would have to see a pretty large jump in volume in order to see those move. On a 4 hour time interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI of 59.2, which is above average. On a 1 hour time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure than RSI of 56.61, which is slightly above average. On a 30-minute interval, there's more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI 52.42, which is average. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI 48.12, which is average. And barcoding on Ape at $1.57. Way to kill that volume. I mean, it's what you do, right? You want to kill volume, barcode it. Glenn says CNBC says bank stocks up is mostly shorts covering. I'm not buying it, man. I'm not buying that. Carl says, Casey, what is your overall sentiment on the earnings call? Missed most of it. It was about really what I felt like I thought it would be. I figured we would beat expectations, but I really didn't think that we would be have profitable earnings reports, a profitable earning report. But I do think that Q2 is a possible win for us. So we'll see. But I do think that there's going to be some better numbers being reported during that time. If we can remove our debt, well, I mean, that's not going to happen until after Q2. I think Q3 is going to be the big numbers for us, though. I really think Q3 is going to be where we look really good. Casey, how's your interval? My interval? Why don't you come and check it? Let's see here. President speaking, bragging about unemployment, maybe because people have to work 3 jobs. AMC customer support says not just barcoding, Ape is reported as hard to borrow at the moment. Let's see here. It is just about time for me to take a break. I haven't heard. You got to remember that Kat's about 2 hours behind me, so it's really like 9:15 her time. And if she worked last night, I imagine she might be just about getting up by now, or thereabouts. And or just getting her day started. So I probably will expect to hear from her pretty soon. But I don't have an exact time for when she's going to be available. I know she's got something else going on today. So once she gets that done and out of the way, I think she's gonna be ready to be able to talk. So Yes, Yucca, you should absolutely behave. Be nice. Be super, super nice on your best behavior. Yeah, you guys. I can't with you guys. You guys are too much. I'm gonna have to pass this thirsty crowd my Red Bull so you guys can finish it. No, Yucca. No. Let's see here. Yucca says that's a Bud Light, not a Red Bull. Really? I don't know, man. Kind of looks like Red Bull to me. I don't know. It's a blue one though. It's Red Bull blue. You probably haven't seen this one. I like the blueberry. I think what do they call this one? Uh, do they even have a name on this? They don't even have a name on it. It just says blueberry. That's it. Artificially flavored blueberry. So I can't drink any of the other ones, and I like the color. It's one of my favorites. That's an interesting question, Nobzilla. I'm gonna leave it up to her to decide whether or not she wants to answer questions from the chat. That's her choice. Batter says Red Bull contains bull urine. I don't believe it's called bull urine. I think it does have, and I can't remember the name of it. Taurine, Taurine, which I think can be created synthetically, and let's see here. It is a chemical called an amino sulfanic acid. It occurs naturally in the body. I've heard some people say that it comes from a bull, but I don't know if that's the case or not. But I think that what they probably put in these drinks are probably it's probably synthetic taurine. I don't know how to say it. Whatever. Who cares? I don't care enough to know. So, but I don't think there's bull urine in there. And if it is, oh well, tastes great, less filling. Arthur says, when is Cat on? I don't know yet. I'm waiting to hear back from her to find out. So hold on a second. Let me comment on something real quick here. All right. So earlier it was brought, Sam was talking earlier this morning about Project Popcorn, and I guess what I'll say is I'm not going to say anything about it yet in regards to that. And yeah, you guys can misbehave all you want while I'm here. I don't mind any. You guys, you guys are say whatever you want. I don't care. You guys just be you. It's fine. But I mean, just realize that like uh, if I see things where I feel like it's really disrespectful to the guest, I'm gonna have to just cut you off completely. And it's because I want there to be some level of respect there. So, and if you can't respect the guest, then I'm not gonna respect you. So I'll just throw that out there, being very blunt and straightforward. Uh, I won't put up for harassing anybody on the live stream. No, I know, Yucca. I'm just saying. I'm just throwing it out there. I'm just saying. Get it all out of your system now, because I don't care. I'm real easygoing and relaxed, and I'm actually quite sure that Cat's actually really easygoing and relaxed too. But I, just for the ability of having some respect for her being here and being a part of talking to us, I want to provide her that level of respect that I would expect for anybody. It doesn't matter who it is. I would expect it of anybody. I don't even know if we're gonna be if we're gonna have the interview with I haven't discussed with her whether she wanted to do it with I have it set up so that we can do the interview with her image, so if she wants to put on her video she can, but we didn't really discuss those details. I threw it out there and suggested what she might want to do, but we haven't really talked about it, so we'll see when she gives me the final. I'm ready to I'm ready to do a Discord call. Nope, not doing it in the back of the big tramp. Probably not. Dustin says, "Do you have hydraulics on the big tramp?" I probably would never put hydraulics on a vehicle, only because I just feel like it's kind of like for me, and I'm not suggesting this is for everybody, but for me, it's a waste of money. I would never use it. I would just never use it. So no, I'm gonna go with no. Maybe some really good shocks, but that's about it. Only because it's a low rider. You don't want to be driving over speed bumps and bottoming out. I used to, one of my roommates in college, my freshman year of college, he had um, a VW Beetle Bug, one of the old school ones, not one of the new ones, but one of the old school ones, and he had it super decked out. I mean, the thing was like a complete decked out VW Bug, and that thing was as low as you could buy. I mean, if he drove it on the highway, he would probably hit the little tiny reflectors in between lane changes. I'm pretty sure he could have bottomed it out on those, and I think he probably did time his switching lanes. That's how low it was. Well, we had speed bumps around the college campus, and whenever he went over those speed bumps, I've never seen a vehicle go so slow over some speed bumps before. But he would still bottom out, even going slowly. Pirate-born, I'll let her talking be the evidence to authenticity. Yes, thank you, Tom. Break time. Let me go to break here. Put up a message real quick here. What time am I coming back at? 12:10. All right. I will see you guys back at 12:10. And let me get some music up for you guys here. Man, they're really sucking the life out of this volume here. Let's see here. Somebody wanted Interstellar, so I'll pull that up here for break. All right, see you guys in a bit. All right, guys, I'm back. So I just want to share this with you real quick because this is something that I just saw pop up just as I was getting ready to come back on here, which I think is kind of cool. Let's see if I can pull this up on my computer. There we go. Nice. I'll take you guys over the other screen here for just a second here. SEC issues largest ever whistleblower award for immediate release. This is today, Cinco de Mayo, 2023. The Securities Exchange Commission today announced the largest ever award, nearly $279 million, to a whistleblower whose information and assistance led to the successful enforcement of SEC and related actions. This is the highest award in the SEC's whistleblowers program in history, more than doubling the $114 million whistleblower award the SEC issued in October 2020. The size of today's award, the highest in our program's history, not only incentivizes whistleblowers to come forward with accurate information about potential security law violations, but also reflects the tremendous success of our whistleblower program, said Gerbier S. Gural, director of the SEC's Division of Enforcement. Quote, this success directly benefits investors, and whistleblower tips have contributed to enforcement actions resulting in orders requiring bad actors to disgorge more than $4 billion in ill-gotten gains and interest. As this award shows, there is a significant incentive for whistleblowers to come forward with accurate information about potential security law violations. The whistleblowers sustained assistance, including multiple interviews and written submissions, was critical to the success of these actions. Continuing on here, said, while the whistleblower's information did not prompt the opening of the commission's investigation, their information expanded the scope of the misconduct charge. We need to come up with a slogan. Save our country, save our markets, turn in your bosses to line your pockets. We need to come up. I don't know if that's a good one or not. Maybe we can expand on that. It's probably not the best rhyme in the whole wide world. But really, I think that we do need to maybe start posting stuff as much as possible, and getting it out there to people to. No, Danny, I did not receive the reward. Can you imagine? No, I didn't. I would love to know that an ape maybe did get that reward. However, it does say interviews were occurred. I would imagine that somebody probably had some inside information and probably was helpful in discovery. But I was not a part of that. So let's see here. It's 12:14. It's time to take a look at the numbers real quick here. Sounds good, Pam? It's good to see you. Let's see what we got going on here. I'm going to take you guys over to the other screen. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are saying, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. Also, two-factor authentication. If you don't have it, you may want to consider getting it, as it could prevent somebody from getting into your account that shouldn't be there. When you do sign up for that, if they allow you to put in a secondary device that can receive the code, might be worthwhile in case something happens to your primary device. Yep. Hold on a second, guys. I got to do something real quick here. I'm going to put you guys back on the other screen here for just a second. I got to sign a birthday card here real quick. Hold on a second. All right, here you go. I just wrote on it and I just closed it. Hopefully it doesn't bleed through. Try to keep it open probably. There we go. All right, sorry about that, guys. Let's see here. Let me, oh yeah, please take pictures of your portfolios, guys, or video footage. And in case something should happen with you and your broker and they start reporting something different than what you've had from the past. I love it. Have fun. Enjoy. I'm jelly. Let's see here. What do we got going on? All right, let me move some screens around real quick and we will take a look at these numbers. Starting with off exchange. By this time of the day, I would expect to see somewhere around 63% going through off exchange and EDGX combined. Let's take a look at AMC's numbers. We have 57.42% going through off exchanges. EDGX is at 12.56. The combined total 69.98%. Nice. That's about, what did I say, 6.98% higher than it should be by this time of the day. CHX volume is 0.76 with a 30-day average of 2.42, so it is a little elevated, but not very much. Taking a look, not enough to get me excited anyways. Ape off exchange is 45.71. EDGX is 9.32. The combined total 55.03%. Let's see here. That's 5, 6, 7, 8% less than what it should be by this time of the day. CHX volume is only 800 shares, so nothing unusual going on there. Taking a look at GME, CHX volume is 0.03 with a 30-day average of 0.25, so nothing unusual happening there either. Taking a look at Ortex. There's approximately, as of an hour ago, there was approximately 68,000 shares having been borrowed for the day on AMC. It's now 248,000 shares. That's going to have the effect of slightly raising the short share interest of the free float to 25.26%. Cost to borrow min is at 310.72, average is 326.02, and max is 332.85. Shares on loan day over day decreased by 2.83 million shares, bringing the short interest that Ortex is estimating that was closed out was 934,000 shares. This brings our total amount of shares on loan to 170.4 million shares. And on Ape, an hour ago, there was approximately 198,000 shares having been returned. It's still the same value. It keeps the short share interest of the free float at 5.2%. Cost to borrow min is at 7.81. Average is 7.87. And max 7.94. Day over day, there was a 350,000 share increase in on loan amount to 24.37 million shares in total loaned out on Ape. Taking a look at options, highest amount of call volume an hour ago was at a $6 strike with 40.9 thousand contracts. We went from 32.5 thousand contracts to 40.9. At a $6 strike, I don't know if I said that. Highest amount of volume for puts is at a $5.50 strike, and oh, I just messed up my numbers. Hold on a second here. Undo. I was trying to figure out like why my numbers didn't look right there. 40.9. There we go. All right. Highest amount of volume has been at a $5.50 strike for puts this morning. Went from 23,000 contracts to 25.9. Not much of an increase on that one. Market still suggesting a closing price on AMC somewhere between 5.5 and 6 by the end of the day today. Combined price of AMC and Ape is at $7.53, following that level of I guess I'm going to call it support for right now, as we're not really trading too far below it, or we're kind of trading like right on it right now. I'm hoping to see a break above this at some point today where we can start breaking past 766 and seeing trading prices in this next Fibonacci retracement that I have up above. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC, Ape, and GME are the only three I'm looking for. AMC has been sliding down this list a little bit with lower volume this morning, but and Alba are actually starting to increase a little bit here. I don't think we were this far. I think we were a little bit further down earlier. We have a 68.15% buy and a 31.85% sell ratio. So we actually have some pretty good buying to selling, and I like where it's at. It was 69% earlier this morning, started to fall to about 66%. Now we're back up to 68, so that's doing really good. I don't see Ape or GME on this list here, but that's likely due to lower amounts of volume. We have gotten the nut. We have just we got punched in the nuts today, guys, on volume. I mean, just absolutely it sucks. It looks really, really, really bad. I mean, we had some really good volume in the pre-market, had good volume in the starting hour or so of market open, and now just not so much. Shares available, or actually, SSR trigger price for the day today on AMC is at $5.33. Ape at 1.404. Shares available to borrow still sitting at 2.7. No change for quite a few hours now. 186.7% is the fees for borrowing. The Nasdaq is up 1.94. Dow Jones is up 1.26. The S&P 500 is up 1.54. We have 4,605 advancers to 1,667 decliners. The market is more advancing than declining right now, but is about where it was an hour ago. So the whole market's just kind of seems to be a little bit just trending sideways as of right now. Taking a look at the banks, some of the bigger movers, we've got Silvergate is up 10.69. PacWest is up 7.86. 7.86. 78.86. I can't get the numbers out. FHN is up 7.06. Zion is up 20.27. Wall is up 52.97. DB is up 4.04. US Bancorp is up 7.54. Credit Suisse is up 4%. Coinbase is up 17.58. Wells Fargo is up 3.01. Citigroup up 3.13. Charles Schwab is up 3.56. Other big movers. California Imperial Bank up 3.38. Ethereum Classic is up 1.49%. The US dollar is down 0.21. Oil is up 4.01. Mortgage-backed securities are up or down rather anywhere from 0.46 to 0.47. And the SPY is up 1.53. VIX is down 13.49. VBR is up 2%. Vanguard is up 1.9%. Tesla is up 5.04. Amazon is up 1.29. Cinemark is down 2.18. Doge is up 1.12. Bitcoin is up 2.64 at 29.6K a coin. GME is up 3.98. HYMC is up 1.68. NCMI is up 9.13. Hood is up 3.13. Ape is down 0.32 at 155.5. And AMC is up 0.59 at $5.96. Inflow versus outflow for the day today on AMC, there's approximately $2.8 million more outflow than inflow. 20.45 million shares traded so far after 235 minutes worth of trading, putting us on a pace for 33.93 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested somewhere between 40 or 50 and no, what did I say? 50 and 70, I think. Yeah, 50 and 70. So we're way, I mean, like I said, we got hit hard on volume. Just really knock the wind out of us here. On a 4-hour time interval, there's more selling pressure than buying pressure, with an RSI of 64.26, which is slightly above average. No, it's above average. On a 1-hour time interval, there's more selling pressure than buying pressure, and what appears to be a divergence in the vortex indicator with that more selling pressure right now occurring right now. RSI is at 51, which is average. On a 30-minute interval, there's more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 47.07, which is slightly below average. On a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 43.65, which is below average, slightly below average. And on Ape, we've got $100,000 more inflow than outflow. 7.84 million shares traded so far after 236 minutes worth of trading, putting us on a pace for 12.95 million shares traded by the end of the day today. That is definitely way lower than what I was expecting, which I said 20 to 40 million. So we're definitely below that. I really, even with a spike in volume at the end of the day today, I'd be really surprised to see us get back on pace for what I thought what I was expecting to see have happen. And I don't like being high. So, Yeah, at least not on mushrooms. On a 4-hour time interval for Ape, we've got more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI 54.13, which is slightly above average. On a 1-hour time interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 49.54, which is average. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 46.34, which is slightly below average. On a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 38.66, which is below average. And with that, that's all I got for you guys. Okay, yeah. Alrighty. With that, I can see what it is you guys are writing. Foodog says SEC awarded a whistleblower 279 million, more than wasn't it more than double? I think was. Hold on a second here. I'm opening up the. I'm reopening up that SEC filing or statement. The last previous was 114 million. Yeah, so 228 would be. It was definitely more than double the amount of the last largest amount ever awarded. Down we go. You're welcome, man. That's what she said. You know, Easter B said must have been a big whistle. Dynamite says that's a lot of coffee. Yeah, no kidding. I'll tell you what. I will donate to the SEC 40% of my whistleblower's fee if they award me a whistleblower's fee. I've filed two complaints. I've heard nothing back from either of them. My understanding is that I need to call them back up though and find out what the status is on the reports that I placed. Question on Ortex for Ape: 26.84 million live, short interest only, 24.37 million on loan. So part of the live short interest censored content is an estimate, right? You got to remember that their live short interest is their estimation on how much short interest there is currently, and then the on loan amount is what's currently being reported. So, I mean, take it for what it is. But I understand how that could be confusing because supposedly all loan shares for Ape should be all of it should be short interest, supposedly. So the 24.37 million on loan should be what the short interest should be being reported at. I think what it is for them, censored content, is that it's more of an estimation, and I think that they're basically pointing out that I think the only thing that could be pointed out from it is that they apply their formula across the board without taking into consideration whether or not there's something that should be accounted for. Because I mean, really, they should have no formula applied. My guess is because I've told you on several occasions that they usually estimate for AMC is usually 1/3 of whatever the total daily loaning amount is. Usually, not always. And so my guess is they probably apply some kind of similar formula and don't change it for each stock. They probably apply some specific formula each stock and never ever change it. And it's like their whatever formula it is. It's their patent pended formula that they use. Pro Jeweler says I need some whistle money. Yeah, no kidding. I could use some too. Will there be a video recording of a video recording? Not sure of what. Oh, no. Uncle Milty says, "Were you expecting boom booms, or is this playing like expected today?" So I have us down for 5.99 close. You tell me. It's kind of playing out. So I kind of thought that maybe we might see early morning big price running up, and then obviously stifling out volume throughout the day, and then eventually a close lower than where price was at for the start of the day because we opened up at 6:04. So 5.99 was my prediction for the day today. Ape, on the other hand, is a little more surprising to me. I kind of expected Ape to hold and maybe even see a little bit higher of a price today. I was looking for about 161, but it's trading at a buck 55. So I'm a little bit off on that one. Doing pretty good. Now, I think we may see a little bit of an upwards price run on AMC towards the end of the day. Maybe not so much on Ape, or it could be vice versa. Maybe we'll see Ape go up and AMC come down. That does tend to happen quite a lot. Um, Tom, I have not received any notification from her in regards to wanting to change up any of the questions. So all the questions that I submitted to her, I'm assuming are good because I have not heard back from her in regards to changing up the questions. But then again, I'm waiting to hear back from her what time she's going to be done. I know she had something to do earlier this morning, or actually, I don't know what time she had to do it at, but I just know that she had something she had to get done first, and then she was going to be able to come on and talk. So uh, I don't know. I'm still up in the air. I'm still waiting to hear back from her, so I'm not sure. This is why I don't usually like to say when I'm going to have somebody come on and speak, and I just like to make it a surprise because I've had a couple of instances where people have backed out at the last minute, and I don't like to. I want people to feel comfortable with being able to back out without feeling any pressure of feeling like they have to be there, which is part of the reason why I put special guests today. I didn't put any specific names down. No, no dynamite. It is not. James says I would be scared to get questioned in the back of the big tramp. Uh, I don't bite. I don't bite, James. You come back in the back of the big tramp anytime, and I'll hit you up with some questions. I'm harmless. I don't really feel like any of the questions are all that difficult. Frank, congratulations. I maybe you were here earlier this morning. I just didn't remember seeing the name earlier, but congratulations on winning out the week, sir. You beat out censored content by 1 point. I had to go back and re-listen to the questions on uh, Monday to find out who got the points. And I was sitting there tallying up your points, and I think you had like 5 or 6 points on, because I think you went into the day with 7. Yeah, that's right. You went into Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Thursdays points. You had 7 points, and I went back and I re-listened to Mondays, and you had 6, and that gave you 11 points, and censored content had 10. So you beat him out by one 1 point for the win. It was a narrow squeaking of winning points there, but you did it, and that's all that counts. 1 point's 1 point. But censored content came in second, and then third was Joe Pounce or Ponce with however he wants to be called with 7 points for third. Uh, what time did Danny say, Pam? Because that's what she told me. She said she had to do something. I didn't want to say what she had to do, but she told me she had something she had to go to attend to. But what time did? Because I see you saying you said which is around that time at Danny or later. What time would that be? Just so I can kind of get an idea. I didn't see Danny's message. I'm looking. I'm scrolling up now, like trying to figure out what Danny put in here. I don't see Danny's message anywhere. I don't see it. That's what I said, Pam. I told my I am threatening these guys, Pam, and I told them I'm like, you guys better behave. Don't you be rude. I expect everybody to be, and it doesn't matter who it is. Doesn't matter who it is, but when they come on here, I demand respect of the guests that I have, just as you would choose to be respected as well. So I've already laid it out there, Pam. What time was that though, Pam? I noticed you said something about that time, but I don't know what time that is. I'm just kind of get like I'm trying to get like a ballpark park picture of when that is. I was starting to worry though too, Pam, because you know how some people have fake accounts. I was starting to go like, what if I was talking one of those fake accounts the whole time, and like they just led me on to believing that I was going to be talking to Cat I'm like, oh my gosh, how do I? And so I went back and I frantically like went to go check and see uh make sure that I had the right account and everything. I was like, oh my gosh, I hope I didn't make like this massive mistake. I was panicked a little bit. I was like, oh shoot. But it was right though. We just got another little spike there in volume that last minute on AMC, but it was only about 105,000 shares. Nope. I'm good, Yucca. I see my own every day. I'm good. I don't need any other pictures. Got all the images in my head of all the I'm good. I'm fine. I'll pass. You make me want to say things that I shouldn't say, Yucca. I'm gonna say it anyways. I can't help myself. I'm gonna I'm gonna toast a drink, guys. I'm gonna toast a drink. I think I'm gonna go grab a drink real quick here and start out early. It's Cinco de Mayo. I'm gonna pour myself what am I gonna do? I'm gonna pour myself a margarita and then toast to you guys for a second here, so I don't say something I shouldn't say. That's right, Dino Mike. Loosen up a little bit, like stop being so edgy. Because man, let me tell you, I feel on edge today. Um, but before I leave, I'm just gonna say, anyways, I'm telling you right now, Yucca, I'll bet you my dog's balls are bigger than yours. Man, I'm telling you, and it's funny because when we went to the vet said, "Have you considered neutering your dog?" And I said, "Have you seen those things? No way. He would be disappointed massively." And my vet said, "Yes, I understand, but the dogs can get skin cancer when they're that large." To which I said, "Oh, so what do you suggest? 60 or 100 SPF?" So I'm just throwing it out there. Yucca, I'm telling you, Bruno, he is quite the stud. Let me just tell you. I feel bad for him when he runs around all over the place. I'm like, oh, that's gotta hurt. he needs a man bra. All right, let me go grab my margarita here, and I'll be right back. Oh boy, it's saying things I shouldn't say. See, I gotta get it all out right now. Get it out because last thing I want to do is be talking about dog balls later. All right, see you in a bit. I'll be back. Like, it'll probably take me like 3 minutes to mix up a drink, and I'll be right back. All right. So I just noticed that I'm apparently out of margarita sweet and sour, whatever that mix is that you put in with tequila. I'm out of it. But um, my wife just bought me 1800 tequila Rasposado, and that happens to be the same. It's also 1800 margarita pre-mixed mix that I have, which is already has alcohol in it in the fridge. But I had already poured the tequila into the glass, not realizing I didn't have the right stuff. This is going to be strong. But two earnings, to happy Cinco de Mayo, and to a great weekend ahead of us, guys. I'm just going to toast a little bit earlier here today. Cheers. And I'll tell you what, I'm gonna move back to the back of the big tramp right now, because normally I would do back of the big tramp at the end of Fridays, like normal. But today I'm gonna have a special guest, at least one, maybe two. So we'll probably not do that at the end of the day today, like normal. Albert, not a problem, man. Don't worry about it. There's no requirements to be here or not be here. I don't do anything here for the amount of people that are here. I could have 0 people here and I'd still be doing the same thing, talking to myself. And if you don't believe me, go back in history and look. I've done it before. I can get back to that again. If there's somebody else you want to go listen to, by all means go listen to them. It doesn't hurt my feelers whatsoever. Let's take a look. And what was I going to pull up again here? Oh yeah, I'm just going to go back in the back of the big tramp. Yucca's already there waiting for me. Yucca, what's going on, man? Yucca's not talking. He's upset, I think. It's okay, Yucca. It's gonna be okay. Foo's here as well. He's upset, I think.
Well, all this ball talk.
I know. I'm telling you, dude. I'm telling you. If I took a picture to prove it, everybody would probably be like, I would probably get some kind of like content violation or something. It would be labeled as porn or I don't know.
Hello?
Hmm.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you now.
Oh. All right. Yeah. I don't know what the hell's going on. Cheers.
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 Oh, somebody outside.
It's me, Yucca. You didn't let me in the house last night.
Oh, I'm sorry. I left the door open.
So I can't figure out doorknobs.
How did you guys feel about the earnings report today?
What do you mean?
Real good. I like how he was talking about the trajectory of the company, and it's just keeps getting better, better, better. No slight dip here and there, and getting better. It's just going straight up, straight up.
Oh yeah.
That made me feel real good. He should have focused on that more, but he didn't. That's all.
Yeah. I think Q2 is going to look a lot better. I'm starting to kind of lean more towards like Q3 is going to be just amazing. But Q2, the reason that I think that Q2 is not going to be as amazing as Q3 is simply because of the fact that I think the raising of capital is going to happen in Q3, and the Q2 numbers are not going to quite have the benefit of having a reduction in any kind of debt. But I think he's going to make. I think the numbers are going to look really, really good for Q3 for sure.
I know we always put down Gary Gensler, and probably most of it is deserved, but this new reporting from hedge funds, they've been fighting it tooth and nail. But now, I guess they passed it yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
So that's awesome.
I didn't know they passed it yesterday, but I do know that they had put out the DTC put out or DTCC put out a note stating that they were going to need to be reporting within 72 hours. So
yeah, Casey.
Mm-hmm.
I'd like to make a toast.
Okay, go right on ahead.
To Bruno's big balls.
Cheers.
Cheers. No. That's my first. No, but to everybody here, to the whole community. I love you all. You know, everybody's amazing. It's like a big family. That's you know, I don't know. Anyways, that's
You
it.
you enjoy the people you hang out with.
Oh yeah,
I do
I
too.
love everybody. I bring that's why I joke around a lot because I like to bring the best out in people. Whether it's they're things that they don't want to say but they'll say them.
Yeah,
You know.
I know, man. I love you too, man. I really do. And
Oh, thank
I'm
you.
gonna retoast to you toasting to the community on Bruno's big balls. Cheers.
To the big
Casey,
love.
I think you missed censored content's comment
Oh,
about Bruno's ball.
I did. What did he say?
He said the vet should have told you to massage sunscreen on them balls every day, and then we'll see how important they are.
Well, you know what I actually told the vet. I said, "Well, that's okay because he's not an outdoor dog. He's an indoor dog. So, in regards to you know, getting skin cancer, he doesn't really spend a whole lot of time outside. So, he doesn't like
Oh,
being outside for very long unless there's rabbits out there. So, and those rabbits come at
that's
dusk
amazing.
and in the mornings to feed in the grass or graze in the grass. So those are the times when he loves to spend time outside. So it's not really, he's not getting a tan.
Not getting a ball tan?
No ball tans
Yeah.
for Bruno in the morning or night.
Joe Joe Ponce is so sweet. He says, "You're my boy, Blue." I'll respond, "You're my blue balls." Joe Ponce.
I was gonna mention that I had a dog and I didn't have him fixed, and he was just this little French bulldog, but he had these unusually large
Manhood.
danglers,
Mhm.
and it was just everyone mentioned him, and I was, you'd just be like, my mom would mention him.
Mhm.
Well, he's got really large one, and I was like, Mom, I want to talk about balls with you, And the vet was just enthralled with him. She was just constantly wanting to cut him off, and I was like, no, if it's not broke, don't fix it. He's fine.
That's what I said. That's what I said. I looked at him. I literally looked at the vet and I said, like, look, what? I mean,
Did you?
the guy like that's a lot to miss. do you really want to? I mean, really? It was almost like it was almost as if they had some kind of like bounty on being able to
Yeah.
get the largest ones for the month or something. Who knows? I don't know what it was. It was odd to me.
Was the vet male or female?
It was male. He was male.
Okay, he was jealous.
I ain't gonna lie. I might be a little jealous too.
Have you compared them side to side?
No, I have not done that. No, I'm pretty sure I got him beat, but I mean, it's still impressive though.
You got him beat. Oh man.
But they told all kinds of stories about cancer and everything. Never materialized nothing. He was just fine all his life. I mean, is there an epidemic of coyotes with cancer? No.
Exactly, right? And that's what I'm saying. Like in the natural, right? You don't just go around neutering every naturally born animal out there, Why just I mean, I don't know. And here's the other thing too. I would love to give Bruno an opportunity to have a litter of puppies, his own litter of puppies before he gets too old. And that's actually kind of yeah, little Bruno's running around someplace, and I can't imagine taking that away from him. And I know that sounds like so stupid to be there sitting there like, oh, Bruno's got to have his own little family or something like that. But I kind of feel like maybe that's something. I don't know. I feel like he would enjoy it or something. I don't know. Maybe he'd like to have a little Bruno's. I
Have a
don't know.
talk with him.
I need to. I need to have a talk with him and find out, like, hey, what's going on here, Bruno? What are you up to? I'm surprised he hasn't come.
Yeah.
I've said his name so many times now. I'm surprised he hasn't run up over here. Like, why are you talking about me? Why? Huh? And he's wagging his tail, going like, I know you're talking about me. You said my name like 8 times.
He probably knows you're talking about his balls.
It's like, I'm gonna go hide somewhere.
That's probably why he's
Yeah.
not over here. He's probably not over here because he knows. He's like, oh, it sounds like he's just debating whether or not I should get him removed. But he is now, because don't they say like for large breed dogs it's like 7 years for every 1 year of age or something like that? Is it 7?
It's been
I don't know,
said.
fool.
It's been said, yeah.
I think
Fool.
this last year he's officially older than me now. So, and I think about that.
Yeah.
Oh shoot, my wife's asking me a question about how much to order on ooh. I'm gonna tell her.
I don't know, buy the whole store.
I'm gonna tell her to buy 1.5 pounds of
Carne asada?
no fajitas, steak fajitas.
I'm coming over.
Hit the Rocky Mountain oysters.
So she's buying it for me and Seth. We're the only two that are going to be missing out on that. So I told her 1.5 pounds for me and him. That's like 3/4 of a pound for each of us. I'm gonna. You don't even understand. Like, do you guys have a lupe tortilla where you live? Do you have that?
No.
No.
Oh my gosh, they have. They cook their steak. I'm like salivating just thinking about it. If you guys are listening right now and you're hungry, don't listen to this. Just turn it off because I'm gonna probably start getting you all. I'm gonna get you guys all excited on these steak fajitas. But they cook their steak fajitas in an iron skillet, and they're seasoned. The skillets are seasoned with a lemon seasoning. And so when they cook it, when you go to eat the steak, it's got this amazing like infused lemon. I said lemon, it's lime. I'm sorry, lime infused kind of taste to the meat, and it is absolutely perfectly caramelized, and it's just so good. I can't even begin to tell you. It is mouth-watering. It's tender, it's perfect. It's absolutely perfect. And so that's why I'm telling her 1.5 pounds, because even if Seth and I can't eat 1.5 pounds, I guarantee you that those leftovers will be eaten. I'm gonna see what she says back. I guarantee you she's probably gonna say she's probably gonna laugh and say something like, "Isn't that a little much?" And I'll be like, "Nope."
That's what she said.
That's right. Is that Danny? Danny, are you on lunch break?
I got home early.
You got home.
Get skin cancer.
What are you doing out? What are you doing out of the cage, Danny? What's going on here?
We got out early. I had to go get my son, and
He quit his job. He quit his job.
I quit.
He thought we were gonna MOASS.
Yeah, I told him we're MOASS, and we had we had a earnings call today. I said we're going to the moon, and I quit.
That is so.
I'm just kidding.
Hold on a second here. I got a message from Kat.
By the way, if you don't cook fajitas in a skillet, you're not doing it right. Like if you have kids and you go out to a restaurant and you order fajitas and you're not telling your kid, "Hey, don't touch this; it's hot." It's on a sizzling plate. You're not doing it right.
Oh yeah, yeah.
You can't bake them, right? You can't bake fajitas, huh?
You can air fry fajitas.
Oh, you can air fry anything, huh? Just like you could fry Oreos and deep fry anything.
Just like you can milk anything.
I got nipples. Yucca, can you milk me?
That's what what's his name? From
The fucker?
What is it? Yeah.
Meet the
Take
fuckers.
anything with it.
Who was it that said Yucca put Nutella on his nipples?
How do they know? Damn it! People keep. I've been getting spied on, man.
Daddy.
What are nipples?
Yeah.
All right, so here's the deal.
Look what you created, Yucca.
Here's the deal
Go
with
ahead.
Kat. So it sounds to me like she's going to be available to be able to do an interview after my normal recording live stream. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to end normal time that I usually do, but I still have Keisha, who's going to be. I'm not sure. I hope it's Keisha. Keisha, well, help me out, guys. How would you say Keisha? Is it Keisha?
That's sure.
Kesha? Shoot. I hope I'm gonna get her name
I
wrong.
mean, just ask her. Ask her.
Yeah, I know.
How do you
'Cause
pronounce her
I'm
name?
gonna screw it up. All right. Well, that's me. You know. Hopefully she can forgive me. But I've got Keisha.
Yucca, you should know how to pronounce it. You're a geisha.
Come on, Casey. That's the easiest pickup line ever. You just ask a woman what her name is, and then that's that. You're in like sin.
I'm out of the game, man. I'm out of the game.
Game. Come on, man. Don't throw in the towel.
So Kat is going to come on later, and when she's ready to be ready. I know where I'm going with this. Careful, guys. Careful. When she's ready and available to be able to do the interview, I'll restart another stream. It'll be a separate stream, and so I will be on later tonight with Kat, and she's saying around. If I had to guess, probably maybe like. Probably around 3 her time or thereabouts, which is going to be about 5 my time. So probably about like 2 hours after I close down the stream, you might see me come back on.
I can't do that, Casey. Can you tell her to reschedule?
Hey,
That's
no,
a-
man. I have always told every single person that I've ever interviewed, I always have said I will work around your schedule. This is what I do.
I know. My schedule, you're saying, right?
No, there. Well, I'm not interviewing you, but if I did interview, I would tell you the same thing I tell everybody. I will work
I
around
thought
your
you meant
schedule.
my schedule.
No.
You're saying that.
Now, Casey, just to clarify for the viewers, this is 3 and 5. It's not AM. You're not pulling a Pantheon. This is PM. Yes.
Yes.
Just checking.
This will probably be around 5 o'clock my time, PM.
Mountaineer time.
Yeah, Central Standard. Yeah. So it's good to know.
Okay.
Andrew says she's tweeting now. She's gonna stand you up. hey, man, it's not the first time. I can take it. I'll roll with that. I'm going to tell her, though. I'm going to be very honest with her. I'm going to say, okay, wait, I should probably send this to her right now. I'm going to say, that's fine. But I'm definitely going to be liquored up by then. No, I'm not going to send that to her.
Yeah.
I'm not sending that to her.
She's going to be like,
I'm not going to send that. Let's see here. Oh, shoot. My wife's asking me filet mignon, right? I want the... Ooh, yes. It is the filet mignon. Yes.
That's how Casey likes his meat.
Mm-hmm.
Boss.
I got to remember that we're in front of millions of people here, not just us in the top of the big tramp or wherever we're at. I got to keep it. I got to hold back a bit.
Don't hold back, man.
I was gonna say a meat joke, but
you only live once.
It wasn't that type of joke. It was a different. Anyways.
Rich says, just say welcome to the show. Please introduce yourself. That's messed up. Actually, I've got my.
I heard you guys. You go ahead, sir.
I've got my intro already written up. I wrote it up last night.
You have background music?
No, I don't. I don't have background. You know what? All the stuff that I do is not very professional. You know what I'm like. It's not very. I probably could make this like a million times more cool looking. And you get little like stupid me going beep beep at the end of the day, going, driving. It's like you get what you get, man. It's free. Everybody's
So
just silent.
I came in late today. I heard you guys talking about dogs and I don't know, Yucko was
Big
making a
balls.
joke about Bruno's balls. Yeah. Anyways, at our school
You like that, huh?
we have like an animal care unit. I don't know what you call it. It's like an adoption. They get kids to adopt, animals that they find. So one of the teachers adopted this husky, beautiful, brand new, like he's a car, brand new. He's like I don't know, a year old, a couple months. So he brings him to work today, and we have another teacher who had a dog, and she brought her dog, and they ended up, I guess meeting each other after school. So they're sniffing each other, and she warns
the
the guy. She
teachers?
goes, "Hey." The teachers, yeah, the teachers with the dogs. The dogs were meeting, not the teachers.
Oh, I thought
the
the
dogs.
teachers were sniffing each other. I'm like, what?
No, they might have been. They might have been before I got there, but anyways, the dogs are kind of like sniffing each other, and she warns them. She goes, "My dog kind of, he might strike your dog. Watch out." So he lets his dog go near the dangerous dog for a couple seconds, and he goes, "Okay." He pulled it back. He goes, "Oh, I think we're good." So they go back, and they're sniffing for another 10, 15 seconds, and all of a sudden, this dog, he pulled a Mike Tyson, and he bit the dog in the ear, and the other dog is like, "Arr!" And he pulls back, and he's missing like half his ear, and he starts
What?
bleeding. Oh my god! So
God.
I had to run. We have like a trainer for like the sport, the athletics. So I ran
Wow.
to the trainer. I'm like, I need some medical attention, help, mayday! And I guess they patched him up. But it was just the craziest thing. I was like, oh my gosh, I've
Wow.
seen dogs attack other dogs, but it was
Wow.
terrible. He bit like half his ear off. It was
That's not
terrible.
a food dog.
Yeah, man.
That's a straight up Mike
Food
Tyson
dog
move
won't
right
do
there.
that.
Jeez. So
Dang.
Damn, that's epic.
yeah, it was a hell of a story. I mean, I don't know. I've never seen anything like it.
Danny, you gotta write books, man.
No, that's Foo. Foo Dog needs to write a book.
So my kids, the schools nowadays, the high schools, help kids to envision what they want to do later on in life, and so they try to put them into pathways, like learning pathways, to help them move towards that direction in their life, which I think is really, really super cool. I mean, I know a lot of kids probably don't really know what they want to do later on in life, but I think it's still kind of neat that they can kind of tailor to that. But anyways, one of my kids wants to be Kelsey wants to be a vet tech later on, and so she's taking a class right now about animal it's like animal husbandry or whatever it's called. But the point I don't know what it's called, but anyways, the point that I'm trying to make here is that they actually bring the teachers from the school will bring in their dogs, and they actually groom and take care of the animals based off of how the teacher shows them
Wow.
to do that. And so all these teachers get free grooming for their animals because the kids at the school are doing it and learning how to, basically do the job before they get there. And so
Well,
yeah, it's really cool. She's going to be doing this summer. She's going to be an intern. Well, I think she's trying to apply for an internship at a vet clinic, and I think that is the coolest thing ever. I wish they
wow.
had that kind of
And how
stuff when I
old?
was a kid.
But
She's
these
gonna
are kids.
Yeah, she's gonna be a senior next year, so she's like
Oh,
transitioning from junior to senior, so like 17, you know.
sounds like, yeah, sounds like child labor. Taking advantage of a kid.
It is a little bit, but to be honest with you though, like I mean, wouldn't you want your kid to find out in advance if it's something that they want to do in life? Like if they're gonna spend some
Mhm.
legitimate time uh towards a
But
goal
do they
of,
get
of trying to
credit?
figure out, yeah, that not only do they get credit, But they also get, I think there is some pay involved as well. There's also insurance. My wife went to a meeting for this. There's all kinds of stuff that's involved in this, but
I like it.
the part.
Casey, this sounds illegal. You're grooming animals and kids. There's pay involved.
But the
Animalhusbandry.com.
No.
Yeah, animals with big balls.
It's like one of those weird websites like farmers.com.
No, but
like a dating website.
She's going to get a certificate when she's done with this. If she passes the right tests and everything, she should get a certificate as a veterinary technician exiting high school.
That's awesome.
Wow.
And so I'm sitting there going like, dude, this is what you do.
This is what we need.
This is what we need. Like, we need to legit like get kids into jobs and showing them this is what we do here. If you want to be this in life, this is what you got to go through. And if they don't like it, then they can move on to something different, right? It gives them a great introduction into what it is that they want to do for their future. And I think it's awesome. I love it. I absolutely love it. I think it's great.
Great introduction into understanding big balls and knowing that they don't cause cancer. Love it.
Oh no.
Oh man. Yeah.
Yeah, we got our kids. Our kids do like the computers and stuff, and they take the Microsoft certification. You know, they can graduate with a certification.
So that's
stuff
awesome.
like that's cool.
That's
yeah.
awesome. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that's great.
Hey, are you guys talking about AMC?
What?
Hey, Shimmer!
Shimmer!
Hey!
Hey, what you guys think of the call?
Pretty good.
I liked it.
Yeah, what did you like about it?
I like the fact that year or quarter after quarter, I mean, the year over year numbers are great, but the quarter over quarter numbers are still looking really strong. And I don't think there was any doubt that we were going to have bad quarter over quarter. But one of the things that I really liked about it was the fact that one of the numbers they didn't talk about was popcorn. Those numbers were not in this quarterly report, and so it kind of excites me about the fact that next quarter we will be seeing some of those numbers. But also, Adam Aaron talked about some of the different things that he's got planned up for the future. Did you guys notice about the candy? Did you guys key in on that? Yeah.
Yeah.
He didn't talk much about the Visa card either.
No, he didn't. He didn't talk about any of the earnings for popcorn or Visa card, but he did talk about the candy though, and it sounds like they want to try and make some more money off their own candy, which will be interesting.
Yeah, I sent him a letter, a little note today. I live in West Palm Beach, and they're closing out the AMC at Rosemary Place. West Palm Beach is booming. I've been living here for 25 years, and the closest AMC is in Pompano, which is a 40-minute drive. So they're directing everybody to go there. They're closing that down because they're tearing down the whole structure and building office buildings and food on the first floor, office buildings and rental and property over there because people are moving to West Palm Beach like crazy. It's like the go-to place. But so hopefully he can open up a new one here in West Palm Beach. But that's what he needs to do. You know, I don't know if he'll come down and look at West Palm Beach or he has it on his radar, but this place is booming. It's really, Florida is good.
Shimmer, you're right down the street from me. I'm in Miami.
Where are you? Oh yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, I live not right near Donald Trump, not too far from him, about a mile away from Mar-a-Lago. Yeah.
Wow. Sounds I need to move down there.
Yeah, Florida's nice.
Do it.
My child grew up here, and she had a good life. And you know, from New York, from Queens to Florida, that was my move. But yeah, it's really nice here.
Yeah, because you sleep on my couch.
Yeah, I'll tell you what. Miami is already too congested, but West Palm Beach is getting really congested too. So that's why they should open up a theater here. I think they'll do very well. Did you find out? Did he mention how many he talked about new theaters, but did he mention that he's looking, or they keep their eyes out? What? I didn't catch that.
I do feel like they were suggesting that there were other potential acquisitions that they were looking into. Yeah. But
All right. Well,
they
that's
weren't.
good.
Yeah, they weren't really specific on that. But I can tell you right now, in 2023, there were no screen additions. There was two screen acquisitions. Screen dispositions, there were 208. Construction opening closures net was down 4. Average screens. Average screens. Boy, I can tell this interview with Kat's gonna go really well already. Average screens is 9,998. Number of screens operated 10,264. Number of operated is 920. So that is down. Number of theaters operated is down by about 18 movie theaters. So we're 18 less right now than we were in March.
Yeah, but he got
March
rid
last year.
of the less profitable ones, and he put money into the better areas, right? To jack them up,
Right.
Make them nice. Yeah.
Yeah. The thing is, they lost 18 movie. In total, they lost 18 theaters. But the average screens per theater did not change. It's still 11.2 year over year. So they didn't change anything at all in regards to the average screen per theater.
Well, movies are picking up, so hopefully it's going to work out well. Yeah, I like the call. I thought it was very positive. I saw the stock go up to 516. I was up at 4:00 in the morning. I couldn't sleep. I was watching it. It went up to 516, and then they held it there, and they really got it over a little bit. I'm sorry, to 620. You know, it went to 620. It was higher than 516. It went to 620, and it was around that $6 mark. I think that's kind of where it's closing out now. But this shorting is unbelievable. What's going on here, and how they're keeping this thing under wraps. I mean, it's very frustrating.
Yeah, it is time for me to do numbers, but I was thinking about skipping it and just talking to you guys instead. What do you guys think?
Yeah, numbers. Unless people in the chat want to do it, you got to give the people what they want.
I just want to know what you guys thought, but I'm getting ready to park my car anyways, so I just wanted to pop in and say hello. But yeah, I think export will be much better. So I'm looking forward to a progression, incline, a progression of good things happening.
Yeah, absolutely.
And as long as that happens, then the shorts will peel themselves away. Eventually, they'll go bye-bye. Hopefully, that's what I'm hoping.
And the other thing too here
we got.
Go ahead.
What?
I was just going to say, Manjit said that she would come on and talk on Monday. I told her, she said she would come on today, but I told her, I said, I already had 2 guest interviews to do today. And I said, let's give it the weekend to kind of look over the numbers and see everything that's in the earnings report. And then on Monday morning, Manjit's going to come on and we'll kind of go over and crunch through the numbers and kind of see where everything's at and see how we've changed and where some of the significant impact points are and the general state of things. So Manjit should be joining on Monday morning to talk with us about that.
That'll be great. That'll be great. All right, guys. You take care. Good weekend.
Hey, thanks for coming, Shimmer.
Yeah, it's good to see you, Shimmer, as usual.
All right. Sure.
Hello, Shimmer. Hey, everybody.
When you say Shimmer, Dan, it reminds me of South Park when they go.
Oh, that's
Timmy.
Yeah.
Shimmer. Oh man.
What do you think about this documentary?
So the one, are you talking about the one that I retweeted?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm expecting Kat to talk about that today. I don't hate me for this, but I quite honestly didn't know anything about it until I saw her post about it within like the last like 48 hours. So it's kind of news to me. But I'm gonna let her talk about it, and because I have a feeling she's probably gonna want to talk about that a little bit, and we'll let her talk about it. See what she thinks.
Cool.
All right. Let her ask questions.
I don't stop them from asking questions. I mean, if she wants to ask questions, she's more than welcome to.
She can ask me any question she wants.
About sunscreen.
Anything.
Oh man. All right. Should I do numbers? It's past time. If I do numbers, I got to go to break, so I'm gonna probably
You're
back
recording
out.
his.
Yeah. All right.
Casey went from, hey, should I do numbers? But I just want to talk to you guys. And then Yucca comes in and he's like, hey guys, should I go back to doing numbers? I should go back to doing numbers, huh? You scared him away.
Thanks a lot, Casey.
I can stay here. I can stay here and not do numbers. That's fine.
Well, why do you have to choose one or the other? Why can't it be both?
Because I got to go to break. I have to go to break here.
Louisa wants numbers.
Casey, break is overrated, man. Come on.
A guy, look, I already drank a margarita that had margarita already mixed. The mix already had tequila in it, and I added more tequila to it. So this
Cinco de Mayo,
this
man.
46, almost 47-year-old man is starting to need to go to the restroom. So
all right, go.
I need to either do numbers or talk to you guys, and then go to break here in a couple minutes. So which is it? What am I doing? I guess Luisa says numbers.
Louisa said to put the Cliff Note version.
Yeah, well, I've tried to really kind of narrow it down as much as I possibly can. So I'll tell you what, guys, I'll be back when I get done with my break. I'll come back, I'll do numbers, and then talk with you guys a little bit. But then I have Keisha, who's going to be coming on here a little bit later today, and then I'm going to give her the floor to tell her story. So I'm going to back out of here, guys. We'll do the numbers real quick. And then we'll move. I'll move into a break here real quick and come back. Let's take a look at what we got going on here. I'm gonna take you guys over to the other screen here real quick. I'm not gonna be able. I keep saying quick. I don't know why I keep saying quick. It's probably because I gotta pee. I gotta pee and it's like I gotta go quick. So here we go. Quick. Two-factor authenticate. Oh no, wait. First off, so long as you don't see the big tramp up on the screen, I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are saying. So hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns until you see that big tramp back up on the screen, or otherwise I will not be able to see what it is you guys are saying. Also, two-factor authentication. If you don't have it, you may want to consider getting it, as it could prevent somebody from getting into your account that shouldn't be in your account. When you set it up, make sure if your broker allows you to put in a secondary device to be able to put in. I'm like trying to talk at the same time as I'm moving screens. It doesn't work with alcohol in my system. This drink is strong. If your broker allows you to put in a secondary device to be able to receive that passcode, not a bad idea to use that. And in case something happens to your primary, please take pictures of your portfolio so that you don't get stuck in a position where your broker claims that you have less than what it is you think you're supposed to hold. Get confirmation of what it is that you have and have proof of that. All right, let's take a look at the numbers. By this time of the day, I would expect to see about, what time is it, 1 o'clock? Probably just a little bit over 64% because it is a little bit later than 1 o'clock is what I would expect to see going through off-exchange and EDGX combined. On AMC, it's 55.48% going through off-exchange. EDGX is at 11.75. Combined total is 67.23%, or about 3.23% higher than I would expect. CHX volume is 4.41 million, or 4.41% higher than the 30-day average of 2.51. That volume is 977,000 shares. That's extremely high, almost to that $1 million number, million share number that I like to see going through that exchange. On Ape, 47.34% going through off exchange. EDGX is 8.9%. The combined total is 56.24, or let's see here, 7.76% less than what I would expect to see by this time of the day. CHX volume is 0.01 with a 30-day average of 0.07, so it's pretty low volume. Nothing to bat an eyelid at. GME is at 0.03% of the total daily volume going through CHX with a 30-day average of 0.25, so nothing unusual going on there. Ortex. On AMC an hour ago, there was approximately 248,000 shares having been borrowed. It's now a return of 4.77 million shares on AMC. That's going to drop our estimated short share interest of the free float below 25. We're at 24.97% now. That is the first time underneath 25 in a little bit, in a hot few minutes. Cost to borrow mins at 310.72, average is 325.31, and max is 332.85%. Shares on loan day over day did decrease by 2.83 million shares, or it's estimated that about 934,000 of that was in short interest that was closed, putting our shares on loan at 170.4 million shares. Taking a look at Ape, an hour ago there was 198,000 shares having been returned. It's still the same value. That leaves the estimated short share interest of the free float at 5.2%. The cost per mins at 7.81, average 7.87, and max is 7.94. Shares on loan for the day increased day over day by 350,000 shares, putting us at 24.37 million shares on loan. Options. Highest amount of call volume. Oh, what's going on here? No, I don't want that. Highest amount of call volume so far for the day today is at a $6 strike. An hour ago, there was 40.9 thousand contracts. There's now 52,000 contracts. A lot of volume in a $6 strike here. Highest amount of put volume is at a $5.50 strike. An hour ago, there was 25.9 thousand contracts. There's now 26.4. Market is suggesting a closing price on AMC somewhere between 5.5 and 6 by the end of the day. Combined price of AMC and Ape is at $7.51. It is consolidating price below that ascending level of resistance now. And we'll see if we get a run in the later portion of the day that pushes back over that or tests $7.35 combined. But currently we're at $7.51. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC has been on this list most of the day today, or not all the day today. GME and Ape have not been on this list due to low volume. AMC is still on this list, about where it was an hour ago. 67.06% buy to 32.94% sell ratio. Not bad at all. It's definitely within what I like to see as a minimum. Shares available to borrow is at 2.7 million shares. No shares borrowed for quite a long time this morning, or this afternoon even. So SSR trips at 533 for AMC, Ape at 1.404. And fees are currently dropping a little bit to 183%. Usually fees drop a little, and that's when borrowing starts happening. Supply and demand. If the demand's not there, usually the fees start dropping to create a demand. Inflow, or not inflow versus Nasdaq is currently up 2.25. Dow Jones is up 1.58, and S&P 500 is up 1.86. The market is less advancing than it was. Was it 1.6 or 1.4? I think it's more advancing than it was an hour ago, with 4,720 advancers to 1,576 decliners. The market is definitely cooking with bacon grease, as it's nice, hot, and tasty looking. Banks, we've got Silvergate up 11.98, PacWest up 81.7, First Horizon up 4.52. Zion is up 18.64. Wall is up 50.66. The Douche Bank is up 4.33. US Bank Core is up 7.04. Credit Suisse is up 4.67. Coinbase up 16.8. Bank of America up 2.9. Wells Fargo up 3.36. Citigroup up 3.36. Charles Schwab up 3.37. This is gonna go down as like a big bank win day for. Watch the analyst today. Be watchful of what they say about the banks. California Imperial was up 3.94%. Ethereum Classic is up 1.65% for the day today. DXY is down 0.08, or the US dollar. Oil is up 4.01. Mortgage-backed securities are down anywhere from 0.39 to 0.43, and the SPY is up 1.86 and rising. VIX is down 14.83. VBR is up 2.41. Vanguard is VB is up 2.26. Tesla is up 5.46. Amazon is up 1.34. Cinemark is up or down rather 2.48. Doge is up 1.27. Bitcoin is up 2.39 at 29.5K a coin. GME is up 3.88. HYMC is up 1.9. NCMI is up 11.35. Hood is up 3.66. Ape is down 0.32 and AMC is up 0.59. We're getting a bunch of sideways trading to reduce volume. Inflow versus outflow. We have more outflow by about $3.2 million more outflow than inflow. 23.02 million shares traded so far for the day today after 304 minutes worth of trading. Putting us on a pace for 29.5 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested somewhere between 50 and 70 million. We're nowhere near that. On a 4-hour time interval, there's more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 64.95, which is above average. On a 1-hour time interval, more selling pressure than the buying pressure with a divergence in the vortex indicator within the last 4 hours. RSI with more selling pressure than the buying pressure with an RSI of 51.04, which is average. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 47.39, which is slightly below average. And on a 5-hour interval, there's a divergence forming currently with more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 46.48, which is slightly below average. On Ape, there is approximately 1.75 million or $175,000 more inflow than outflow. 8.75 million shares traded so far after 305 minutes worth of trading, putting us on a pace for 11.18 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested somewhere between 20 and 40 million, well under my prediction. On a 4-hour time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 55.02, which is slightly above average. On a 1-hour time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 50.72, which is average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 47.72, which is slightly below average. And on a 5-minute interval, equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with lots of whipsaw going on for the day-to-day. RSI at 47.84, which is slightly below average. Whipsaw, for those of you who don't know, is a lot of back and forth action on the indicator, meaning like it's undecided which direction it wants to go. This time period right here is not, there's no whipsaw. You can see there's no crossovers, but there's lots of it beforehand and after. And with that, it's time for me to go to the bathroom. Let me make sure I've got the screen set up correctly for you guys. Lots of barcoding action going on Ape. And I am going to break. I'm going to get up some music and a message for you guys. I'm going to take off. And we'll get our first guest speaker coming on here in about just about an hour from now, which is Keisha. Hopefully I'm saying her name right. I apologize in advance if I'm not. I'm so bad with names. I kind of wish I was better, but it's kind of funny too, though, when I'm not right. And it's amazing when I am. Let's see here. See you guys in a bit. All right, I'm back, guys, and I've got Keisha waiting for me in the back of the big tramp. So I'm actually going to go back in there because I told her I was going to do the numbers first and then go back there. But I don't want to leave her hanging out in the back of the big tramp by herself. It could be an intimidating place to hang out. So I'm going to go back into the back of the big tramp and just hang with her and go through the numbers or run through the numbers with you guys as we're waiting for this. But I'm going to go back there and hang out with her for just a second. So let me join back into the back of the big tramp. All right, Keisha, we are live. I just came back into the back of the big tramp, and the reason I did that is I didn't want you to feel like you were just sitting back here by yourself. So I came back here to sit back here while I do the numbers. You'll be able to hear me going through them, and you can interrupt at any time. You're going to see people like Crazy Yuck over here joining right off the bat.
That's okay. Actually, I've seen him in the community, so it's nice to see you in here, sir.
There's a lot of
Hi,
there may
how are
be
you?
a lot of familiar faces. There may not be a lot of familiar faces. But for those of you who are on Twitter, you may have seen her before. She goes by Egyptian Alchemist. But
Casey having technical difficulties.
am I cutting in and out?
Yeah.
Uh, we can hear you guys just fine. So let me run through the numbers, guys. I'm gonna mute myself. Well, no, I'm not. Let me just run through the numbers real quick, and then I'm gonna stay silent. I'll come back and I'll let Keisha tell her story that I've asked her to kind of retell because that's how I first ran into Keisha. I went to a space call, and it was kind of one of those periods of time. Keisha, I'm stealing your thunder here a little bit, but it was one of those periods of time where it was like I had a down moment. It happens. We all have our days where some days are great days and some days are bad days. But I went into this space call and I was sitting there listening, and Keisha went up to the top. I think was it the One's channel radio channel? Keisha, do you remember?
Yeah.
It was okay.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, and it was just one of those things where I was like, I gotta get her on the live stream to say this again because it was something that I needed to hear. So if you're in that moment in time right now where you're feeling like I need to hear a story and I need to hear something that makes me feel like I need an up moment, I'm gonna let her tell that story. But let me run through these numbers real quick, and then we'll get right to that. So give me just 1 second here. I'm gonna take you guys over the other page here, so you guys aren't gonna be able to. I'm not gonna be able to see what it is you guys are writing. So hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. Otherwise, I will not be able to see what it is you guys are writing. So let's take a look at what we got going on here. Starting with off-exchange data. By this time of the day, I would expect to see about 66% going through off-exchange and EDGX combined on AMC. We have 55.35% going through off-exchange. EDGX is 11.91. The combined total 67.26%, or about 1.26% higher than what I would expect to see. CHX volume for the day-to-day through that exchange is 4.16%, which is higher than the 30-day average of 2.5. That's 979,000 shares going through that exchange. That is extremely high. I love seeing 1 million shares going through that exchange. That's a lot of failure to delivers that are being delivered on. Off exchange, we have at 46.45%. EDGX is at 8.52 for Ape. The combined total is 54.97%, or basically about 11% lower than what we should be seeing by this time of the day. CHX volume is 0.03 with a 30-day average of 0.07. So nothing unusual going on there. And on GME, CHX volume is 0.03 with a 30-day average of 0.25. Nothing, excuse me, nothing going on personally that I see going on there that's interesting. Taking a look at, and yes, Keisha, I'm a little nervous right now. I know maybe the nervousness is supposed to be on you, but it's on me. I'm nervous with you being here because I'm telling you, you had so much of an impact on me. You would be so surprised how much you can when you go onto a space call and you say something as powerful as you said it. You don't know who you're impacting. You have no idea what kind of impact you could be having on a person. So anyways, on AMC here, according to Ortex, what I'm seeing as of an hour ago, there was 4.77 million shares having been returned for the day. It's now 4.86 million shares. That is going to that really won't change the estimated short share interest too much. We're showing at 25% short share interest of the free float at this time. Cost to borrow min is at 309.7%, average is 325.03, and max is at 332.85. Shares on loan for the day today is down by 2.83 million shares. Vortex estimated about 934,000 of that was in closed short interest, bringing our shares on loan to 170.0 or 170.4 million shares on loan for the day. Taking a look at Ape. Borrowed change amount for the day an hour ago was reported at a return of 198,000 shares. It's now 155,000 shares. That's not really changing our estimated short share interest of the free float, which is at 5.2%. Cost to borrow min is at 1.47. Average is 7.61 and max 7.94. Shares on loans at 24.37 million shares. That's 350,000 more shares on loan today than there was previously. And let's take a look at these options. Highest amount of call volume so far for the day today has been at a $6 strike. An hour ago there was 52,000 contracts. There's now 56. Puts, highest amount of volume at a $5.50 strike. An hour ago there was 26.4 thousand contracts. There's now 26.6. That is suggesting a closing price somewhere between $5.50 and $6 on AMC by the end of the day today. Combined price of AMC and Ape is at $7.50 and hovering just underneath that rising level of resistance that we're underneath. But right now, seeing a good push by the end of the day to $7.66 would be optimal for setting us up for going into next week. Taking a look at orders by Fidelity customers, AMC, Ape, and GME are the only three that I'm looking for, and the only one on this list so far for the day today, all day today, is AMC. Let me refresh this one more time because I'm not sure if I hit refresh on this or not. AMC has a 66.42% buy to 33.58% sell ratio by retail. So it's actually really strong. Those are good numbers. I like what I'm seeing there. Trigger price for SSR for the day today is at $5.33. Shares available to borrow has not changed all day. SSR would trigger for Ape at 1.404. Neither of those have been triggered. No new borrowed shares hardly at all since when was the last time they borrowed shares this morning? Around 9:32 Eastern Standard Time this morning. Fees for borrowing shares is now at 183%. And let's see how these markets are doing here. NASDAQ is up 2.46. Dow Jones is up 1.83. The S&P 500 is up 2.07. We have 4,810 advancers to 1,529 decliners. That's slightly better or more advancing than it was an hour ago. Taking a look at the banks, the big bank movers for the day today, Silvergate's up 11.98. PacWest up 86.12. FHN is up 5.43. Zion is up 18.78. Wall is up 45.22. The Douche Bank is up 4.13. USB is up 7.68. Credit Suisse is up 4.81. Coinbase is up 14.81. Bank of America up 3.08. Wells Fargo is up 3.99. One second here. Citigroup is up 3.53. Charles Schwab is up 3.91. American Express is up 2.85. Morgan Stanley up 2.86. And California Imperial Bank up 4.19. Ethereum Classic is up 1.15 for the day today. The US dollar is down 0.16. The oil is up 4.26. Mortgage-backed securities are down anywhere from 0.33 to 0.34, and the SPY is up 2.05. VIX, I'm almost there, Keisha, almost. VIX is down 15.88%. VBR is up 2.67. VB is up 2.43. Tesla is up 5.57. Amazon is up 1.59. Cinemark is down 2.27. Doge is up 1.15. Bitcoin is up 1.96. GME is up 3.77. HYMC is up 0.98. NCMI is up 12.76. Hood is up 3.48. Ape is down 0.64 at $1.55, and AMC is up 0.34 at $5.94. Inflow versus outflow for AMC, we have approximately just about $3 million. It's just under. It's like $2.8 million more outflow than inflow. 25.13 million shares traded so far for the day after 300 and 43 minutes worth of trading, putting us on a pace for 28.57 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested somewhere between 50 and 70 million shares would be traded. Nowhere near close to my estimation. So unless we see some strange aftermarket hour volume or power hour volume, I'm going to be way off. On a 4-hour time interval, there is more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 63.49, which is above average. On a 1-hour time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 49.16, which is average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 46.04, which is slightly below average. And on a 5-minute interval, slightly more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 41.48. On Ape, there is approximately almost $75,000 more outflow than inflow. 9.18 million shares traded so far for the day today. After 344 minutes worth of trading, we're on pace for 10.4 million shares traded by the end of the day today. That is well outside of the 20 to 40 million I suggested in pre-market. Also, we would need to see some huge amounts of volume occurring towards the end of the day or in aftermarket hours to hit those kind of numbers, which I'm not really expecting. On the 4-hour time interval, there is more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI 54.08, which is slightly above average. On a 1-hour time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 50.72, which is average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 47.61, which is slightly below average. And on a 5-minute interval, a lot of whipsaw going on here, but currently we're seeing a little bit of a divergence in buying pressure being greater, and RSI at 48.6, which is average. And with that, I get to the most favorite part of my day today, is to hear this story. I cannot wait to hear what it is that you have to say, Keisha. It is all yours. Can you imagine? I'm just handing it over to you like that.
I'm not used to that, but you did so well. So I'm the one that's very, very nervous. I know you've been doing this for a while, but I learned so much from everybody in this community, and especially from you as well too. You've given me a spotlight to kind of step up and have courage, and that's something I've asked for this year. So I appreciate you having me on your live. But the story that Casey wanted me to share is something that I said in one of the space calls. Like he said, it was a time to where, it was on the weekend, morale was low, everyone was getting kind of hit with a lot of negativity, and, people were just in a moment to where they were questioning themselves and they wanted to give up. And, normally I just kind of sit in the spaces, just kind of, just connect with the people in here, and just something just told me to go up this time and speak. And the reason I came up to speak in one of the space calls is because, I was hearing more people who were just saying, how are we going to win? How are we going to win against these hedge funds and these market makers and all the rules? And, we're fighting and we're fighting, we're fighting. And I feel like we just keep getting hit in the face and hit in the gut. And we're trying to get up, and I just don't have the willpower. And I felt in that moment a lot of people that gave me strength for over 2+ years, just kind of at a weak moment. And like Casey said, we all have it. And it's so funny because there was a movie that hit me, and I grew up on it. I'm pretty sure a lot of you guys grew up on it, but it was a scene from Rocky 4. And Rocky 4 is when he was fighting the Russian guy, Drago. And there's other reasons why I remember that, but I grew up on that series and I remember that movie so much. And that image flashed in my head, and I wanted to share it, hoping that maybe I would bring up some morale in the community and give at least maybe one person strength. And the story is about the difference between Rocky and Drago. And I relate it so much to retail and the market of what we're going up against, which is Wall Street and the stock market. And in Rocky, he was going to fight this Russian. And if you remember the Russian was this big guy who had muscles, and he had everything on his side. He had the machines, he had the right injection shots to upgrade his DNA. Like, he had millions and millions of dollars of technology. And the Russian community and people behind him who saw him as nothing but a machine and an investment. And his job was just to go into the ring and pummel his opponent and then go right back and get hooked up to the machines and get the next upgrade. And if you remember the Rocky series, Rocky didn't have all of that. Rocky had nothing but logs and the woods and this older guy who has been in the boxing field for so long. He didn't have too many people on his side. All he had was his willpower and his passion for fighting and his strength and to take care of his family. And so in Rocky 4, you get to see the difference. And there's this scene right before they get to fight where the Russian is hooked up to these machines, right? There's no emotion, and you know he is just a computerized machine that was just made in the lab. That's where he got his strength from. And it cuts to Rocky, who is in the woods in the logs. And if you remember, he's punching meats and he's using cut up logs as his weights. He's using everything that he naturally has around him to strengthen himself, to train himself. And it goes to the part to where they're getting ready to fight. And as the Russian walks out and you see him, he has his people who've invested behind him, right? All these people who put millions and millions and millions into this guy. And it was intimidating. You see this guy who had everything on his side walk into the ring, and immediately you think this guy's gonna win. And you see Rocky come in, and Rocky is about half this guy's size, right? He doesn't have millions. He's just an everyday person who continues to get up and fight and fight and fight. And he just lost one of his best friends. His wife, who was fearful of his life and what he was going through, even was scared and wanted him to quit. He had so many people in his corner who was so fearful of what he was doing, but he still got up and he was still scared, but he still went through with it. And as he's walking through, still with his head held high, not too many people on his side supporting him, he's getting nothing but boos. And he could have turned back, but he didn't. He gets into the ring. There's several rounds that he goes through. Rocky's just getting hit and pummeled in the face, just like every single movie. And to the point to where he's right at the end, to where he really feels like giving up. And this one scene I still remember as a kid, and it still gets me. And it's the one moment to where Rocky moves and he dodges Drago's hit, and then he hits him in the face. And all you hear is the commentators say, "He's cut! The Russian's cut! He's bleeding!" And that gives Rocky his strength. He realizes in that moment that this thing that was created as just a machine that had everything on his side, he was able to get through it. He was able to cut it. He realized that he was human just like him, and it gave him his strength. And what Drago realized is all these machines that he was hooked up to and all the investment and the money that was put into him, that he thought for sure he was going to win this fight just like any other fight. You saw the fear in his eyes. You saw his ego get broken. You saw Rocky get the strength again and realize that he did have a fighting chance in this. And at the end, Rocky does win. And the reason why this story hits so hard with me is because it reminds me, I apologize, I'm trying not to tear up because it reminds me so much of retail. It reminds me so much of the everyday person that I've seen in this fight for over 2+ years. For the old people who were in it in the beginning, to the newcomers that come in, to the community that has been built. We have been up against this machine. We are the Rockies of this world. The stock market and Wall Street and the hedge funds who have the machines and the programming and the millions of dollars that they've depended on for so long to make them win, we are breaking them down. And we're not breaking them down because we have the money. We're not breaking them down because we had the whole nation rooting for us. We're breaking them down because we decided to have heart. We decided to fight for something. We decided to have passion. We decided no matter how many times we got hit in the face, we got back up because we knew in our hearts we were going to prevail. I've seen retail educate themselves, get smarter. We have been mocked and ridiculed and called dumb money, and we couldn't win. And we were clowns and we were stupid, and there's no way that we're going to win this. And every single weekend, I've seen people come in and spread FUD into the community and try to break us up. And retail has stood strong. We have utilized the tools that we have been given in this moment, which is the knowledge, the education, the support in between us all. We've grown as a community. And at the end of this, the reason I tell this story so much is because in those moments where you feel like you're questioning your investment, you feel like you're questioning your judgment, or someone comes in when you have that weak moment that says, oh, you're not going to win. They have the machines, they have the money, they can program this thing at any moment. They can create any rules that they want so we stay under and we don't win. I want you to remember this story because every single time we watched Rocky and we thought that he was not going to have another fighting chance, he came out on top and he always prevailed. And in Rocky 4, fighting against a machine that no one thought that he was going to have a fighting chance for, he came out on top and the Russians clapped for him and he prevailed. And that is what's going to happen with us. Continue to fight, continue to have heart, continue to have passion and determination and support each other in this. Because when you have heart, that's the one thing that is going to make you win in life. So Casey, that's the end of it. And I appreciate you allowing me to share it. Even in sharing that right now, like I'm ready to go out and just conquer the world again. And I just hope everybody continues to have that fighting spirit because at the end of this, we are going to win.
Screw the hedgies! Screw them!
Screw 'em. I'm doing one-handed push-ups right now. That's how you should do. That's how you should be.
You got me both times, Keisha. You got me the first time. You got me the second. Oh, I can't take it. Oh man, you're
That was
killing me.
amazing.
I love it. I love it. I don't know when this is all said and done. I'm gonna pay you to like I don't know, like to be like a person who can like motivate me when I'm in down times in my life. Because let me tell you, you really know how to tell a story, and that was perfect. That's exactly how I remembered you saying it before, and I knew you could do it. The first time I heard it, I was like, I got a natural storyteller here. That's people need to hear this. So I appreciate
Well,
that, Keisha.
I appreciate. I mean, I got the chills once again, just you confirming and saying that. Because like I said, being in this movement, it's more than just about. I know we're all into AMC and the stock market and fighting. We've created family and friends. And I've seen so much talent come out of this community because of the support and the love. And this community has helped me grow and have courage. And you guys have helped me get to the point to understand what my purpose is. And that's, I want to motivate people. I love seeing people win. And I love seeing people have passion and their eyes light up when they talk about the dream life that, have either been stripped away from them, they've always envisioned for themselves. And, to be in this movement with you guys, to not only see how much that every single one of you have grown and better yourself, it makes me a better person. And like I said, I asked for courage at the beginning of this year to be able to step in to talk about motivating people, because that's what I love to do. Like I love to see people just go after the lives that they deserve. And to see retail and see all these investors do that you're finally stepping up and going after the lives that we do deserve for ourselves, and stepping into loving ourselves and stepping into respecting yourself and putting our foot down and speaking up and fighting for what America is supposed to be about, and what the world is supposed to be about, is filling that dream and living that dream. And so I'm so proud of each and every one of you guys who step into something that is very hard to do. And you guys continue to give me the courage to be able to do that. So I really appreciate it. And I appreciate the fact that you saying, you would hire me to be a motivational speaker, because that's what I love to do. I love to motivate people. So thank you so much for having me on and allowing me to share that story.
This pleasure's all mine. It's quite honestly all mine. Uh, I would lead to ask you to be more of a talker within the community, and giving people that motivation to see the future ahead of them. But I can't make you do anything you don't want to do on your own. But man, you give me so much motivation, dang it. I just can't help myself. So thank you. I appreciate that. I feel like this is an iconic moment for me in history, because that's what I'm here to do. Is I'm here recording history, what I feel is a history making event that's occurring. And for you to come on here and be able to tell that story, it makes me happy, because I feel like that's a story that's a historical story of what it is that we represent, what we stand for, and what we're here to do. And so I take pride in knowing that I was able to share that. So thank you.
No problem, and thank you so much, sir. You guys keep it up, and I'm proud to be beside each and every one of you guys' side who have been fighting for this fight, for whether it's yourself or family or just to better this world. And so I am very honored to be standing by each and every one of you who continue to fight every day. So
Now, I apologize in advance. It's always, I guess they always say it's better to ask for forgiveness than for permission. But I did post your Twitter account to the top so people could follow, because people wanted to know how they could figure out how to follow you. So please forgive me, but if you get blown up with follows,
that's okay. You know what? See, I'm okay with that. I have to be, like I said, I asked for courage and strength to be able to step up. And sometimes, the universe or whoever just puts those moments in your life. So you're there to push me. So it's nerve-wracking, but I appreciate it. And I have to step up, and I'd love to do that. And it's about the community. If there's any way I can give someone more energy to keep on their day and motivate them to continue on in life, then I can. It's just paying it forward, because you guys do that for me every single day. So I know you say that my story impacted you, but man, you guys impact me every single day. So I really do appreciate it.
Yep. Anytime. Together strong. Apes together strong. It's the truth. I also have one other confession to make. Well, during a portion of your talking, I did play a little bit of rocky music, really kind of quiet in the background. It was perfect. You couldn't hear it, but everybody else could, and it was perfect. It was exactly what was needed. So, thank you.
That's awesome. Well, hopefully no one's crying on the other side of that, because
I am. Too late. too late. I got a little emotional. I ain't gonna lie. I got a little emotional because damn it, it was good. But I had to turn my microphone off. I was over here sniffling like a baby.
Oh.
But thank you again. I really appreciate it. That was awesome. We usually toast out the end of the day here. But I didn't make a drink before I came over here to the desk. I just kind of went straight to us talking and then coming in here and doing numbers. So, anybody have any? There's a couple of people back here in the back of the big tramp right now. Does anybody have any questions for Keisha, or did you guys want to add anything to what it is that she had said? Oh, did she? Oh, she's still in here. Okay, good. Anybody? Yes, no, maybe so. Any toasts? Toast out for the end of the day here?
It's a privilege having her on your show and sharing her story. I'm very thankful for Casey and for her coming out, sharing, and motivating us.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate it. And it's nice to see some old faces in here I've seen all the time and network with some new people that I haven't seen. So it's also about connection. So I appreciate it.
I had one thing real quick. I saw on your Twitter you had a chess book, and you like to play chess. Have you ever played against Super Steven? I'm just curious.
I have not actually.
No.
No. So I guess I need to find Super Steven. No,
Okay.
it's so funny. My son, and it was just a whim. We went to Barnes and Nobles the other day. I wanted to pick up some books, and my oldest son, and he went to pick those two up. And I asked him why he picked it up, because he's just starting to get back into chess. And he told me about there's one book on there called The Queen's Gambit, and he was telling me about the moves and stuff. And it's so funny. It correlated to everything that we've been going through. With AMC, so it just reminded me of that. That's why I posted that.
Oh shit, she's got a new story developing. I could feel a new story coming here, no time at all.
Oh yeah.
I can feel it already. I could see there's gonna be another story in here. I could just feel it.
Go buy a box of Kleenex, Casey.
I know, man. She got me both times. I guess I get got sometimes pretty easy, but I mean, you got me both times. Dang it. Both.
Oh, that just shows you have heart, man. That just shows we all have heart.
Yeah.
Yep.
So in regards to chess, do you play chess?
I stopped for a bit. Occasionally I do. I used to play chess a lot and do competitions as a kid. So when in the beginning when I saw, Adam Aaron doing some of these moves, I was like, yeah, this reminds me of chess. And then realized he's playing 5D chess. So but yeah, it's something I'm slowly getting back into because I noticed that my oldest son is really intrigued by it. So I'm trying to steal his book so I can figure out some of Adam Aaron's moves.
Nice. Very nice. AMC customer support says, I would like to add to this. There is one final bet in the pockets of these hedgies, and it is that they are betting that we lose interest in this play. And I bet you they are betting on that, and I think they're going to lose. I like to gamble a little bit on occasion, and I only like to gamble when I know I'm going to win. And in this particular case, I've got money on us not losing interest. So, but don't get me wrong. I have said this on many occasions. We will lose people along the way. We will lose people. But it's the majority of us that stay here that are part of this, that know that there's something going on here that we're working towards that matters. It's okay if we lose some people along the way. It's not okay with me, but I know it's going to happen. It's part of the process. And I'm not worried about it.
Keisha?
Yes, love. How are you?
This is Nana Ape. I just want to say that was so motivational. You should be like a motivational speaker. and I just I'm gonna follow you, and that was so great. I just want to go watch that movie, and KC keeps me motivated, and this chat is super for keeping your spirits up when you get down, and when the price is going down and you see the red. I just get so motivated by Casey's chat and KC, and you were so awesome and a great speaker, and I'm so glad Casey had the honor to have you on for us. And I just wanted to say thank you. That's all.
Thank you so much, love. And I appreciate, Casey's a good guy. I usually stay quiet in the community, but and I come out when I need to surface up. But he's been in the beginning, and he's always been, one of the real guys in here, and I always appreciate him. But it's nice to network with you guys in the chats and stuff. And I've seen a couple of funny gifs throughout this day that has made me laugh. So I appreciate you guys kind of uplifting me as well too.
Anybody else?
Well, thank you. I'm getting out of here. I'm shy.
Thanks, Nana. That was nice of Nana to come in. Any of you guys have anything else you'd like to say or toast to before this day is over? We got about 20 more minutes here before this the end of the day starts. Any of you guys got any? I know I just saw Mac and B's. I think it was Mac and B's. Let me check real quick here. Yeah, Mac and B's put in here. But Casey, Project Popcorn. I'll be looking into that Project Popcorn over the weekend. I'm not. I don't want to comment on it too much until I kind of look into it a little bit. But I'm not going to throw any comments out until I do. Lusa says, "Play the Rocky theme again." They want to hear that Rocky theme to end the day. Unfortunately, it's Fuzz Friday. I got to go back. You just go back in the back of the stream. You can rewind a little bit and listen to it again. It was pretty good hearing that play while she was telling the story.
That's kind of funny about this AMC journey. I think I've been in for a year and 8 months. I'd have to look. Definitely not 2 years, but probably a year and 8 months, maybe even a year and 7 months. You guys that I listen to and how it's evolved to who I now listen to. And it basically comes down to listen to this channel, of course. But between this channel and Stock Retailer, I feel like I've got the purest information of everyone combining their talents and talking about stuff, which is great. But the motivation of hearing stories like this are always good. And it's kind of funny, the things that have made me feel even more justified, I guess you'd say, in this AMC journey. And it's the machine that was being talked about. You're right when there's 3.8 million people. We couldn't all be wrong. There's just no way that we all have that same common thread of we're right, they're wrong, pay us because we're wrong, we're right. But when the people who are supposed to protect us call us clowns and make commercials, I don't think it can be any better to say that we're right. And every time I get one of those, I know we're getting closer to the big boss. And I can't think how much closer we can be than we are right now.
Yeah.
We are so close. I can feel it. I'm waiting for that huge boss to fall out of the video screen for that 2-minute fight.
Are you thinking of Mike Tyson's Punch Out?
I'm kind of thinking that the real Hayden had those VR goggles. Of course, I bought them. Where you had those VR goggles and you could like walk around and you could look up and down and left and right. And when the boss came down and you could jink left and right and hide behind a rock. That's what I'm picturing is that one. And I just keep popping them in the head. and he just keeps coming back. Another rule made, another day of, oh, it's T+35 now. Oh, it's another wrapped up security. Oh, it's another, oh, FTX went down. Oh, but I got another one. It's always one more hurdle for us. But as I said yesterday, I think in the chat, they've got to bleed out at some point. At some point, they can't take it. They have to bleed out because we've got too much.
Hey, Hayden.
Yeah.
You ever heard of Marvin Capital?
Oh, Melvin.
Oh, sorry. Melvin Capital. I'm already forgetting their name.
Marv.
Marv.
Marv who? I typed Marvin one day and it came back to correct me, Melvin. I laughed my ass off.
Oh yeah, that's right. Their name was Melvin Capital. I forgot.
Do you remember? and the guy on Reddit that has the bingo card of all the banks. Every day I see an X off, and I'm like, we're that much closer. And every time Gasparino says, "Oh, it's just these little banks." Hey, Gas, do you remember Credit Suisse? Do you remember?
Yeah.
Knucklehead.
Hope they're listening.
Every day that bingo card gets filled in, I'm waiting for Bank of America because we all know what they've got to go with Citadel. They are my dark horse of the big banks. When I see them go down, I know Fraser's down. Down goes Fraser. That's all I want to get off my chest.
I don't know where Marvin came from. That was total accident.
So many bosses.
It was funny. I was telling Keisha, I was like, everybody knows I'm terrible with names, and then and then I come out saying Marvin. Couldn't have been perfect.
Marv. I keep thinking of the guy from Home Alone now. From Marv.
Marv Capital. Oh man, that's gonna be the new
that
nickname.
has to hurt them to hear that we don't even remember their name properly.
That's the best, right? Who? Oh man.
Got a burrito.
People. I hope someday that people look back and go, it started with like an S. Was it Citadel? Site Cell or something? People won't remember Citadel one day. They'll be sitting back trying to remember what the name of it was.
Marvin Sid.
Could you imagine having the money to be in a box seat and Kenny G walks by and you just offer him some AMC popcorn and go, "My man. Ooga booga, have some popcorn."
Oh man, I'm gonna have to go out and get some more because I know Tony got his hands on some of that popcorn. I gotta go get some. I want to try the microwavable version of it because I haven't had a chance to try that yet. So, and Nana's saying over here Citadel. Yeah, I know. If we keep calling it that enough, maybe one day people will just start calling it that by accident.
My whatchamacallit, store was out of it had the markers for it. They were out of the heavy butter, the medium. All they had was the lightly salted, and I'm telling you, it was outstanding.
If you eat it without trying it against other popcorns, it's really good.
I was surprised with and I'm talking about the microwavable, the microwavable low salt. I don't know if it's because he's buying the better corn, but I went for my microwave. I think it was 220 is about where it stops kind of popping consistently. And I'm looking at the bag, and it's the corn is so much bigger when it puffs up. And I use an air popper usually with just kernel popcorn. It's amazing how much bigger it is. It's huge.
I am behaving. I'm behaving.
I know, Yuck. I could feel it, man. I was starting to chuckle too.
so much phallic talk of popcorn. It's huge. It burst over the seams.
There's a couple of thoughts ruminating in my mind, so I think we're all on the same page.
was not doing that on purpose. I did show the wife though. I go, want some popcorn? It's huge. She goes, well, at least the corn is.
Butter. You know, do you guys use in my household we use a lot of sea salt, like the you ground up the sea salt instead of using like table salt. And so
Same.
we put that on like almost everything, and then we found out later on that it's not so good if you're not getting like iodine in your diet. So we started using some table salt for cooking and whatnot, but a little bit of sea salt crunched up over your popcorn is actually, I mean, you could go with the lightly salted, you can put on your own sea salt on there, and it probably would be perfect, I would imagine. Too bad they don't offer a
Yeah.
discount for the lightly salted.
All I know is I went through 2 bags in one day for myself, so
What?
not a problem.
Wow. Of sea
Which
salt.
which flavor?
Just not the regular, just the butter.
Just a regular. Wow.
Oh.
I'm
Yeah.
I want to ask
Yes.
so bad. What
Yes,
happened to
hold
you?
on,
Was
hold
there any negative side effects at all?
on.
No, other than making sure I drink enough water.
Okay,
My
that's
son
good.
asked me the other day. He said, "Ma, you eat too much of that AMC popcorn." I said, "That's not such a thing," but I think he's right.
That's keto.
Well, he's probably jealous. He probably wanted it to himself.
Yeah.
True.
You tell him when he makes his own money, he can buy his own food. He can buy all the AMC popcorn he wants. Well, Keisha, I really do appreciate you coming on again. I'm not trying to kick you out of here or nothing. I just wanted to one last time. I know I've said it like 18 times probably already, but I wanted to say it just one more time because I just want you to know how much I appreciated you coming in and talking to us today. And you know what? There's gonna be some down people probably over this weekend because I can feel the FUD coming in this weekend. I know it's gonna be strong, so watch out for those people out there that need those pep talks because we'll probably need it.
Yeah.
I'm definitely. I still sit in the community, and when I'm needed, I'll pop through. But yeah, I mean, we have the FUD every single weekend.
Mm-hmm.
So I think we're kind of used to it by now.
I know,
But,
right?
but I saw a quote, the other day, and it said, the closer you get to your blessings, the stronger the hate and the critics get. So
Yeah.
the more we
Yep.
see that through, we're getting closer and closer.
Oh yeah.
True that.
Yep. We had a bunch of haters yesterday on the chat. Ooh. Angry.
Was it Foo Dog?
No. Nah, man. It was horrible.
We had some this morning too. Pretty good.
I missed it. Yeah. So we're getting closer.
Yeah. Well, Casey, I don't know if you're shutting down your live, but like I said, I appreciate it, for having me on and just
Thank
kind
you.
of, talking to a couple of the other people in the community. So I look forward to seeing you guys through the Discord. I'm definitely going to stay here and throughout
Thank
Twitter.
you.
Stop by
We
anytime
appreciate you.
you want. Anytime.
Yes. We appreciate you a lot. Like,
No.
I like to think of this channel as
know,
being like Cheers, where everybody knows your name and you can come and hang out with people who are like-minded and just want to
yeah.
enjoy watching our favorite stock and just having a good time. So anytime you're
And
more than
Yucca's
welcome.
Woody.
It's it's I don't know if it's a lucky thing that you're not in front of us. We would give you a big hug, group hug, but here's a big hug. You can't, close your eyes and you can imagine it.
Well, it's gonna happen one day. And honestly, Casey, if you don't mind, there was something I thought about sharing, but now that you said that, Yoka, I think I should. I did have a dream about maybe a year and a half ago
About me?
about people graduating. It was a bunch of strangers that I did not know personally, but for some reason within my heart, I felt like they were family. And we were all throwing up the caps in our gowns as we were crying and joyful and cheering. And I remember a man in the distance, who I know it is now, he was kind of leaving the scene. But we're all just congratulating and hugging and just screaming that, we graduated and we made it. And that dream, I knew what that is about now, and that is this community. And so one day I know that I'm going to hug majority of you guys and we're going to celebrate at the end of this. So I know that this is a win for us and we're all going to graduate from this.
Yes.
That's awesome.
That is
Keisha,
awesome.
just watch out for Yucca. He likes to grab butts. Wait. Just kidding.
Oh my God.
I'm sorry.
I'll make sure I just wear extra layers. But thank you so much, you guys. I hope you have an amazing weekend.
Thank you.
It said we all know there's going to be a lot of FUD that's happening through the community. It happens every single weekend, but just remember, when you have your moments, step away, go and enjoy life. And if you need that motivation, play that Rocky soundtrack. You'd be golden.
Yeah, love it.
We're gonna cut Kenny.
Right? Yep.
Did we toast him?
Punch him.
You can go ahead and toast. Do it. Go for it.
We've been posting. Look at Kenny. Kenny. Look at Kenny. Look at KC.
What you got? You got?
Are you gonna toast?
Was there a toast?
Well, I just wanted to thank Keisha for coming, and I just wanted to wish everybody a safe weekend. I know it's Cinco de Mayo, and you guys, might be out partying and spending time with friends and family. So just be safe, and just love this community. Toast to the community. Toast to Keisha for coming, and talking to us, and hanging out. Appreciate it.
Cheers.
Cheers.
Thank you, guys.
Salud. Bye. Thank
Bye.
you so
Have a
much.
good week.
Right, later,
Take care.
Keisha.
Thank you. Yep, Danny, I'm going streaking tonight.
Yucca was so good the whole thing, and I'm the one that had to throw that in there. I'm sorry.
Oh, that's funny. I thought you were gonna die when all the salty talk came out. I was like, oh no.
Yeah, talking about.
He's gonna break. He's gonna break, Casey. Stop it.
I knew. Yucca's holding back there. Okay, I appreciate it.
Yucca needs a trophy for that. That was exceptional.
I'll make myself a trophy.
Okay,
A big corn trophy.
Cornflation.
Yes, cornflation.
Christopher Bates said, "Call me Stan. I waited for Cat Striker in the rain for 4 hours, and she just said no." So she didn't say no. Kat will be available to do the interview in about 2 hours from now. So you should be getting a notification of me going back live in about 2 hours. I'm guesstimating here, but when you do see me going back live again, it will be for an interview with Kat. It will happen. It's just I got to get. She's got an appointment she had to attend to. So it's going to be after hours that we have our interview. So you guys are more than welcome to join back in when she shows up later today, and you see that notification coming through on the stream. So it'll be separate, and I can go put some
change clothing,
drops in my eyes so
something
they're not
nicer.
all red, and I can clear out my nose.
Put some deodorant on.
Some deodorant, maybe some cologne or something. I don't know. Yeah, because you gotta smell good for online stuff.
People. Yep.
Yep. All right, guys.
Thank you, Casey.
Thank you. I appreciate it, man. I'm gonna head out of the back of the big tramp here. I'll come back here in just a few minutes after I'm done with the outro for the day today.
You're the man,
We'll
Casey.
Thank you, Casey. We'll be here polluting the back of the tramp.
All right, sounds good. All right, guys. You know what this means. It means that it is that time of the day, as usual. all good things must come to an end. Eat, sleep, drink, get plenty of rest. You have a 2-day weekend ahead of you, and then we've got next week. Spend time with your family, spend time with your friends. Take your pets out for a walk because they like to get outdoors too. And for crying out loud, go see a movie, because after all, that is what we're here to do, is support AMC. But above all else, don't have a good weekend. Have a great weekend. Beep beep.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery.
Go for launch, GC. Go. Guidance, go. Fido, go. Bravo, go. GC. Go. Max, go. Eagle, go. Econ, go. DeFeo, go. Payloads, go. Scan for the customer, go. DPS, we're go. Deco, go. Booster, go. Surgeon, go. PRS, go. Okay. And let's see, we'll wait on GNC.
T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start.
MCO, I hear you loud and clear. 5 bytes. Tell me. Have you loud and clear as well? Thanks, sir.
Go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Solid rocket booster separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now at SM.
Okay, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
World's frost solid with the fear of the numbers. Heard the chatter buzzing that he almost had a dozen. the scenes of disaster. No signs of motives, no one knew what he's after. But the train steady flowing with the life that they owed him. Once they realize they are fatal mistake, stench of despair that hung in the air from the cloud. There was no escape. She's walking by.
Your chest and be a little bolder. All we do is buy and hold. There will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who roll till the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. Really are near. It's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is ride and move. Oh, there will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who won't tell the end, and there will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. So when that's getting colder, you're needing that shoulder. These apes got your back. We got each other. All